Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Sounds good. Stream is made possible by viewers like you. This stream is made possible by viewers like you. By viewers like you. I'm getting warmed up here, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Pile on in here. Get on in here. Grab a seat, grab a drink, kick up your feet. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? It's the return of the... Oh no, wait. I'll be there in 5. 2 hours late. It's your boy, HeadshotH4rry. Yo, check out my Minecraft world. Whoa. If you're new here, welcome. We like to have fun here, as you can tell. I take fun professionally. I'm a professional fun haver. And welcome. Today I'm going to be playing some MC, as we call it in the hood. Some Minecraft. And you are going to subscribe. And also, you're going to hit that thumbs up because that's the proper thing to do. I recently hit 200 subscribers. I just want to say thank you. You guys watched some of this get built. It's pretty sick. This world is sick. We'll do a little tour. I'm going to be doing something right there. Right there. I'm going to be building. But during all this, I'm going to be listening to some interesting podcasts, some news recent, a little controversial. No doubt this will get buried in the algorithm. So if you do find your way here, thank you. Congratulations. We're going to be starting off first with Richard Dolan reacting to the recent deathbed confession of a certain Harold Malmgren. A lot of revelations, some corroborations, and some confirmations. So if you don't know who these people are, please look into them. Check out Richard Dolan. He goes... you could see it up in the top corner of your screen here. Find his YouTube channel. Support him. He's one of the best that we have on the subject. And if you want to learn about UFOs, go to Richard Dolan. But thanks, guys, for tuning in. I'm going to be building away, making something cool. And without further ado, here's Richard Dolan reacting to the recent deathbed confessions of Harold Malmgren, which you could see on American Alchemy, Jesse Michaels on YouTube. Check it out. Oh, shoot.
Volume and legitimacy of information related.
Let me start this over.
Greetings. In recent years, we have witnessed an extraordinary surge in the volume and legitimacy of information relating to UAP, once upon a time known as UFOs. This was a subject not long ago. It was relegated to the fringes of anything that we could imagine, all parts of culture, and it has now erupted into mainstream consciousness with unprecedented force, I would say. We've had congressional hearings, Pentagon reports, military whistleblowers, and so much more. It's the sheer magnitude of these developments has created a kind of information tsunami that even the most dedicated researchers are struggling to navigate, or at least I will speak for myself in that regard. I think never before have we seen such a convergence of official acknowledgement and public curiosity and fascination about this subject. So it's a flood of information that's exhilarating and a little daunting, because as the stigma is gradually eroding bit by bit, we're finding ourselves at this pivotal moment where the pursuit of truth regarding UAP, it transcends partisan politics. We are seeing professional boundaries, national borders, and it makes the task of separating the signal from the noise that is credible evidence from unfounded rumor or speculation, what have you, more important than ever before. Which is why I'm very, very glad to be talking about this new development. Are you surprised that we're having something new to talk about? I'm sure you are not. And it is about this very fascinating video from the channel of Jesse Michaels, who does so much excellent work in this space. He recently, just the other day, put out this video featuring the late Harold Malmgren, along with Harold's daughter Pippa, who's also a very impressive individual in her own right. Harold Malmgren, this is him here speaking in the interview. He was exceptionally clear, razor sharp, I thought, talking about some amazing, amazing things. This is Jesse and Pippa in the interview as well. I'm going to get into all of this. Harold Malmgren, though, first, you really need to know just how impressive this man's background was. He was born in 1935. He studied at Yale. He had the highest honors there in economics. Oxford took him next. He completed his doctoral work there under the guidance of a man who later won the Nobel Prize in economics. In fact, Harold Malmgren studied under a number of Nobel laureates in economics. He was 27 years old in 1962. He joins, he's recruited by the Kennedy White House, mainly, but he also joined a group called the Institute for Defense Analyses, very important think tank as well. But he's brought on by Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara in 1962 as one of McNamara's so-called whiz kids. This was a big thing at the time. Malmgren was probably the most important of them all. It's because when Kennedy came to office, he knew some of the Nobel Prize winners and academicians who were blown away by Malmgren's talents. That's essentially what it was. So Malmgren becomes the joint liaison between the Joint Chiefs and the National Security Council, just as the Cuban Missile Crisis was beginning in 1962. And his role was crucial. Malmgren was deep into the Situation Room during this whole crisis, going back and forth with Curtis LeMay. You really want to hear Malmgren discussing this in his interview with Jesse Michaels. It is very eye-opening, very, very enlightening. So he was actually very critically important in de-escalating that crisis to avoid World War III. After that, he had a very long career. He advised 4 presidents on matters of nuclear strategy, trade. He had many, many other very impressive achievements in his career. What's interesting here is that we've seen a struggle unfolding on Wikipedia over the article that manages or documents Harold Malmgren. And the article is facing potential deletion This is a discussion that apparently is going on still as I record this video. This is a man who served Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Ford. He provided counsel to the Senate Finance Committee. So the editor who is trying to remove him is questioning his importance. He's dismissing Malmgren's statements on extraterrestrial matters as, quote, wacky claims about marauding space aliens. Really diminishing this man's 40 years of service. You have to wonder about the timing of all of this. Malmgren had just died. He had made his final statements about UFOs. His page had existed without challenge since 2015. And so there's a lot of people talking about how suspicious this is. They are right to be suspicious. The Wikipedia editor who was going after him is named HeadshotH4rry. I don't know who this person is. It's all anonymous names. He is at the center of this. This is a guy who's made 41,000 edits on Wikipedia. He can delete pages. He can block users. He has a tremendous amount of power that he has cultivated over years. So the article remains, for now, the Wikipedia community is deliberating. The outcome, as far as I can see, is uncertain. You'll have some people saying this is just routine maintenance of an encyclopedia. Others are seeing the erasure of inconvenient realities and truths. The line between curation and censorship is always thin, always has been. But anyway, Malmgren has a great deal to say on this in this nearly 4-hour interview that he does with Jesse Michaels. By the way, he was 89 years old, and if you watch him, which I strongly encourage you to do, I'll have a link below, you can see he is as sharp as a razor. Incredible intellect on this man. And the day after this interview, I understand, this is, I think, from Jesse, his health collapsed and he was hospitalized. Jesse Michael did speak to him again by phone. Malmgren wanted this information out. You can really see this. It's really quite remarkable. You know, sometimes an elderly person will say something and you wonder if they are in their right mind. Unfortunately, this can happen. Of course, we all know of examples, but you cannot say this about Harold Malmgren. You listen to him and you realize it is not possible. This is not a man who was suffering from any form of cognitive decline. This is a clearly brilliant man who remained incredibly cogent during the entire interview. It's really quite remarkable. So what did he say? Well, he said a lot. I'll start with the bluegill triple prime incident, since that's really what I think is at the forefront of all of this. In the summer of 1962, so Malmgren arrives in Washington. He is immediately thrust into two extraordinary situations. So first, he participated in the Cuban Missile Crisis deliberations. And second, he received an assignment to manage cost assessments for a series of nuclear tests that were codenamed Operation Dominic. Two previous tests in this series had already failed. Malmgren's given a blanket Q clearance. He's getting access to all the nuclear secrets in this capacity. And his specific mission involved a unique X-ray based missile defense system that would use the nuclear explosion's energy to disable incoming missiles. I mean, just this high level scientific expertise here. So on October 25th, 1962, during the height of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the military is conducting bluegill triple prime at the Johnston Atoll. This is in the Marshall Islands in the Pacific. And this involved launching an Atlas missile carrying a nuclear warhead. So the missile reached its designated altitude and detonated successfully. By the way, I found this interesting because what I'm about to describe here, this is all from Malmgren, is much more detail than what I had learned many years ago from a direct witness of the event, a man that I interviewed named David Noble Whitecrow, who served aboard one of the vessels involved in all of this. It was the USS Finch. And as an aside, I'll just quickly add here that for a number of years, I didn't realize that bluegill triple prime was a subset of Operation Dominic. I just always refer to this as Operation Dominic. But in fact, bluegill triple prime was a subset, actually, of Operation Fishbowl, which itself was a subset of the larger Operation Dominic program. That's just for those of you keeping score. By the way, I was very gratified to see Jesse showed a brief clip of a program that I did with my wife Tracy a couple of years ago on this very topic. We discussed this at length. So anyway, during the test, an unidentified flying object, a UFO, appeared alongside the missile. I'll only add one other thing here that I learned from David in my interview with him years ago, which was that he said during the series of tests that were going on at this time, bogeys appeared regularly during the tests, and he said they would normally disappear just before detonation. So this was not a new thing. So with that said, during this test, this is October 25th, you have another bogey appearing alongside the missile. The military personnel referred to this object as a tag-along. That's a term used very matter-of-factly, suggesting this was, again, not an unprecedented occurrence.
What the fuck?
Just as my witness David had said years ago. So according to the reports Malmgren received, this object was positioned within or near the explosion's fireball. So the nuclear detonation gives off a very powerful electromagnetic pulse that appeared to destabilize the object's flight systems. The object, now disabled, tumbles out of the nuclear fireball. It falls into the Pacific Ocean. You have Navy vessels in the vicinity immediately mobilized for recovery operations. During the clip where Jesse is interviewing Malmgren, he discussed the testimony of David Noble White Crow, who talked a little bit about this and just stated it was at 9:59 a.m. The missile launched. Shortly after that, the ship's captain ordered all non-essential person below deck. White Crow was brought above, along with a few other sailors, to witness what he saw was a huge cigar-shaped object approaching at about 10 degrees above the horizon. And there was an emergency response to this whole UFO recovery that was ongoing. Now, one thing that I did not know, which was discussed here, is the official video recordings or film recordings of the test were sanitized, at least in part. A large white triangle was superimposed over the portion showing the UFO tumbling from the explosion. And this segment remains classified to this day, so that makes Bluegill Triple Prime the only Operation Fishbowl nuclear test with permanently redacted footage. All very, very interesting here. So when Malmgren received reports about the test, he noticed mentions of this tag-along object. So he asks questions and he's told matter-of-factly, yeah, tag-along, with no further explanation offered. So he presses for more information, but he was initially blocked with the classic need to know excuse, despite his Q clearance. So he continues to press for details about what had occurred. Eventually, he was directed to travel to Los Alamos National Laboratory for a special briefing. There, he describes Lawrence Preston Gies, who was the director of the Albuquerque division of the Atomic Energy Commission, who met with him. And just for the record, Gies was also the grandfather of Jeffrey Bezos, the owner of Amazon. Yeah. So Gies produces recovered material from the downed object. He shows Malmgren material that had fallen from what they call the tag-along, this object, and he allows Malmgren to physically handle this material. During the interview, Jesse's asking about the physical sensation of handling this material, and Malmgren says it felt weird because it didn't feel like anything. There was no typical tactile feedback you would expect when handling an object. He said when he was handling the pieces, they seemed, it wasn't hot or cold. He almost had no feeling when he described this. But he said he seemed to telepathically receive a communication from the object. Seems crazy, but I will just tell you, in my own research, this is not the first time I have heard such a thing. Just saying. So he heard words in his head, although he later could not recall the exact content. He felt these communications were important, though. He believed the material may have implanted ideas directly into his subconscious. That's just what he said. So Gies apparently is considering this all as a test because he wanted to see if Malmgren would experience this mental reaction to the material. Apparently, Malmgren passed this test. So after this experience, Malmgren was deemed ready for further information. He subsequently received a full briefing on what were called other world technologies from Richard Bissell, who had been deputy director of plans for the CIA, and he had been involved in designing Area 51, for the record. So this whole incident marks Malmgren's transition from his role of just analyzing missile costs and whatnot to becoming privy to very classified information about UAP or UFO-related technologies. There's very little physical description of the pieces that Malmgren handled. The only descriptive detail that I caught was about when he was asked about their color, and he said they were the color of something in space, which is a little bit vague, but suggests maybe dark or a black color. There wasn't any information about the shape or size or any other the physical characteristics of these pieces. He did describe how they felt when he was handling them, saying it was like, it felt weird, he said, because it didn't feel like anything. But that really is about all that you had. There were no other details about that, unfortunately. About 2 weeks after Malmgren's briefing, however, President Kennedy and Vice President Johnson, along with their staffs, traveled directly to Los Alamos. According to Malmgren, they were primarily interested in learning about this tag-along UFO, not about the missile test. They were interested in the UFO. So again, we're seeing evidence of very high-level government interest in actively monitoring this phenomenon. This is Richard Bissell, by the way. Months later, apparently Bissell told Malmgren, gave him a comprehensive briefing on all of this, these other world technologies. He said that incidents like Bluegill Triple Prime had been occurring for decades. And he specifically mentioned earlier UFO crash retrievals, including one in Magenta, Lombardy, Italy in 1933. Bissell said that UFOs were particularly attracted to what he called tip-of-the-spear technology developments, especially nuclear tests. He revealed that a pattern had emerged where these objects would appear during atomic detonations, again suggesting surveillance or maybe intervention. Malmgren talked a little bit about General Curtis LeMay in this, particularly during the Cuban Missile Crisis segment of the interview, which is fascinating, but also just indicating that LeMay, who was an extremely high-level chief of staff of the Air Force, he ran Strategic Air Command, he was a very, very strong, aggressive general in the U.S. Air Force. LeMay was also aware of these developments, according to Malmgren. Although compartmentalized security kept most of these officials in the dark. One of the things that comes up in this is a discussion of the Knights of Malta, connected to the Vatican, and they, according to Malmgren, played a very important role in managing information about these retrievals, especially the Magenta Italian incident from 1933. I'm going to get to that in just a second. So, in fact, before I do that, though, I just want to mention here that this connection with President Kennedy and his interest or knowledge of the UFO or UAP subject, that according to Malmgren, even Kennedy, despite his high office, he's president, encountered resistance when he tried to access complete UFO files, particularly when he proposed cooperation with the Soviets on this issue. And this was a stance that Malmgren suggested may have contributed to the tensions leading to his assassination. You know, I discussed a lot of this at some length just recently in an interview with Philip Lavelle, who is a genuine expert on the JFK assassination. We had a lot to say about this. I did a 7-part series with Philip several years ago, which I would always encourage people to check out. But just recently we had a session on JFK and UFOs, where Philip pointed out that JFK researchers to this day will absolutely avoid the UFO connection. They will not go there. This is a forbidden subject, apparently. It's unfortunate. They just will not go there. But now we have Malmgren also supporting this idea that the connection between UFOs and JFK's assassination is a significant aspect of hidden history. And in fact, he was asked explicitly if UFOs played any role in JFK's death, and Malmgren gave a very careful response, I thought. He said JFK fully knew all about UFOs long before he became president due to his background in naval intelligence. And he specifically mentioned that Kennedy had been fully briefed by Forrestal, that is James Forrestal, who was the first Secretary of Defense, who died under very suspicious circumstances. I would say that Forrestal was murdered. I've believed this for many, many years. And in fact, when Malmgren was asked if Forrestal's death had anything to do with UFOs, he said probably, but he would not speculate any further. Regarding Kennedy's assassination, Malmgren indicated that the correspondence between JFK and Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev included discussions of unidentified flying objects, that's his words, and the prospect of collaboration between the two nations on this whole matter. And he suggested, this is Malmgren, that JFK saw UFOs as a potential avenue to make world peace between the U.S. and the Soviet Union. He wasn't directly claiming that UFOs were the cause of Kennedy's death, but he did convey that Kennedy's interest in collaborating with the Soviets on this matter was among the things that he and Allen Dulles, head of the CIA, or former head of the CIA, were fighting about. So it really does suggest that Kennedy's desire for openness and cooperation on UFOs created tension with elements in the intelligence community, particularly after Kennedy fired Dulles as CIA director and threatened to scatter the CIA to the winds. Famous quote from Kennedy. So Malmgren also was reminded about the letter from JFK to the acting CIA director, John McCone, requesting coordinating UFO data with NASA to better collaborate with the Russians. This is November 12, 1963, is 10 days before his assassination. And Malmgren said he was aware of the document. He added that Kennedy had sent various communications about UFOs or UAP that he said he formed the basis in why we stopped talking to each other, meaning Kennedy and the intelligence community. This caused a huge rift between Kennedy and the intelligence community, or at least added to it, according to Malmgren. Now, the Knights of Malta connection is really interesting, and the Magenta UFO retrieval. I'll just talk a little bit about this because Harold Malmgren had a bit to say about this, and it's really quite interesting. So there's Magenta, it's in northern Italy. The connection between the Knights of Malta and UFO crash retrievals. This is another very significant but I would almost say unexplored aspect of UFO history. So Malmgren learned about this from Bissell. I mentioned this before, Richard Bissell, Deputy Director of Plans for the CIA. What it looks like here is that after a disc-like object came down near Magenta in 1933, the Italian government moved it to a secure airbase in Italy for the rest of the duration of Mussolini's regime, which was right toward the end of World War II. So, and there was the special investigative body called Gabinetto, or RS-33, to study the craft. Now, the Vatican's role comes out through Pope Pius XII, who was Pope at the time, and according to what Malmgren had said, he was concerned, as Pope, about the technology falling into the hands of the Nazis. Because Italy was allied with Germany. So the Pope back-channeled, that's Malmgren's word here, crucial information about this disc to the Americans. So the Pope told the Americans what the Italians had, and Malmgren says, and we ended up scooping it toward the end of the war. So the intervention of the Vatican was quite decisive in the ultimate disposition of the craft, according to Harold Malmgren. Allen Dulles, future director of the CIA, was operating in Switzerland at the time, part of the OSS, that's the precursor to the CIA. And according to Malmgren, Allen Dulles helped with the crash retrieval, or helped with the, I think, retrieval of the object, not with the crash retrieval, but in the 1940s. So, and then by the end of World War II, the Americans had somehow transferred this to Wright Airfield, later known as Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, for further study, where it joined other recovered materials for analysis. So it's very, very interesting. It's a new twist to the story. People can say, where's the proof? Well, we've at least got the testimony of Harold Malmgren. The Knights of Malta connection is very interesting here. You have certain key intelligence figures. Hugh Angleton and his son James Jesus Angleton. Jesus Angleton was a very, very incredibly important CIA counterintelligence figure for decades. Both of them were members of the Knights of Malta. So Malmgren is asked about the role of this group, and he just says, specifically, I don't know, but they have a long historical connection to the Vatican. So what is the Knights of Malta? Here's a picture of some members. They look like nice young men. They're not up to anything nefarious, I'm sure. Well, the Knights of Malta was established in the 11th century in Jerusalem during the First Crusade. So there's that. They evolved into a very powerful military and naval force defending Christianity during the Crusades. They're fighting with the Ottoman Turks centuries later. They were significant for many, many hundreds of years, repelling invasions. They were the defenders, or one of the defenders of Christendom during the late Middle Ages, early Renaissance. They were kicked out of Malta by Napoleon in just before the year 1800. They settled in Rome, where they continue to this day as a sovereign entity. They are a sovereign entity. Officially, they're all focused on humanitarian and medical work around the world. Their actual name is the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, SMOM. So they are a non-territorial sovereign entity. They are recognized under international law. They have diplomatic relations with over 100 nations. They have their headquarters in Rome. They don't have any sovereign land, but they can issue passports. They can mint coins. They maintain diplomatic immunity. They function very much like a state in international affairs, but they are a Catholic religious order at the same time, and they therefore operate under the Pope's spiritual authority, but they govern their secular matters independently. So that's the Knights of Malta. They're a very unique organization, very elite membership. There are many Americans. I think their membership is something like 14,000 we can say citizens, I guess we can say. I think about 3,000 of them are Americans, a lot of Europeans. Americans, especially Americans in the intelligence field, have been deeply embedded in the Knights of Malta. William Donovan, head of the OSS during World War II. Allen Dulles seems to have been a member. John McCone, a future CIA director, was a member. There is talk that they helped the Nazis escape out of Germany at the end of World War II. I think that's got to be true. They were very involved in supporting all kinds of anti-communist activities during the Cold War. And they're still active. They're still around. And you have to assume there is a lot of room for all kinds of shenanigans and covert operations that they are involved in. And they certainly are connected to the UFO subject. In fact, one of the members of the Knights of Malta was Colonel Philip J. Corso, later famous for his claims about reverse engineering, alien materials. He was a key figure in Operation Paperclip, which was involved in bringing Nazis secretly out of Germany to the United States for scientific and intelligence work. So yeah, Corso was involved in all of that. He was a Knight of Malta. So you've got a lot of these UFO types of connections. William Casey, Ronald Reagan, CIA director, was a Knight of Malta. Many, many others. So what Harold Malmgren was saying about all this is that you've got this very intricate relationship between this sovereign religious order, intelligence agencies, and the handling of, let us call it, non-conventional technology. So he didn't really elaborate on all of the details that one would have liked, but he really makes it very clear that there is a lot for us to explore in this connection. It seems very, very important to me. A few other things. There's so much more to discuss. I can't go over all of it here, but these are some of Harold Malmgren's tweets toward the very end of his life in 2024, 2025, where he had a lot to say about UFOs or UAP. He was right on top of using current designation of UAP and just putting it all out there. You can really see that by the end of his life, he decided this is coming out. And he was, again, I must stress, crystal clear in his presentation of the information with Jesse. So it was really quite extraordinary. What I would like to wrap up saying relating to Harold Malmgren here is he's really talking also about a shadow apparatus, this transnational control and knowledge fragmentation of UAP around the world. And really what you get with him is that there's the powers that are governing UAP secrecy are transcending national boundaries. They operate in a realm where elected officials are simply temporary custodians. They're not masters of anything. This isn't his conjecture. This is the testimony from a man who dwelled within the highest echelons of American governance, which he did. When he was directly questioned about the existence of a deeper layer of control that goes beyond national borders, he had one word: yes. It's unequivocal. This transnational apparatus manifests through a variety of different instruments. There exists what he called the Majestic. So this is the elite coalition of military commanders, intelligence officers, and scientific minds who have appointed themselves guardians of these secrets. And they are the bulwark against disclosure. They believe themselves to be the protectors of mankind from truths that are too destabilizing for common citizens like you and me. The Knights of Malta appears throughout this interview with a lot of frequency, so that this order, diplomatic status, deep Vatican connections, they are a node in this international network. I mean, the membership really reads like a roster of UFO management. Hugh Angleton, James Jesus Angleton, Philip Corso, General MacArthur and his staff, Bill Donovan, Alan Dulles, John McCone, William Casey. This doesn't seem like a coincidental pattern here. And then between the Vatican, American intelligence, and certain privileged aerospace contractors, you've got this kind of triumvirate of power. And Malmgren witnessed this firsthand. The Italian government, the Vatican, American agencies, all of these intricate channels of communication regarding crashed objects, like the 1933 Magenta retrieval. All of it very interesting. So you have this apparatus that ensures its survival through calculated fragmentation of knowledge. It's like even Malmgren, he had all of the so-called Q clearances. As he said, he's advising 4 American presidents. He encountered impenetrable barriers in this. Naval intelligence denied him certain information despite his comprehensive access. He says that's Navy intelligence. They live in their own world. He says sometimes they think they're even more powerful than we are, speaking of like the White House. So all of this compartmentalization is not accidental. It is systematic. Over-compartmentalization and Cold War secrecy really became the standard operating procedure. And as he put it in his interview, the left hand's not talking to the right. So knowledge is deliberately fractured. It is distributed across agencies and private contractors and international entities. So this will ensure that no single person or institution has the complete picture. This is really the sense that you get from hearing this man. The use of aerospace contractors serves a very specific purpose, and this shields operators from Freedom of Information Act requests and congressional oversight. Creates what he called, Malmgren here, plausible deniability, the ability of officials to truthfully claim ignorance of programs that are beyond their purview. So I think, you know, what you get is that this management of the UFO reality and technology, or UAP reality, this doesn't reflect chaos, as some people will say, like, you know, these people don't know what they're doing. No, opposite. It reflects order. It reflects a transnational order operating according to its own imperatives, beyond the reach of standard government that we're, you know, always taught in school. This is how government's supposed to work. No, does not work like that. These people don't answer to election cycles. They don't answer to public opinion. They answer to themselves, to their perception of necessary secrecy. They answer to principles that were established long before the modern state system even emerged. I mean, looking at the Knights of Malta. So this is the reality that Malmgren witnessed. This is the world that exists beyond the world that we are permitted to see. So I encourage you to check out the excellent interview of Harold Malmgren, along with his very impressive daughter Pippa, with Jesse Michaels on Jesse's channel. I'll have a link below. That's all I have for you. I hope you found this informative. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up, share it. Also subscribe to my channel. Check out my website at richarddolanmembers.com. And thanks for being here with me. I will be back soon. Bye for now.
That is Richard Dolan. Let's see here. Yes, Richard Dolan. That is Richard Dolan, Intelligent Disclosure on YouTube. Links will be provided after this stream in the comments section below. We're going to get started on our next one in just a moment. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Folks, welcome back. I'm getting the next podcast started right now. Hope you're enjoying your fine Thursday afternoon, April the 24th. Next up, Earth Files. This is going to be pretty out there, but I'm all about it. Let's hear it all. All right, let's get this started. This is Earth Files on YouTube. Let's fast forward this. You are hearing Linda Moulton Howe.
Hi, everyone here and around the world. There has been exciting news from a UK Cambridge astrophysicist who has discovered what he calls, quote, the best ever signs of life on another star system. And it's the first time humanity has seen potential biosignatures on a habitable planet, close quote. Professor Niku Madhusudan is talking about biosignatures that we associate with algae on Earth. The planet is called K2-18b, which is 124 light years from Earth and nearly 3 times the size of Earth. It was first discovered in 2015 by NASA's Kepler mission. And now, 10 years later, with the incredible James Webb Space Telescope, 2 biosignature gases have been discovered in the big planet's atmosphere. They are dimethyl sulfide, or DMS, and dimethyl disulfide, or DMDS. On Earth, those 2 gases are linked primarily to microbial life, such as marine phytoplankton that we also know as algae that grows in water. Astrophysicist Madhusudan says the presence of both gases, quote, suggests the planet may be teeming with microbial life, close quote. And then, in news back on Earth in the past few weeks, I have received a couple of confidential military aerospace reports about eyewitness encounters deep underground inside some medical facilities on military bases where non-human ETs are allegedly working with humanoid Homo sapien. On January 8th, this new year of 2025, I received this email from a retired U.S. Army combat medic specialist now living in the Southeast United States. Quote, my name is Kenneth, not real, but that's what he chose. I am in urgent need of assistance. I have been sitting on what I believe may be important information. Something deep inside is telling me it's an important part of a larger puzzle. I feel silly by saying this, but anyway, here we go. This info was obtained, I believe, through remote sensing. The rest is logical deduction concerning a multitude of things that I believe to be in your field of study, meaning UFOs. I've got to share this with someone who can act on it, or it will be on my conscience until I die. There is too much to put in a message, but below are some of the topics that I have information on. Quote, unknown military base descriptions and numbers involved, locations described, shadowing and possible future events. In addition, I believe I am experiencing something I can only describe as a personal attack in my dreams as of late. Something has changed or accelerated, close quote. Kenneth sent me a copy of his DD-214 that shows he entered the U.S. Army on January 9th, 1992, and 5 years later left the Army service on November 11th, 1997. His permanent duty station was Fort Lewis, Washington State in the Northwest.
I was a very curious soldier, and when you do work in a hospital, it's been brand new and built, and I was kind of raised around hospitals because my father was a manager of radiology and nuclear medicine in North Carolina. So we were always in and out of the hospital, his work. And I'm always fascinated with the hospital. So I took it upon myself to explore. Now, what I found curious was the lower levels of the hospital, lots of doors, but no signs. These doors all required card readers. And everyone in Madigan Medical Center is issued a ID card that you scan.
What city and state is this?
This is at Fort Lewis, Washington, Tacoma, Washington, at Madigan Army Medical Center. Like I said, I took it upon myself to explore. I started noticing one or two people, and this happened, I would say, twice. The first night, I encountered a female, I want to say a female soldier. The problem was that this person didn't have any rank, and they were in full battle dress uniform, BDUs, or camouflage, whatever you want to call it. And when I asked her a question, she just stared at me blankly. The first thing I noticed when I got near the individual is I felt that feeling like whenever you enter a room that's got a lot of people in it that are either angry or upset, it's like being sent to the principal's office, like feeling. You're spooked, I guess is a better term. And I had to ask the question twice, are you looking for something? The second time, I just got a straight no, and the person just turned around and walked off. I also can tell you that their face wasn't quite, I want to say that her eyes were too far apart. Mm-hmm. And then the second night, I encountered, I want to say, a male. Again, in a different part of the hospital, but in the lower parts of the hospital, no rank, no insignia. It was like he just took somebody that needed clothing and just threw on BDUs so they wouldn't be walking around in something inappropriate. And when I tried to speak to this person, they just ignored me and walked past me. And it was the same situation. When I walked by them, my gut was telling me something wasn't right. Again, this person, who I couldn't tell, to be honest, if they were male or female, eyes were far further apart than what I was used to. I just felt uncomfortable, and it just didn't feel right. And those were the two down inside the hospital experiences that I had that made me wonder if this was one of those situations where we had visitors who just needed clothing and were walking from one place to the other down in the basement.
But why would your mind and gut go to extraterrestrial?
It goes there now because I have dreams, I want to say, they happen when I'm asleep. Sometimes there's this scary feeling, malevolence, and it was identical to that feeling that I got when I passed those two in the hallway. So it made me wonder if that's what that was, because in those dreams that I've had, and there's something in addition that happens now, I get what I call a painful static in the direction I'm looking at, like electrical sparks shoot into my eyes or into my mind's eye with this feeling to look away. Don't look there. I'm not supposed to look there.
The implication that you are drawing that the lower hospital rooms were not part of the military base on the ground, but was a base for something else below the military base for extraterrestrials.
Given the fact that it was a hospital, all the latest advancements that the Army had, that Army Medical Center is like one of those grand gems, or it was when I was in as a medic. They had all the latest advances, the newest MRIs.
But you never had any kind of a briefing by a superior officer about extraterrestrials under this Army base?
No, but I did get talked down for being down there. I was told never to go down there again. I just took that as me overstepping my bounds. But then again, if my card reader worked, I didn't understand why. You know, because I'd go anywhere my card reader would go.
I asked Alan and Ian in England to stand by for an earlier transition to all of you in the chat, because I would like to know if any of you listening tonight, in or out of the different subjects that we're talking about, but if you can go into the Earth Files YouTube channel and look at the program and pick out sections that you might have some resonance or experience with, and the audience tonight, that if you've ever served in a military base where a large advanced hospital is known to be underground, that military base, meaning under the foundation and down, where only a small number of people have security clearances and or ID cards to enter, I would really hope to hear from those of you in the chat tonight who might also have information about perhaps the same or similar military medical facilities that are used to cover for ET-related activities. I have heard facets of this issue for 2 or 3 decades, and I assume that it does happen. And the question is, do any of you have firsthand experience that you can share with me and I can share further? Now, tonight, we are blessed always to have Ian here, and Ian has some prepared information that will involve trying to communicate with you guys who want to reach me on the video we just saw. And Ian has a workup on some, what I think will be some great, not revelations, but an evolution of upcoming events between now and June. Ian, welcome to Earth Files.
Yes, thank you, Linda. That was a fascinating report that you've just brought us, and we'll go back to our audience and see if anyone else can add to that or have any questions. But first of all, I want to start off with the announcement of your speaking engagements at Contact in the Desert at Indian Wells, California from May 29th to June the 2nd. And we'll be promoting this and posting the links below the video and on the program and in our chat and at every other social media opportunity we have. So it's a good opportunity for people to come in and meet, and I'll be there, of course, and people can meet us and come up and talk with us and watch your presentations on the latest in the updates as we go forwards. So I want to bring you some other news as well, which this comes from Danny Sheehan and Steve Bassett, who again are both working hard for disclosure, and they'll both be present at Contact in the Desert. Meanwhile, back in Washington, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, the chair of the Task Force on Declassification of Federal Secrets, has just released the long-anticipated UAP investigation timeline on the schedule of classified briefings, roundtable discussions, and a full public hearing set to unfold in the coming weeks. Momentum is building fast on Capitol Hill. This is a significant step forward for congressional UAP oversight. Anna Paulina Luna from Florida has released the following official timeline, and I think we're going to be posting that timeline, which shows these dates that are upcoming. So this is according to a recent post on X. The UAP investigative process will move forward with the following key targets. April 29th, a classified skiff that's a sensitive compartmented information facility briefing will take place, allowing members of Congress to meet directly with UAP experts and receive secure updates on the phenomena. Then we've got May the 1st. Following the skiff meeting, the task force will sponsor a briefing for congressional staff by the UAP Disclosure Fund titled Understanding UAP Science, National Security and Innovation. But I think the big news on all of this is that the week of May the 12th, this is a note for everyone to put in a diary and on the calendars, because the process will culminate in a public hearing on UFOs, UAP, before the full House Oversight Committee. This hearing will bring the UAP discussion directly to the American people and mark a new stage in the fight for government transparency. So we're hoping that's going to be another one of these live streamed events. and we should all stay tuned and see what is going to be happening in these next coming weeks.
Ian, thank you for that rundown. And I am so happy that the congressional hearing isn't going to be put off and off and off and off again. I think that Congresswoman Luna is going to have some surprises, and that hopefully at Earth Files that I will be able to also contribute through a couple of the whistleblowers I know who would like to communicate something more in tandem with this summer, in which if they had not gotten the hearings going again, some people were feeling like they were going to try to blow off everything. And right now, doesn't it feel, Ian, like that just because Congresswoman Luna and others, that they are going to go forward, and that perhaps revealing it, even if it's piece by piece, at a congressional hearing is so much better than reality being classified?
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing that we've been watching and monitoring closely has been these constant reports that we were getting from right up to the, let's say, the end of last year, with the so-called mysterious drones, and especially the activity that was reported over New Jersey. Well, a new press release out today from the House Oversight Committee says that Timmons is to hold hearing on unauthorized drone activity over US military installations. And that's the Subcommittee on Military and Foreign Affairs Chairman William Timmons today announced a hearing on securing the skies, addressing unauthorized drone activity over US military installations. So that's another one to watch for. And again, you can reach this link. I'll post a link in the chat, and we'll probably try and post it underneath this video. But the good news about this is Tuesday, April 29th, 2025. And you can actually watch the live streaming event. There's a link to that at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Tuesday, April the 29th. And this is with witnesses Rear Admiral Paul Spadero, Junior Vice Director for Operations, Joint Chiefs of Staff, etc., with other people as well who are, let's say, from the Federal Aviation Administration and the US Department of Defense. This is where we're going to be addressing the let's say, the disconnect that seems to exist, whereby we have the White House announcement saying that the Federal Aviation Administration had authorized drone activity. That was the announcement from the White House, and the Pentagon saying they know nothing about it. So it'd be interesting to see these two players talking to each other and bringing this forward in front of Congress to hear what they've got to say.
Well, and it supports what I've always thought is one of the great ironies, is that often intelligence will say that they either don't have any answer while they're working with the ETs that are responsible for a phenomena, which is a double, triple cover-up, and that the government has been doing that for a long time, or it is totally unknown for real, and they really don't know. Well, they use the same defense counter, which is tell the public that they are investigating and that it probably is somebody coming from Europe, and they can use that material to cover whether they're going to open or close. Meanwhile, there is, without question, we have something that is interacting with the Earth that people who work in large aerospace have said to me that we are at one of those active nodes that come and go on the Earth with other intelligences, and this is another one, and anything could happen. So going forward, I think it would be great if you stay on top of what is happening on the drone aspect in everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we should not forget, and we shouldn't just write it off as the official White House statement earlier this year in the first few days of this new administration, which did say that this was authorised and this was the answer that we were looking for, because obviously there's more to it, and thank goodness that other people are following this as well, and we'll see what plays out as we go forward. We'll keep our audience updated as we go forwards as well. And we're in contact with Danny Sheehan and Steve Bassett and other members of the Paradigm Research Group and Research Institute. Tonight's episode that we started off with, featuring these let's say, obviously some sort of liaison going on with people who look not quite human, eyes slightly separate or slightly different. This is an important part, because this again points to some sort of
collaboration
liaison. Liaison. Do you remember Terry Lovelace? When we've met up with Terry Lovelace and we've seen his book Incident at Devil's Den. We know Terry Lovelace very well. He reported seeing that there were these people in military uniforms on board the Triangular craft that he and Toby were taken aboard. And also Whitley Strieber has spoken. The time that he got his implant, he said there were people in fatigues standing there. So this again, the ETs, or let's say people not quite human, wearing fatigues, sometimes without any insignia or anything else to identify which part of the military or what branch they're from or what their rank is, but seen as players in this scenario, and particularly in some kind of hospital scenarios. Right. Tonight in the chat, Mouse SF says, I have to be discreet, but I have a friend who works at a national science laboratory who has confirmed to me direct contact with extraterrestrials. They were not a believer and were quite disturbed by this.
Which type?
This is Mouse SF.
Ian, which type?
Please tell us which type. We always say
it's very important which type. And
let us know which extraterrestrials.
And just briefly insert, I can add that I have now heard from 3 different ranch owners, and they are anticipating that that the mood, the physical, everything in their herds, that they are expecting that there will be the bloodless animal mutilations this spring to summer. And one of the people that I talked to just in the last 3 days has already, from what he's saying to me, has identified on the ground in a pasture, in a state that I will eventually, if it evolves and we are going to try to do veterinarian work, I would report where. Right now it's better just to say that he's describing the same excisions, the same bloodlessness now that it is current. If anybody listening in any country, anywhere, has information, because you are a rancher or it has been reported, that involves the removal of an ear, eye, tongue, jaw, genitals, and rectal tissue, cord out generally, with no tracks around the body. That's the classic animal mutilation. It includes kangaroos in Australia. Let me know, not with the idea of that we're proving with you getting in touch with me. It's that it helps me do maps. I've always done maps. And then you begin to see where there's activity that's going on that's not being reported. And those are the places I've always tried to go to in investigating animal mutilations. And if we are in one of those years, 2025, that is pivotal for a lot of big changes all over the place, then the return of bloodless, trackless animal mutilations may be part of what we're going to experience. And I think that Whitley Strieber is right in his investigation, picking up on the work that I did with veterinarians and pathologists about the missing organs and always the blood taken. And that Whitley and I did a show about 4 or 5 months ago in which he has come to the hypothesis that one of the reasons that some of the animals that are targeted are the ones that are targeted, cattle being probably at the top of the list, is because the copper that is in the hemoglobin of certain strains, bovine and others, is different from the copper that they might have been left with if they didn't have these animals. And I think it's fascinating because we're dealing with clearly biological beings, but we're dealing also with artificial intelligence that works for the biological beings. And until we get honesty on this planet about everything that's going on with the universe and with other intelligences, we can hypothesize. And the hypothesis is, and it was part of my work back in 79 to 84, same exact hypothesis, just coming in with from different angles. And that is the animal mutilations on Earth by non-humans with a lot of involvement by the Greys is for sustenance, number one, sustenance for them. Number two, the harvest of sperm and eggs for genetic manipulation, and that the genetic manipulation may be one of the keys to the non-humans trying to survive. Now, with that as a kind of context in which I'm very much aware that there may be more mutilations, and I know some people have a hard time with it, but it's part of this interaction with other beings. So, Ian, I'm going to throw this back to you to see if you have some fresh remarks for tonight about the concept of a military base being an excellent place to place a basement in which you worked with and collaborated with ETs. Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
I can now. We always have problems with Ian's, we call it the grapefruit.
Grapefruit, no, that's better.
And sometimes it works and sometimes we have problems.
Yeah. Okay, we're reconnected now, that's good. I'm looking at the live chat at the moment, and I'm seeing if we've got any more information from our sources that we started off with about which type of ETs are interacting at the National Laboratory with this liaison with extraterrestrials. So I'll bring you an update on that. Renee Cruz is in the live chat tonight. She's a regular contributor, and it's good to see you here. She says that she saw on Friday the 30th of December 2024 4 illuminated plasma doobie joint-shaped UFOs outside her hospital window. 2 big UFOs the size of buildings and 2 jet fighter size. After I suffered missing time and a broken shoulder and arm. She's going to give us more information on this and contact us. She says she's had a nerve test done on her right shoulder and arm, waiting for a doctor to tell me the get-go on surgery. But she says she's going to email us or contact us about her latest extraterrestrial alien encounter. That's quite significant, particularly if this shoulder injury was as a result of some sort of missing time episode when something happened.
Ian, do you have any information about, again, the shape, the color, the lights, no lights? What is this category of this craft?
Yeah, all she's given us is the description of the size of it outside of her hospital window. And that's very interesting that, again, it's in a medical scenario. So, Renee, please give us more information. And also, I want to put out our email address here for people, earthfiles@earthfiles.com, and I'm directed ian@earthfiles.com. So please contact us with that information.
If you can please put phone numbers in your emails or your text, it would save me I have to wait and go through the processes to wait for phone numbers. And it would be so great. I know that some people can't, and I totally understand. I am trying myself to have influence on a world where I wish everything was open and free and we could discuss about the implications. So I understand why some people are not comfortable giving their phone number in email. But if you want to have a dialogue, it's much faster if you enclose a phone number. I never, ever, ever share any contact information with anybody. And the reason I feel tonight that we needed to talk about all this is that I think that there is a sense of world order that is changing on the playing board very rapidly. And it is those kinds of conditions historically where there have been like in World War II, the emergence of not only lights, not only drones, but a variety of beings who are here for their whatever self-serving reasons they are. And the more on our side, where we know we are always trying to tell you the truth, then the better I can follow up with some people that I know who are trying to tell the truth. So starting from where you are right now and reaching through the airways in a text or a email, something that talks about what your relationship is to it, and a phone number, and it would help me get the churning on communicating with a lot of you. And then I always ask if you are interested in having a recorded interview about a subject that we can put on the Earth Files YouTube channel. I have always, for 45 years, said to people, if you want to remain anonymous, we can affect the frequencies of your voice in recording, and I have done that many times. But the best of all is to know that we are in some kind of a historical revolution. And I'm hoping that we're not going to oligarchs taking over the planet, but that we are going to evolve into a planet in which creatures that at some levels are incredibly wonderful humans. And we are put into such weird, raw, twisted conditions that it's difficult for the beautiful goodness to survive and live. I would love it if we could get into a planet where everybody was motivated by things positive. Down with the black side of yin and yang. Okay, Ian. Yeah, go ahead.
Chris George Alexander makes a good point in the chat this evening, says the bipartisan nature of the congressional explanation is just so remarkable, and this is good where we are seeing a cooperation where it is across all party lines to explore and look for the truth of what's really going on. And this is what we need is more unity in this and focus on this aspect. And again, we've got Contact in the Desert coming up, where it's a great example of when people can get together and meet with the speakers and actually discuss this. We'll have long discussions with people who have their own personal experiences. They run the experiencer groups as well with J. Christopher King to explore people in a safe space who can share their own experiences with others. Often it's for the first time that they're sharing these personal experiences, but also discovering that many people are having the same experiences. And I want to come back here as well to another comment that I received by Tom the Man TV, who's a regular on this show. He sent me a message this last week about another childhood experience that he remembers when he woke up with a triangular mark on the back of his neck. He told his mother that he'd got this mark, and she felt his forehead and said, "You're burning up." I'm reading from his message here. Mm-hmm. "You're staying at home today, so go to your room." And he says, "This is where the tale gets weird, even for me." Throughout the entire day, I remember people who were dressed like doctors in lab coats, or even who looked like nurses, coming in and out of my bedroom, checking up on me constantly. One doctor even told me, "Don't worry, Tommy, this is just a side effect of what happened to you during the night. You'll be well again soon." And I'd never seen him before, but I really liked that doctor. Later on that night, my mum came to check in on me. She looked at the back of my neck and said, "Well, whatever that marking was, it's gone now. The temperature has returned to normal too." So he says, "Mum, next time I get sick like that, could you call that doctor who visited me today? I liked him. He was really nice to me." Mum looks a bit puzzled at me. "What doctor?" "I did not call any doctor for you today." My mum replied, I never did see that doctor again. And this again is another puzzling aspect. We had this from Lorraine McAdam, who we featured on this program. She also had encounters in hospitals with doctors and nurses who, when she checked up later, there were no doctors and nurses on the ward who came to see her and administered whatever medical attention that they did. So these are interactions that people are reporting with again, to back up what we've reported on this program today.
And Ian, do you remember that program that we did about 3 or 4 years ago? Earth Files has been broadcasting on Wednesdays since 2017, the fall of 2017. So this was about 3 or 4 years ago, and I remember it so clearly because I have run into more than one military person with an almost identical story, and this was about a dentist, not military dentist, a normal dentist who finds that there are implants in the jaw or in the actual teeth that are very sophisticated, and the person who they find these in was in the military, remembers a time that he was requested to go to a dentist, and it means that in this case there are strategies in terms of technology in people who are working intel and military, in probably interacting with non-humans and a variety of layers of intel. But we all need to realize that the tension from World War II to today around this whole issue of extraterrestrials, which ones, with which motives, and why can we not be told as a population on this planet, it is as big a story now, or bigger, I think, than it has ever been. And there's an anticipation and an expectation, I feel it too, that the congressional hearings should lead to it all opening up. I wonder if you guys tonight at the Earth Files YouTube channel, do you feel that, or do you think something else is headed our way? I'm asking to the air, to Ian, to you.
Yeah, let's leave that open and people can address their comments. We've got Mr. MH here says, question for Linda. Have you ever had any experiences with men or women in black? We have to include women in black in this because of many occasions, such as even Terry Lovelace's interaction with his so-called Betty, who seems to be some sort of hybrid. Have you yourself, Linda, had any experiences with men or women in black?
For people who have been with the Earth Files YouTube channel since 2017, they know that 2 or 3 times I have shared the story about being in Boston in 1974 and on a family move with my daughter and my husband. And whether or not that had anything to do with it, it is the historical and memory marker of my life, because what happened was so dramatic, so penetrating. And I'll try to do a short form with deference to those of you who have heard this before, but it is really important for each of us who have had interactions with other beings, I think, to share. This was the night in a house in Needham, which is a suburb of Boston. It had I would say to the bottom of that radiator, Brad, would it be 10 feet, 12 feet up to there? The doors in this house that was historic were at least that high. So it was unusual in the first place that where this being emerged and what happened. It started with what so many of you have experienced, and I have read in books and have people talk to me about at conferences, talk with people who have been in the Pentagon in Washington, and that is you become conscious in bed, usually, meaning you've gone to bed and you've been asleep. And that had happened. And I wake up and I realize within seconds I cannot move. I can't move anything. I see the back of the sheet, and I know that my husband is asleep. I know Laura is in the room right across the way, and I cannot move. I cannot talk. But at that point in 1974, I was not into any of the material about UFOs, ETs, animal mutilations, abductions, and all of it. It didn't exist. That did not come into my life until September of 1979, 5 years later. So I am like many of you. I have no idea what's happening. And when you can't move, but your eyes can open, your brain is functioning enough to start going into panic, you can't move. And this is the part I've never, I don't know anybody who has been able to explain the timing of how this all works out. Suddenly, because I remember that I was like this on the sheet. So I'm laid down on my stomach and I remembered my fingers. And I could look at my little finger, which was only 4 inches, and something telepath, it was a thought voice, concentrate on your little finger, just like that. I'm not kidding, those were the words. Concentrate on your little finger and tell it to move. Tell it to move. Me tell my little finger to move. And I couldn't make my mouth work. I couldn't talk. But I started concentrating on my little finger. And by God, it quivered, it moved, and it was like somebody picked me up and rolled me up like this. I came from being flat down on the sheet to completely up, and there, coming through that big historical, bigger than normal doors, was a figure entirely in black. It had a hood that seemed to hang out like this, not here, here. And it was almost as big as the space of that the Needham Boston door. At that point, when I think back, I don't know if I was still paralyzed in muscle or I was so shocked, whatever it was. My normal energy, my normal self, I think, would have been to jump out of the bed and run toward it. Say, what do you want? Nothing like that happened. I couldn't move normally. And this huge hulk, slowly, not like stepping, but like floating, came right to the right end of the king-size bed. And at that moment, with this big hulk, came another thought voice. Say the Lord's Prayer over and over and do not stop. And I immediately, Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And I continued talking out loud, bang! now the ceiling was high, and filling the room at the end of the king-size bed was this whole cross that came up in all light. It was bright, scintillating, pure white in the shape of this cross. And for reasons that I still don't fully understand, I never stopped saying the Lord's Prayer that I had been told to do. Even when I wanted to yell and run and grab the cross. And it is still there. The Hulk is still there. And then what I felt happened is that I just had no other place to anchor for salvation. In a strange way, that's what it was about, a fight for your life. But it was taking place in a dimension, in frequencies I do not understand, and I've had so many people, after I have shared this story that happened to me in 1974, and they come and start sending me letters and emails and various communications about them having something so similar. And in my case, I have no idea how long it all went on. But it was very interesting that when it ended, this Hulk that was so terrifying, and the incredible cross that was so resurrecting, and me on the bed, like the triangle, two forces against each other, and I am a humble human. There was another voice, male, like a voice, and it said something like end or ending or something like that. And then whatever the Hulk was, it didn't turn around and walk out. It just faded out. And I am there and I am drenched. I am literally drenched. My nightgown is wet, the sheet is wet from, I guess, the perspiration of dealing with trying to keep saying the Lord's Prayer and the stress and what is this? And I felt like I was fighting for my very existence. At a deeper level than this, it felt like I was fighting for my very soul. So when this faded out, it was like a breath of spring air came right there. It was October. It was not at all spring-like. It was a cold October night. But when this thing phased out, it was just like spring with sunshine and warmth. It came in, and I felt it swirl around me, and I was joyous inside. And this same voice that had been punctuating throughout however long this went said, "You will never have to fight for your soul again." Whether it is one-on-one, being to being, nations to nations, planets to planets, dimensions to dimensions, universes to universes. I am convinced that what happened to me in that Boston room with something dark goes on throughout all of it, everywhere in the complexity. But that always being able to vanquish is the light. You are one with the light. The light is one with you. and you are in the hands of God forever. Idaho, 1960. So these moments have woven their ways through my life. And there is something about the whole UFO ET conundrum. I think of that event in Boston often when I am listening to people who are talking about abductions or animal mutilations or encountering a live being or something in the night when they wake up. Out of it all today, as we are in 2025 and we are all worried about what may happen between 2025 to 2030, because there have been remote viewers and others who have predicted that we might have some global catastrophe. Just remember, think in your own mind, find a link that you have to the being of light, the cross of light, and never give up. So that is the story that I've told before, that Ian, you were referencing from the communication.
Yeah, I guess so. And again, it shows, and I've found this in my research as well, that often people can fall upon a prayer or something like this to stop an abduction event taking place, or some other kind of takeover or transfer or some other bad intent from taking place. This also backs up with what we found about the men in black, the so-called men in black or women in black, who call on witnesses, etc., often with these threats. The threats are hollow and don't mean anything. So, you can always face them down. It's almost as though we have some domain over this realm, and it has to go with some sort of interaction and agreement with us. But if we oppose it, then I think that we can face them down. I want to go back to our mentioning about the medical stories. We've got Chris George Alexander in the chat this evening says, I loved his stories. Encountering military officers and medical personnel as a toddler was one of the many interesting aspects of the experience, especially having a dad and uncles in the military. So we've got the military connection there. Chris George Alexander would love to speak to you more. Please contact us and share more information with us, and we can
put that phone number in an email so I can dial you.
That's right. And you mentioned about the implants. May 777 Abel says, before I was to get a tooth implant in my mouth, there seemed to be something near the sinuses which could not be identified in the x-ray. How many times have we heard that story about the implants and people finding that there's something on the x-ray? Even I think this last week, Uri Geller has published a picture that shows some anomalous object in his brain that's shown up in some sort of scan. So this is something else we're familiar with. And you mentioned about the story that we ran on Earth Files, and let's just remind everybody that there's almost 400 Earth Files videos up on our website at the moment on our YouTube channel, and we ask people to like and subscribe. And also this episode and all episodes of Earth Files Guide is a podcast, so please get it wherever you get your podcast and listen to us on the go as well.
And no, we're always trying to share with you truth and light.
Absolutely. We've got another question. Yo Holmes says, so these aliens working with US military, perhaps helping to develop the AI systems that will soon take over planet Earth. This seems to be a recurring theme. And I suppose in a way it echoes the theme of, let's say, Terminator and these sort of science fiction themes and memes that have been going on about the sudden rise of AI and whether or not it's some liaison as well with extraterrestrials. What do you think, Linda?
Going all the way back to the beginning of Star Trek, I ended up, after doing a strange harvest on the animal mutilations, and trying to do veterinarian medicine and a lot of investigations that would be evidentiary. I had a Hollywood producer who called me to talk about animal mutilations, real photographs, real veterinarian reports, because they were interested in, it wasn't just for Star Trek, it was various things that were boiling over in Los Angeles at the time in those subjects. But in that discussion with a man who had been talking with a lot of people, both on the intel side, intelligence, as well as affected ranchers and abductees, and there was a potpourri of line items that they had that they were thinking about for the Star Trek show. One of the things in that discussion, he said, we know that we are dealing with extraterrestrial biological entities, and we know that they harvest from animals. That's why I'm talking to you. And the unanswered, even though we were talking about this question, this final question with each other, why doesn't the government open all of this up? And the answer is still echoing over decades. And it's becoming, to me, a fascinating issue. What works better on a planet of 8 billion people, of which a certain percentage at least have souls, when you have an entire global policy of lying about other life in the universe? What ultimately does that do to that population and to that planet? And that's what that producer and I ended up talking about. And it was only about whenever Star Trek went on the air, it wasn't it became an example in another discussion about saying that Star Trek is telling the truth. We know that beings move up and down in beams of energy. We know that they can jump dimensions, and that Star Trek was a safe way to get out into the world. Technologies, issues, extraterrestrials working together in a way that would never feel threatening. I hope that this year of 2025, that they keep doing the congressional hearings and that we're working our way up to opening the truth. Because going further in time without everybody knowing the whole truth, I think has dangerous consequences. Just like people say it's dangerous consequences if the truth is told. I think we have to opt inside of ourselves for that which we can live with and say that it's right. And that means we need to be told the truth. Okay, Ian, how about one or two more from the chat?
Yeah, okay. Well, we're looking back to the chat for any more interesting experiences to share with us. May777 Abel says, who also mentioned about having this strange object that was identified in the X-ray. We'd like to hear a follow-up from you on that, about what actually happened after that. Says the first experience happened in 1977, had a close encounter of the first kind. I thought at the time they were time travelers. It's interesting as well, Linda, you've mentioned again the animal mutilations. At the moment, there's been reports in Montana of some mutilations, although this is clouded by the fact that there are some reports that the dead cattle are showing gunshot wounds. But whether or not this is, again, where we've got holes in the body that are automatically assumed to be bullet holes, or whether or not there has actually been a cartridge or let's say any cartridges or any bullets or remnants of a firearm being found inside the wound. So that clouds
That would
things for
be,
things.
Ian, that would be an easy way for the government to cover up everything. They know that ETs are
course.
doing it, and so you just shoot with one bullet in a gun and out goes the story.
Yeah, because the other aspects of the story, such as the tongue being removed, and I believe the precision cuts, would seem to indicate this was what we'd call a classic mutilation story.
But it's way more than just precision. It is the high heat in a tiny point source that all the way back in the 50s and the 60s, there veterinarians that I have interviewed and ranchers, those that did necropsies, they found organs missing inside of bodies in which there were no excisions on the outside and said that's impossible. And that when they were excisions, let's say the removal of a whole udder, and it was only a quarter of an inch deep, and the skin was untouched, and there was no bleeding. And then when they looked under a microscope at the excisions, Dr. Altschuler did this with me on dozens and dozens of cases. And we always found the same thing, of tiny, hot point of light, like a laser, but there were no lasers, 50s, 60s, 70s. There were no lasers being used out in pastures or wherever these animals were found. But the evidentiary material was irrefutable. In the excisions that were done by multiple veterinarians, which I write about in my book, An Alien Harvest and Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1 and 2, they found that the collagen and the hemoglobin were both cooked at those excision sites. That was being discovered back in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And there was no instrument to even match that then. So go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I'm losing my connection again, but we'll keep going as long as we can with this.
Come on, grapefruit.
Yeah. Okay. The other thing is, you mentioned about other species as well. I think Katie Page is going to be talking about Snippy the horse, the so-called Lady the horse from Colorado, Yapirusum mare, in 1967, I believe it was, at contact in the desert. But there were also reports that I'm looking into of sheep in Wales during 2024, which again may fall into the mutilation category. I'm trying to get more information on that as well. And if anyone has any information on any mutilations, please let us know. Please contact us at Earth Files.
With phone numbers.
Make sure you
with
put your phone number
numbers.
as well. Yes. Okay. All right, Linda, just back to you on things. I'm just looking to see if there's any more questions or anything else that come forward. It's interesting as well about the artificial intelligence. A lot of ETs that we deal with may not actually be sentient beings, but may actually be artificial intelligence or the remains of a long dead, perhaps, civilization with biological androids or clones being sent out to us to create some sort of mission or repopulate the galaxy. What do you think?
I think that every one of us should say that our goal is to understand what the truth is. What the truth is always, and never give up on trying to tell the truth. And once you are dealing with the truth, then the implications for the future, I think, often change. And we're living on a planet that is like scrambled eggs. And out of scrambled eggs, we're going to get scrambled evolution. So I hope that we're going to start learning more and more through the congressional hearing. May that all go well in Washington between now and into the, call it the summertime, I hope. And that will being introduced to real other beings on Earth as a reality, not a speculation, would it help the evolution of humanity? I guess that's the question that's kind of weighing there. Well, I, for one, say to you all again, with love of fellow beings, I am one with the light. The light is one with me, and I'm in the hands of God forever. However that feels inside of you, I hope you will continue to share it from here going forward, thinking about that this is not just about confirming that other life is in the universe. It is confirming that we are one heck of a species and that we deserve to be fought for in truth and light. I feel that to the pit of my soul. So, big agape hug to everyone, everywhere, every country, and we'll see you next week.
Turn on closed captions for YouTube videos by
That was Earth Files featuring Linda Moulton Howe. Let's see what we got up next on our UFO. Oh, we're at the 2-hour stream mark. That requires a quick little break. Hope you guys are enjoying your lovely Thursday, the April the 24th. Give me a second, please. I need to get some water. And I advise you to do the same. We'll be back here in just a minute, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy this banger. We'll be back with more UFO podcasts right after this. Hey guys, welcome back. I'm HeadshotH4rry. We are listening to some UFO podcasts and playing some Minecraft. I'm getting the next podcast queued up here. Thanks for tuning in. If you haven't, please hit that thumbs up and hit that subscribe button. Next up, all right, here we go, getting it queued up. Here we go, from the Area 52 YouTube channel. Check it out.
Agent Ramsey, we've got a new investigation for you.
Featuring Chris Ramsey.
Something your department should have a look at.
Starring Chris.
I'm sending over the information as we speak. You'll need to travel to North Carolina. Pack your bags.
Oh, I gotta get the picture up. 1 second. I gotta get my reference
Throughout
up.
human history, the appearance of luminous orbs in the sky has ignited wonder, fear, and speculation. These ethereal lights, hovering, darting, or pulsing with a strange intelligence, transcend folklore and defy easy categorization. They challenge our understanding of reality itself, stirring questions about consciousness, dimensions, and the unknown forces shaping our existence. What if these phenomena are not mere anomalies, but deliberate messages, encoded in light and mystery? Amid the myriad of accounts of contact and unexplained encounters, few are as polarizing or profound as the story of Chris Bledsoe. His journey took a dramatic turn in 2008 with an extraordinary event. An encounter not just with luminous orbs, but with its occupants. And what followed was a cascade of disbelief and ostracism, as his family became the target of ridicule, relegated to the fringes of their community. This eventually inspired Chris to write his best-selling book, UFO of God. In it, he recounts the events that upended his life. But more importantly, he unpacks the spiritual and existential questions those experiences forced him to confront. Bledsoe's story isn't just about UFOs or alien craft. It explores the deeply spiritual, intertwining divine intervention, ancient archetypes, mysterious healing abilities, prophetic messages, and even a burning tree.
This tree just spontaneously combusted in our backyard.
It's a modern-day odyssey. But this is no mere personal account. Bledsoe's experiences have captured the attention of powerful institutions, including the U.S. government, and even the Vatican. Why would agencies rooted in geopolitics and theology take an interest in a rural man's encounters with orbs? Could the truths here be so profound that they might blur the lines between science and religion? In this investigation, we'll trace the arc of Bledsoe's encounters, from his initial contact to the intricate spiritual revelations that followed. What is it about his story that bridges the gap between the skies and the sacred? And why does it matter now more than ever? Oh my God. Oh my God, look at that. Okay, just landed in Wilmington, in sunny Wilmington.
Hello.
This is Ryan Bledsoe. We're gonna go see his dad. We're gonna hang out. And yeah, this is the kind of weather we got landing in Wilmington right now. We've driven through a torrential storm.
It's like a tropical storm or something that passed through today, but we're good. We're on the other side of the rain.
Almost there. Time is it's 8:30 at night. I'll keep you posted. Good morning. Got in last night and we spent some time with Chris and Brian's mom and chatted till about 3 in the morning. Had some lively conversations about the topic, the phenomenon and everything, and just catching up, really getting to know each other, which was a lot of fun. Today we're going to be filming some stuff here, some interview stuff, and And then we're going to be heading back to Ryan's house, where I'll end up doing his podcast. Also, talking to Ryan, finding out more about the story. A wholesome family, just super caring, super loving. They allowed me into their home last night, and we just had a great time talking. No expectations, not expecting anything except a good conversation and just hanging out. So, good morning.
The day of the event that changed everything was January the 8th of 2007. I was a builder, always been a builder. My wife's family were builders, my dad was a builder. Other than growing up on farming and building is what I did. Career was to be a pilot, a commercial pilot, which I have achieved that. But I quit flying because of having children. I wanted to be home with my children. So I was in the building business in a big way when Desert Storm and the 911 thing happened, 911. 2001, I was caught with 72 houses under construction. I was a big builder, a lot of houses. We built 100 a year. So now I'm with these houses and the World Trade Center collapse and being in Fayetteville, North Carolina, which is home of Fort Bragg, Fort Liberty, they call it now, predominant military town. It dried up the housing market. Nobody's buying.
Production by 1.5 million barrels per day.
Really, you're seeing just broad-based declines across all of the major technologies.
And that means life, as most Americans know it, is about to change, in some cases dramatically.
They don't know if they're going to be in Iraq or Iran or where they're going to be next week, so the military just shut down. So here I am with nearly $100,000 a month going out in interest and overhead, and no houses selling. So I saw a train wreck coming. I was suffering with Crohn's disease since my early 20s, 26 or 7, and developed that. And by now 2001, I went from happy and, living on a golf course in a big old house with a pool and kids playing golf at the country club, I grew to all of a sudden I see the end coming. I'm losing everything. And I did. I lost it all. By 2005, I had gone through about $18 million worth of apartments and condo or houses, everything I had, and rental property to pay the interest and all, until eventually we sold the company. I'm sick with Crohn's at the worst point of my life, because the more you stress, the worse that disease gets. Recovering from a near-death experience in the hospital by a doctor that over-medicated me to try to get back in the workforce. Now I'm not able to work. I'm dealing with this sickness and now the worst depression. I'm starting over. I'm 46 years old now. I've got to apply for free lunches for my kids in school. That's how bad it got. And so January the 8th of 2007, I had finally started back trying to work a bit. Right after Christmas, my crew went down to the coast and finished the house and brought a check back. So they show up to my house that day of the 8th, and they want to celebrate. Called me about 2 o'clock, said, "Hey, boss, we'd like to go fishing. You want to come celebrate with us?" I said, "Why not?" It's just me and Chris Jr., my wife, and other 3 kids were out of town or with their mom. And so we waited on them. They called me. I went to their house. I picked them up. They're between me and the river's 3.5 miles away by car. And their houses were kind of in between that. So it went out of my way much to pick them up. And plus I had the only 4-wheel drive that could get down in this bottom. So now we're walking along, we're parked on the river. We crossed a cornfield. And I'm kind of give you an idea of where we were. This is cornfield on our left. And in the middle of this field is a little two-rut road that drives across this field to the far side to the trees. And when you get to those trees, the river's down in there. So you go down the hill through a gate, a metal gate, sits right on the crest of the hill. This is flat, cornfield. And the river dives off down in. And this gate's sitting right up there on the peak of that hill, right? You don't notice it till you're down looking up. All you see is the sky and this big old metal gate, right? I drove down in there about a quarter mile down to the end of a cul-de-sac. We parked. By 3 o'clock, they're sitting on the bank fishing. And I told them, I said, I'm going to walk down in the forest and just meditate. I'm not into fishing. Didn't tell them what I was thinking. I'm crying out, Lord, help me. What do I do? I'm 46. I'm sick. Can't afford to feed my children now. I need help. So this is the mindset. This is the important part that everyone understands what I was dealing with. So I go in the woods, I find a big old tree along the river on a gully, and I sit down for about an hour. Now it's 4:30, 4:45, and it's getting dark in the woods. The sun sets at 5:30 in January around here, so down under that canopy, it's already dark in there. So I walked back out to where they were fishing and asked them, did they want to stay or fish some more? And they wanted to fish. We just got here, boss. Let's fish more. So I said, okay, we need to get a fire going. It's going to get cold tonight. Got a fire going, and about 10 minutes to 5 now, I told them, once I knew they had the fire and they're sitting there on the bank with the fire, they're facing the water with their poles and the fire right behind them. I was always an organizer, trying to organize people. So I thought, they're okay. Now I'm going to walk up the hill. So I told them that's what I was going to do. I was going to sit up there to dark and watch for wildlife to come out in the field. Maybe a deer would walk out, or a coyote, or turkeys, or no. I'd tell them what, but that was the excuse I used. All the while, I'm struggling mentally. What do I do? How do I feed my children? I'm depressed, worse than ever. Struggling with thoughts. Just a bad place to be. I'm broke. I have nothing. Anyhow, and I got a little spooked because I heard something walking in the woods beside me, which nothing really spooks me at night like that, as I grew up hunting and from a young age in the woods and never afraid. But all of a sudden, I'm got a little spooked because when I'd stop, it would stop. And I couldn't see in the woods, it's so thick, but I could hear it. And it sounded like 2 feet at times walking. And so I'd stop and I'd look, and I got on my knees 3 times to look under the shrubs, trying to see past the barrier of shrubs that line most of the roads and fields around here. So I get on down to the dogleg left toward the west. So I'm parallel in the river for a little more than 1/8 of a mile. Now I got 1/8 of a mile to go up to the gate. And I'm facing west, so I can see the sky. And the sky's not black, the stars aren't out, but I knew the sun was probably beneath the tree. So I walked up that hill, and when I got within 30 feet of the top of that hill, I began to see what I thought was the sun, the top of it. And the higher I got up that hill, the more of the sun I could see. And by the time I got to where I could see the whole thing, I thought, man, that's weird. I could see what looked like the sun, the same size. When you can look at it in the evening, it doesn't hurt your eyes, but it was more blood red. And it looked like fire going around it. And for the first minute, I thought, I'd struggle with it. This got to be the sun. And so I take a few more steps up that hill, and now there are 2 of these. I can see much more wider view, and now I've got 2 suns that look just alike, and they're just above the trees, just beyond the road. So there's 200 yards of field, and they're probably 100 yards behind that, up just above the trees, just sitting there. 2 big glowing orange, tangerine orange, the blood red, it kind of in that mix of colors, and they're swirling around and around fire, and little tips of flames are shooting off in all directions. So I'm freaked out now. I never seen anything like that. Never thought about UFOs. All I thought about was losing my business and being sick and dealing with that. So I squatted down and hid myself. I had still more hill in front of me. I'm not to the top yet. So I'm using that as my advantage, you know. I duck down and I look up and they're there. I duck. I don't know how long I sat there doing that. But it wasn't long that I had gotten afraid enough that I got worried about the boys down the hill and Chris Jr. So I thought, I've got to run. I just can't take this any longer, you know. I didn't know it. I knew I was there. So by saying that is a very big part of this. For example, if you see a light fly by, a star or a satellite or whatever it is, even though it's an orb, you see it. It's different than just seeing something, than something responding and seeing you and coming in your space and say, I see you. See, now you got this power that you can't imagine that has you on its radar. So I turned to run. And when I did, I had to look back one more time. So I actually turned my body while I'm hiding, squatted down behind that hill, and I've turned real slow, and I'm facing down, and I know I've got to go down that way. No flashlight through these weeds and ruts, you know. So I'm making this plan to get away. I committed. I'm running now. I had to look back one more time, and so I raised up, I looked back to take off, and that's when everything changed. This third setting sun right above me just appeared and shot down the very minute. It was so timed that I knew without a shadow of a doubt that it saw me and that I was on its radar. And that's when the chills set in and the fear set in. And the feeling of being like a lab rat or, you know, something that I couldn't get away from, something that's got me. So next thing I remember is the last 50 feet to the fire. I can see the fire is very low now. It's just this tiny little fire and 3 men standing around it looking down, no longer fishing. And I'm coming out of the dark, right? They don't see me coming, but I can see them. And when I got really close to them, I shouted, I said, hey, guys, you would never guess what I just saw. Immediately, one of the guys said, where in the, and I won't say the words, he said, have you been? I said, what do you mean? I was just up at the hill. Well, no, you weren't. I said, yeah, I was. I haven't gone but 20 minutes. Oh, no, you've been gone all night. I'm like, no way. I was gone 20 minutes. No, you've been gone all night. Then I realized Chris Jr.'s not there. So I said, where is Jr.? They said, well, he's been gone 2 hours looking for you. We can't find him either. So I took off from them running, shouting for him. So he's in the far back of the cul-de-sac, missing. That's the last time they saw him. So I ran back there shouting for him, worried he's lost in a big head of woods that is very rugged and goes for 60 miles to the beach or more of this woods.
In this clip taken from a podcast hosted by one of Chris's sons, Ryan, called Bledsoe Said So, Ryan and his co-host Nick get Chris Jr. to open up about his experience for the first time in over a decade. Now, Chris Jr.'s discomfort in recalling the encounter immediately becomes apparent as he repeatedly fails to vocalize the event, which is clearly still very traumatic.
Well, so it started out, we were, you know, all fishing on the river. And
Right.
we got to wondering, where's Dad at? So I'm with a couple guys, and down this dark path, I happen to see these 2 red glowing balls of light.
It was really dark out, and I happened to be looking down that way, and I saw these 2 orbs, you know, about this big, about waist high off the ground, just floating. So all I could see was these 2 bright red orbs side by side.
Where were they when you first saw them?
Down the path there, coming down the road.
Yeah, 2 just little, you know, they're not very big, just a ball of light. red ball of light. Talking to this old fella, Gene. He's the one that was like,
The rat was
it was so
pissing on a
quiet
cotton
I could hear a rat,
cotton ball,
piss
yeah.
on a piece of cotton.
Nothing.
Animals.
It was quiet. It was quiet. It was just, you could have heard a rat piss on a piece of cotton. That's how quiet it was.
I'm telling these guys about this, and they're like, "Oh, I don't see nothing. Quit playing with me." They literally did not see these red balls of light. I was pointing.
You saw them and tried to tell the guys first?
Yes,
And
I
then
tried
you
to
went
point it out
after
to them. No. They got in the truck and left me out there.
Oh, looking for Dad.
Yeah.
Oh, because Dad was missing for 4 hours.
Yeah. I thought I would stay just in case he came back. And they got in the truck and left. And I knew these things were in the woods, or I knew they were still there. So I just went into the wood line, thinking I'm going to get a better view of them that I was by myself. And I'm going to get back on track. Yeah, so I went in the wood line and I saw these two little guys come out of the woods right along the side of the right where the river was. I'm sorry.
Dude, that's totally fine.
And then next thing you know, I didn't see any more orbs. I just saw these little creatures come walking out the woods. It was really dark. It just looked like little creatures, little skinny. And I could see their body, but not like what they were wearing.
I'm struggling with all this. I'm a panicked dad now. Where's my son? So I start making my way into the thickness, the shrubbery, stick around the edge to get into the woods. I didn't have a flashlight. I'm panicked, shouting for it. I thought if I could get in there, I could find him.
All right, I was standing in the wood lines and I saw these.
Take your time, bro.
Yeah, take your time. We want you. Your comfort level is the most important thing here, dog. Seriously.
Well, I've never talked about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I get the worst anxiety when I think about it. And that's why I stay strapped. Okay, well, I saw these two little guys. I never can talk about it.
It's good, man. We can seriously stop if you want to.
And about that time, these two little 3 foot tall, 3 or 4 foot tall, little tiny little midget men come out of the woods. And they're tiny little people. Very dark, almost translucent, like a shadow almost. They had big red eyes.
Yeah.
They were abnormally large for their size.
Yeah.
Their head was, it didn't look symmetrical. I don't know how to put in words what I'm thinking. I'm in the wood line and they come out of the woods for me, and I'm across this little field, right? So they're on the riverside and I'm on the opposite side, right in the edge of the woods. They come straight for me. They knew I was there. They could see me in the wood line, and one of them was looking at me at all times.
He was describing these creatures that would look at him and paralyze him. Right? One was picking up cans and bottles and looking at them, sticks, and put them on the ground on their hands and knees, while one was always staring at him. That's what scared him to death.
He was looking me right in the eyes. I felt like he was the whole time. He was staring me down, one of them, and the other one. I remember seeing him bend over and pick up a bottle, and he just kind of looked at it and sat it back down. Wow. There was a little glass bottle. I remember the way that their eyes moved. It always kind of freaked me out. One of them would just kind of go down and come back up, and then the other one would. Like, one eye was always open at all times.
Yeah. Like a
crazy as it sounds. Yeah. But it was flat on the bottom. Exactly.
Yeah.
It was flat. like the eyelid itself. You know, it would come down and go back up. And at all times when this was happening, I couldn't scream or yell. You know, I couldn't cry or run or whatever. I was trying to do all these things.
Couldn't move. Because
I knew something was up. I'm looking at these little tiny dark-looking guys, and I can't do anything. This is why I didn't ever, you know, want to talk about it, because my brain scrambles into a.
It's the only way you can get over it.
The truck comes back down the path that
Dad's truck that the guys had taken to find Dad.
They look over really fast at this truck that's coming down this long path, and they both look over at it really fast, and they haul ass. They run and on all fours into a pile of cut down trees. Dad pulls up, and these guys, and they're hollering for me. I could hear him saying, "Junior."
I hear it. I'd walked about 5 to 8 feet into those bushes, is where I almost stepped on him, and he'd come up from under those bushes, grabbing onto me, and he's in shock. He's in panic.
Like, they're right over there, and they don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
And he's like, "Where have you been, Daddy? Why'd you leave me? Why'd you leave me? I've been looking for you all night." I said, "Son, I ain't been gone but 20 minutes. "No, Dad, you've been gone all night." And he's weeping, and he's crying. And he's like, "These creatures, they scared me, Dad. They scared me bad." I'm like, "Creatures?" He said, "Yeah, these creatures, they had red eyes, and I couldn't move, and I was paralyzed." And he's telling me all this, right? "I want to go home. I want to go home. Just take me home." This is all he's saying.
I'm trying to explain to him, and me and Dad both said at the same time, essentially, I saw a UFO, and I was saying I just saw like a little alien or whatever.
Yeah.
We both were saying that at the same time to one another.
So I lead him back to the fire where these 3 guys are standing, and now their eyes are big as pie plates because they're hearing Junior talking, freaking out about creatures, and I've been gone all night. They've been looking for me, and I'm talking about these big balls of fire in the sky. Right? So about that time, one of the guys with me shouts and says, "Look," and we all look up, and there were 8 or 9 stars that looked like stars, the brightest ones you see in the night sky. They just appeared in a big circle above us.
And somebody points up in the sky, and we all look up, and there are a ton of different little lights in the sky, and they all are doing this weird thing.
And they flew out away, and they come back together, and they went around in circles. It looked like somebody choreographed them, you know, was directing them how to work.
See what looked like bright stars, you know, that were scattered one, you know, across the tree line. And you could just see them descending slowly.
And then a couple of them shoot down over the side of the river.
And it just like dropping, like I said, you know, it looked like a piece of hot steel or something, you know.
They were orangish, and then you could see separate other colors.
It was orange and maybe yellow.
I remember being one on the left, right, one in the middle, and one toward the left.
From that tree to this tree, they were right there. You could see them just perfect right there.
And we're sitting there looking at this, and then 3 of these things come out of the sky all the way to the ground and landed in front of us on the other side of the river.
And that's when it freaked me out. And I saw, "Hey guys, look, y'all see them? Y'all see these?"
I got so paranoid I opened my pocket knife.
And that's when the panic set in, you know.
Okay, we gotta go. We just all loaded up in the truck.
Pandemonium sets in, and we all jump in my truck, leaving fishing poles and everything, and we took off out of there. We get back up to the top of that hill, come over that hill very fast, almost with airborne going over it, accelerating up that hill. And I had to jam on the brakes because in front of us now are the same 3 orbs, but 2 of them are in the exact same spot, the first 2 red balls of fire. But the third one that appeared and came down is the one that took me for 4 hours. Now it's sitting in the road, blocking our path to the highway.
There was a light right on. It was a big light.
It was just another big glowing light.
It was like a...
But then, you know, like I said, it just kind of just
hold your hand up like that, kind of try to remember it.
Well, if from a distance, I could put my hand around it like that, maybe.
It's about 5 feet off the ground, just sitting there, hovering. And it looked like an egg or a football laying on its side. Not standing up, but like so. It was more like a tic-tac, sort of. I didn't know what a tic-tac was, but what got the government on me
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA.
was when I did report this. I reported the length to being approximately 45 to 50 feet long. It's shaped like a pill or egg or a football, you know. The light going around this thing was mesmerizing. I mean, it was like this. These blades look like crystals, the light actually just doing this around and around it. It's just sitting there doing that. Everybody's freaked out.
I was just kind of in my own world.
Some of them are crying. Some of them are begging. We didn't have a phone.
But they were pointing at shit and screaming and yelling, and it was fucking chaos.
So, happened to be a house back in there to our right. I drove across the ditch up in their yard, tried to signal them. Their TV was playing through the front door. You could see it. Their cars were there. Nobody answered the door. The very next day, the guys went back to get our fishing poles and stuff. They went over to his house because they knew him. They played football, softball together. One of the guys. He said, "We were home all night. You didn't come to my house." Like, yeah, we were. We were blowing the horn at your front door. All this was investigated by NASA, people from NASA, and the intelligence world, and very thoroughly. About that time, after we discovered nobody's there, I backed out of their property, back out on the road. Now I'm back facing this thing, and we're not going anywhere. It's blocking the road. About that time, we heard 3 gunshots. And on the third shot, this thing pivots, and here it comes down the highway and comes right up over my truck, silent. And it was so low, I could have shot it with a slingshot through the top of the sunroof. It made no sound. So once it passed overhead, it kind of pivoted to the north and fired off like it was out of a cannon and went out of sight. So I hit the gas, and away we're going. We're going home. And the weird thing was, I'm no longer afraid. I'm in this different... My mind seems like time had slowed down, and I'm looking at everything from a different perspective. I'm not afraid. I'm curious. I'm watching them, like, wondering why they're so afraid. They were freaked out, everybody, badly. But one of those unique things about this, the miracles that happen, is on the way to take them home, between where we were and the first guy's houses are 2 miles away, and then about 4 miles, 5 maybe, to the follow. But a mile from where we were is where I was shot when I was 10, had the first near death. And a little less than a mile from where we were is where I read about it in the book about my first wife was killed in a car wreck. Turned her car over end and was thrown out, and I happened to be riding down that road. I'd been out of town all day, come home, and I found her. Didn't know it was her until I stumbled on her. Just saw the car laying on its side, and she died right there when we held her. And so I'd felt guilty all my life about that I should have been home. It wasn't my fault. I wasn't there. So everything, a person, and the the trauma of seeing her mangled up, it's bad. But the joy is right when we got to that spot, and we got to pass by the spot to drop these guys off, this thing, huge thing, was hovering right directly over top where I found her. And I slammed on the brakes because it was right in front of, it was literally, we were almost up under it, right? It was there above us and just above the power line. And it freaked everybody out so bad, they started beating on the seat and screaming, go, go, go. And I jammed on the brakes. I'm trying to stop. I want to get out and look because I'm reliving that whole thing that happened 20 years before.
Mm-hmm.
And this vision came into my head. They did this. And they told me that it's not your fault. You don't need to worry about that anymore. She's just fine. So that was the first time in 20 years that I felt relief from it not being my fault. Now, I hit the gas. I wanted to stop. They wouldn't let me. I drop them off. I take them on home and I drop them off. So Chris Jr. and I go back home. And we get home about 11:30, and he's running through the house like a madman, turning lights on. I'm in my study trying to find out if it's been on TV, if the military's coming. And about that time, I hear this sound go over my house, and it sounded like a helicopter. And I just knew that Fort Bragg was, because the way it came was from Bragg, and the way it was going was directly to the river. So in my mind, Fort Bragg's on the way. Yeah, here they come. My dad raised dogs all his life. He hunted with dogs till he died. He still had 15 hound dogs in a kennel behind his house. We lived side by side back then on 6 acres, and behind the house was a head of woods, and then there was the dog kennel. All of a sudden, all these dogs start barking. So I thought immediately somebody's breaking into Dad's garage. So I told Chris Jr., I gotta go out there and see who's breaking into Dad's shop. He's like, no, Dad, please don't go out there. Don't go, begging me. And I had a Chesapeake Bay Retriever sitting on the back steps, hair standing up, and she's barking toward the direction of the kennels. I said, look, I'm going to send her ahead of us. We'll sneak down the path and see what we can see. And he did not want to go. But when I opened that door, I'm going. He grabs me by the back of the shirt, and Rosie took off down went out about 40 yards and looked back to see if we were coming, and she went on in. So Junior and I would make our way quietly across our property, back into the woods, and up. We snuck up to the dog kennel. And now it's so loud. You got 15 hounds and a retriever barking every breath, and we're standing where I can see them. And I said, I'm going to send Rosie in the woods. We're trained dogs. They do whatever I can make her attack somebody. And you and I need to run back down the path to the yard, to this big oak tree, and we'll use it to hide behind and let the dog come on out and push whatever's in there out. I take off running. He's got me by the shirt. We get to the grass, out of the woods, out onto the back centipede. And I got to make a left now, hard left to go to the back corner to cut this dog off, and I slipped because of frost on the grass, and Junior turned loose. I thought he was just turned loose and was still behind me. Mm-hmm. I got 100 yards to run, right? So I run on back to this back of this property, thinking he's behind me. Undoubtedly, he had all the excitement he could handle, and he made a right and went back to the house and went in the house, while I went left and went to the back of the property. So I'm still thinking he's behind me, right? And I run up to this tree. I hear the dogs coming. I'm in front of the dog now. And I run up to this tree in a full run because it's just going down quick, right? And I run and I hit the tree, stop myself, and I'm panting, trying to be quiet because they could hear, any animal or whatever, hear that would go the other way. The very second I run up to that tree, I'm trying to catch my breath. I turn around and I look to see if Junior's coming on up behind me. And this is when everything changed. There was no longer Junior back there, but behind me, about 4 feet behind me, was a very little creature that he described on the river with the glowing red eyes. So now behind me, 4 feet behind me, is this little translucent, glowing toddler, no higher than that. It's glowing the color of the moon, like the moon, that soft white glow. But it was so shiny on the outside. The outer surface of this being was shiny like glass, gleaming. And underneath this shirt, or whatever it had on, was a triangle shape, like a triangle. Very important symbol to some people in the government. I immediately thought I was dead. I was so afraid when I saw that. And that's my back's to it, right? I'm holding onto the tree and I'm panting and I see it and I'm like, oh my God. So I didn't want to get closer to it. So I sucked myself even right against the tree and I used it to turn myself around and I dropped my hands down and I looked at it and I said, I surrender. I don't mean you no harm. I thought it was gone. And here's the dog still coming, closer and louder and louder and louder. And she's just in the woods good now. And this thing's behind me. And when I dropped my hands, it said, you don't understand. We're not here to hurt you. We're here to help you. And about that time, the dog comes busting out of the forest behind me, right out of this tree. I knew that was where it was coming. And this being just vanished in front of me. And the dog ran right on by. Ran a quarter mile. I could still hear her running, barking.
You heard this in your head?
No, I could hear the dog barking.
No, but the voice telling you.
The voice was an audible voice in my head. I heard it sound like a man deeply. Walked back to the house, contemplating it. Should I tell Chris Jr. what I just saw? He's afraid already. I don't want to tell no more. So I took that to the house and was very quiet about it.
This also sparked Chris's first miraculous healing event, which he says cured him of his Crohn's disease.
From that point forward, that day, I never took another pill for Crohn's disease for the rest of my life. I have no symptoms. I've been tested at Chapel Hill University. Where did it go? My book's titled UFO of God because of that very night. I'm crying out to God, help me. And these UFOs come out of the sky, and these weird-looking beings with glowing eyes, and healed me, and forever changed my life.
There were several other healing events that had also taken place, which we'll get into a bit later. I then asked Chris if he could take me back to that day in the woods. What happened in those 4 hours of missing time?
For the first 14 months, I could not think about it. And you could not convince me that I missed any time. My son and the guys with me were the ones that convinced me because they walked back to and they showed me to where they had moved the truck. And I had massive headaches thinking about it.
Up to that point, which was at least a year between the initial experience and then it was more like a year and a half. He would sometimes pass out if he even tried to think about what happened. He would scream in his sleep, have nightmares, cold sweats. There were sometimes we would film him. Like he's talking about all these strange things. And it was like night terrors plagued him. He couldn't remember.
And I would begin to talk in my sleep at night. A lot of times shouting, screaming, afraid, things they were showing me. So they brought in a psychiatrist from Harvard, a Harvard-trained psychiatrist that was trained under Dr. John Mack, Dr. Michael O'Connell. We loved him. And he said, Chris, they put a block in your brain that I'm going to remove that block, but I'm going to program you to remember everything that happened. And so immediately I began to recall things that happened, but it was all images of things I couldn't make sense of. What I began to remember was, first off, was how they come and got me. That orb that shot down as an orange ball beside the other two orange balls, it came straight at me and it shifted into this white egg, came right up over top of me, above me, and I look up and all I could see was this ball of light that just engulfed me around me. And next thing I know, I'm in a black room and I could hear my breath and I was panicked. and I was afraid. I couldn't see anything in either direction. I couldn't even see me. I got so afraid I could hear myself, and this light started to appear around me like a spotlight from above, and I could see completely around me, my feet and all of white, but I could stick my hand in the blackness and it would disappear. Couldn't see outside of the light around me. And soon this light started receding back to where I began to see these 3 shadowy figures. They were there with me. And that began a virtual tour. It was a beautiful experience, but they're describing everything that they were showing me. So I was basically in an orb, felt like a bubble that I could touch the walls, but I couldn't see them. I could see the stars under me and feel the floor, but couldn't see the floor. Is that clear? I began to always see different places in the U.S. They would be up, looking down, telling me what I'm seeing. One particular thing that stuck out was us looking at the pyramids in Egypt, and I'm seeing the Sphinx from the rear. So we're up in the air looking over the pyramids at the rear end of the Sphinx. And then I see Hathor's temple, and I see all these engravings about nature and about animals and birds, and their deities are animals and birds, right? I didn't understand any of it, but this is what they were showing me.
These memories surfaced during hypnotic regression, which you can listen to in its entirety on the Bledsoe Said So podcasts, which I've linked below. And these images were from that regression, which was featured on a TV documentary. In this documentary, UFOs Over Earth, the Fayetteville Incident, after regressing Chris through hypnosis and submitting him to a stress detector test, despite the multiple eyewitness accounts, they eventually deemed that Chris wasn't being entirely truthful.
It was tough. It was tough not to believe him.
There is no doubt in my mind what I saw. Whatever this machine says, I don't know. And don't care. But I know what I saw.
And this documentary then began what Chris refers to as the 5 years of darkness, which led him to eventually write his best-selling book, UFO of God.
I was a deacon in the Pentecostal Holiness Church. Imagine that. And me talking about, UFOs. Automatically, you're playing with Satan himself. That's the devil. So now, for the next 5 years, this is what I call 5 years of darkness.
It changed everybody in our house. For the first time in our life, we were not open. We avoided the dinner table together.
Our marriage and our family was on the verge of splitting up over this thing.
So it's been tough, but it's not a train wreck yet.
The community is accusing me of being crazy, accusing me of endangering my family, that I'm bringing the devil into my house. They called social services on me. They trying to separate me from my family. They tried to get my kids to me out of the house. I shouldn't be around them. So my kids are at home now, and here's the thing, the phenomenon never left. From that day forward, it didn't never leave. It was at my house, and I experienced it in the woods. And now when my wife and kids are coming home, they're getting the daylight scared out of them because I've got orbs in the house. I've got beings walking, shadowy beings. My wife will tell you, she followed them to the house, and they go through the walls and stuff. Always an orb would appear, a flash, and then these shadowy beings step out when they walk through. 5 years of this, my daughter's coming home from school crying. The teachers are calling them out in front of the classmates, and my boys were all 13, 15, and 17. Now they're made fun of in school. They were at dating age. So 5 years of this had turned into affecting my children in such a way that I was angry.
Ryan weighs in on what that period was like for him.
I remember getting off the school bus days after it happened. My grandpa immediately told me when I got to his house, he said, "Boy, your daddy's been smoking dope in the woods and he's been seeing green booger men." I was like, "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" And he said he's been going crazy. He's been seeing green booger men in the woods. So that night when my dad gets home, I start asking him about the Green Boogerman, and he broke it down and he told me everything. And even as a 13-year-old child, I had this deep sense that everything he was telling me was true. I could just feel it. I could feel his intensity and just his genuineness. And my brother, who was with him, I asked him about everything, and they explained me everything that happened. And there was a lot of confusion at the time, so I don't think they quite understood everything that was happening, and I think they were processing a lot. But you also have to keep in mind that we were a very tight Christian family, and not just our immediate family, but our whole extended family, the community, really. And the way that we were taught was that there is no such thing as aliens or even ghosts. And as far as I knew, you know, my dad, my siblings, my whole family, we didn't believe in any of this stuff. So when he's talking to me about these things, I know he's coming from somewhere pretty serious. And for me, it always angered me. And from a young age, I realized that I had to, and maybe it was a subconscious thing, but I always felt like I had to defend them, defend their honor, defend their integrity, which I think is a lot of the reason why I am going out and being as vocal and public as I am. I don't know, maybe it's helping the part of me as a child who was tormented watching them suffer. Maybe it's trying to make that right in some way.
Overcome by guilt, once again, Chris calls out to the heavens as he once did. This time, he's met with something else. An entity. An entity that he and the government refers to as the lady.
So, fast forward 5 years later. Now we're talking 2012. And this is the lady. You asked me about the lady. Everybody talks about this figure, the lady, in my book. This lady got the attention of the Vatican, to every branch of the government, and to several foreign countries. They're all interested in this experience. So I'm at a point, Chris, to where I wanted to quit. I'm feeling the burden of being a bad father, and I brought this in my house, and my kids' lives are ruined. My boys are set back, and they become isolated and ashamed. And so on Easter Sunday, Saturday night of Easter of 2012, I walk outside about 9:30, and I had so much sadness and shame because of my children, what I was seeing happening with them. I was ready to end it all. So I walked out that night, I looked up at the sky, and I started shouting to the heavens. And I said, thank you for ruining my life. And so I quit. I'm never going to talk about this again. I'm done with you. Thank you for helping me, but now you've ruined my life. My whole family. This is what I said that night. I went to bed. This is Sunday morning, Easter Sunday morning at 3 a.m. I heard an audible voice in my room. Very loud man voice. I mean, it woke me up out of a dead sleep. I sat up in the room. I said, who's in here? I heard that. It was the same voice that came from that little being 5 years earlier. It said, arise, in this manly voice. The next thing I know, I didn't know why, but I could see movement in the room, these shadowy beings. They always look shadowy. Whatever it does, it can completely control us like a machine. I mean, it could turn you on and off, pause us like a video game. They had this kind of control, so I'm up and I'm getting dressed at 2 o'clock in the morning, completely dressed. Out the back door I go. Now I'm following these three shadowy figures. Not saying a word, I'm not afraid, but I'm behind them. And they lead me out to this dog kennel. One of these figures reaches out and hands me something. I said, this is yours, you must keep. And it was shaped like a 5-pound pack of hamburger, one of those tubes, it's twisted on. That's what it is, shaped exactly like that. But it felt like a living creature. It felt like it had fur that was prickly, like a hedgehog, sort of. I couldn't feel the legs or head. I was struggling to see it because it's in the dark. And so I dropped it immediately on the ground because it felt like it was prickling my fingers. And this voice said, no, you picked that up, you must keep. So I reached down, I picked this thing up, and I'm juggling it. And when I look up, these figures are gone now. And here I am at the dog kennel with this weird thing in my hand. I don't know what it is, if it's going to bite me or what. Can't really see it good. So I open the dog kennel, set it in, I close the door. Just told me to keep it. I thought, well, it's going to be safe there. The minute I had set that in the kennel, closed that door, this wind, all I can tell you, it wasn't in the trees. It wasn't blowing around the whole place. It was directly focused in front of me, a blast of wind, like somebody hit you with a cannon or a leaf blower or something. Blew me backwards, right into the grass, the leaves. And as I'm falling backwards, I see what looked like a translucent, see-through cow, bull, cow, run over top of me, and I could see stars inside of it as it went over. And that bit of message is going to be in another book, what we discovered about that. A scientist that I've studied with a little, and he mapped the Great Pyramid with LiDAR and discovered that bull with the stars in it. A huge one is painted on the wall inside the king's chamber. There's a DNA helix above it. The only inscriptions ever found in that whole pyramid. They never found any until Robert Grant found those. But it was the same thing that ran me over, that bull with the symbols of the stars in it. So I land on my back. The minute I roll over and I start trying to get up to run, I get up to my knees is all I got. I push up to my knees. Next step was to jump and go, right? But I was stopped because this cow was not there anymore. But about 6 feet from me, maybe 8 feet, I couldn't reach her. But it was a lady there. And she's glowing, this beautiful bluish-white color, and lit up a circle on the ground, probably 15, 20 feet circle. And I'm inside that circle, lit up. And she's just floating 3 feet off the ground. There's this long white dress that had a collar on, no opening. White, sparkly dress, and down to the tops of her feet. And she was barefoot, I could see her toes. And this whole beautiful lady, she was as human as me and you, and as beautiful as the most beautiful woman you ever saw. As she leaned toward me, she said, you know why I'm here. This is your burden, you must bear.
You're going to tell this story, and if you do, I will help you. I'll always be with you. And from this point forward, we will allow you to film our presence and share us with others.
During another hypnotic regression, Chris goes into detail about what the lady's message was.
Yeah, so long story short, the first regression was about the 2007 experience, and it was conducted.
He had 4 hours missing time.
Yeah, it was conducted like a year later.
Yes.
This one is about the 2012 encounter with the lady, and this regression was done many years
2018.
later.
She said she was the divine feminine, the manifestation of the universal force of love, that she has existed since before creation, throughout all time, throughout the universe, that she's this force, that she is known as Hathor, but that throughout time she's gone by many names. And she said that there is a dark force that is basically scripting end times prophecy through the book of Revelations to try to manifest a cataclysm, to wipe us out, that they're trying to snuff out God, but that there is this evil alien threat, that would be the grand deception, right? And she said he has to tell a story, and if he doesn't, then blood would be on his hands, if something bad does happen, and that there's going to be a star alignment when the red star, Regulus, aligns with the gaze of the Sphinx just before dawn in the constellation Leo.
On the gaze of the Sphinx, in other words, before daylight. So before the sun rises, Regulus should appear right on top of the sand as a red star. that at that moment would be a shift into a whole new consciousness, a new knowledge. So I come home, I wrote this down and I told it to quite a few people. So they run these alignments through this program to see if it was even going to happen. And lo and behold, Easter of 2026 is when this is supposed to happen. And so I put that in writing to some guys in the Pentagon, and 2013 is when I told them that. And now they're all talking about 2026, 2026. You hear it all over. We've discovered, yeah, right. I gave them the date, 12 years ago, that something magic was going to happen. What it is, I don't know.
After meeting this entity, whom he calls the Lady, Chris describes several other miraculous healing events that had occurred. And the first one was witnessed by UFO researcher Grant Cameron.
Nellie gets up off the ground, and when she runs by him, I saw blood shoot out of her neck like a stream. And I've got this dog. I take her out the door and lay her down on the patio. She got a hole in her neck that long, and it's gapped open that wide, and you can see that deep. And I could probably stuck my finger that deep in her neck. And how that happened, nobody knows. So I threw my hand on her neck, and I'm panicking, holding her on the ground and trying to put pressure on her neck. Everybody, oh my God, freaked out. Grant's got his camera out filming it. And when I knew that she was dead, she wasn't going to make it. There was no hope. And I looked up at the sky and I said, Lord, help her. And immediately I felt her just go limp. And everybody saw it. And when I raised my hand up off of her neck, there was no more hole there. It vanished. And it vanished in front of everybody, witnesses, even with camera filming that.
The other miraculous healing event was when Chris was summoned to Washington by what sounds like some government entities to help a dying child who was given a year to live.
And word got around about that. And that opened so many doors. Next thing I know, without getting into much detail about this, I get a phone call in July. What are you doing tomorrow? I said, tomorrow's July 3rd. I said, the kids will be home. He said, we need you in D.C. I said, we? Who's we? He said, well, we have a young boy up here that is from a prominent family, and he's very sick. And in fact, he was given a Make-A-Wish by President Obama. And he's had every bit, they've exhausted every bit of care they can for him, from children's clinics from Boston to wherever, and nobody could help him. What he had, according to this guy was telling me, he had a mitochondrial DNA disease. He was born with the inability to eat and digest food. They always die by the time they're 13, basically. And so how I went from a dog getting mysteriously injured to a miracle happening in front of everybody to now I'm being flown up to D.C. to some child that I had no idea what happened with me, how that happened. I didn't do anything. Something up there did it. Right? Long story short, that little boy is now in American University. He's about 22 years old.
He's doing all right.
Yeah.
I can't help but connect several pieces of Chris's story to the recent whistleblower testimony of Jake Barber, an Air Force veteran who claims to have assisted in the retrieval of alien craft for the government, who also describes an egg-like craft and recalls a strong presence of a divine feminine.
I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by.
Could this be the same entity? Or possibly even related to past religious events like the 1917 sightings of Our Lady of Fatima in Portugal? Where a lady described as brighter than the sun appeared 6 times to a group of children, and during the final apparition, on October 13th, 1917, she was witnessed by over 70,000 people, including skeptics and journalists. And it was documented as Suddenly, the clouds parted and the sun appeared as a spinning, multicolored disk, zigzagging across the sky and seemingly plunging towards Earth before returning to its normal position. The event, later called the Miracle of the Sun, was witnessed up to 40 kilometers away. This lady had also imparted the children with 3 secrets, the last of which was kept secret by the Vatican until the year 2000, but many speculate is still incomplete. Sister Lucia, the last surviving visionary, was kept under strict Vatican supervision for decades, limiting what she could say publicly. And Father Malachi Martin, a former Vatican insider, claimed that the 3rd secret was so terrifying that its release would cause panic. Could this be why the government and the Vatican have taken such an interest into Chris's story? I'm going to name an agency. You just say yes or no, whether they contacted you, whether you had contact with them. Is that something you're comfortable with?
Sure.
You don't have to name names.
All right, cool.
CIA?
Yes.
DIA?
Yes.
DOD?
Yes.
NSA?
Yes. And many more. NASA?
NASA?
Yeah. NRO?
Yeah.
National Reconnaissance Office?
NRO, really? Yeah.
Ministry of Defense? England? The DOD of Australia?
These are all people who have at one point or another either reached out or come here directly.
Yep.
Still to this day.
Yeah. And we're talking not some average low-level guy. We're talking about senior service executives from 2-star generals from the DIA.
Wow.
Here with family witnessed it.
Looking at orbs. Now, as much as all of this might sound trivial to some of you watching or listening to this, there is a very important component to Chris's story which we haven't really touched on, and that is the involvement of some of the most important intelligence and space agencies in the world. We are going to focus on a few key people with whom Chris has had a long-standing relationship. One from NASA, one from the CIA, and one, well, the last one seems to have his hand in every pot. Let's start with Harold Povenmire, or Hal. He's a former NASA scientist and a prominent figure in the fields of astronomy and UFO research. He worked at NASA during the era of Wernher von Braun, contributing to the agency's advancement during the space race. Povenmire also maintained a professional relationship with J. Allen Hynek, the astrophysicist and UFO researcher known for his involvement with Project Blue Book. Hal, before his passing a few years ago, had taken a great interest in Chris's life.
He came in 2008 in the fall, maybe September, October, just knocked on my door. Ryan and Emily answered the door, and he asked if I was home, and of course I wasn't. So they called me, and I said, well, tell him to stick around if he wants to be an hour before I get there.
I was home playing Xbox, and I'm in my pajamas and, probably playing Fallout 3 or something, and there's a ring at the door, and I go answer the door, and it's this really tall, he's like 6'4", 6'5", and I was a kid, so I was like, whoa, this guy's intimidating, right? He said, hey, I'm Hal Povenmire. I am a part of the press corps from NASA. I drove 12 hours from Cape Canaveral looking for the house of Chris Bledsoe. Is this the Bledsoe residence? And I'm like, yes, it is. And he shows me his badge, and it's NASA. It says press corps right on it. So I tell my mom, someone from NASA's here, and we get Dad on the phone. He's like, keep him entertained, bring him in. I'll be there in an hour.
Well, I was, in fact, very nervous of him. The rumor was back then, in those days, that the Men in Black would come get you, and that was all over the news and the TV. The Men in Black movie was out then, so we were afraid when he first came. And it didn't take long that everybody took a liking to him, and he with us, and he was there for 11 years before he died. Hal had a security clearance up till he died, and had been working with NASA for years, 59 years, I think. And he graduated Ohio State University when he was very young under J. Allen Hynek. And so that got him right in the back door. That's what he did. He worked to debunk. That was what his job was. He's told me many stories about even a couple of wrecked sites that he actually investigated.
And he was basically like the guy that NASA would send if a reported case was getting serious attention from the government. They would send him. And his role, which he writes about in his book, he would infiltrate the family, get them to warm up to him and trust them, and then he would try to covertly debunk them. So that's why he came. And he's told us this. He was open about this before he died, that he came to debunk us.
He spent days and days that he would go out and investigate the whole surrounding area and went to the FAA and did all the stuff that they do, and he could never debunk it. And after a while, he began to see it with me. So,
has he ever sort of tipped to you any sort of blowback that he had from NASA by being your friend or by sticking around, or has any of that ever come up?
Well, yeah, he would often ask me to keep his presence quiet, right? And so there were many years there that we took the worst abuse from the neighbors, from family, and we couldn't tell them, they were saying, "You're lying, we don't believe you," where I was hanging out down at Cape Canaveral and had scientists at my house all the time. We couldn't talk about it.
Next up, Jim Semivan. Now, Jim is a former senior officer with the CIA's Directorate of Operations, where he spent over 2 decades specializing in national security and managing covert and clandestine operations. After retiring, he co-founded To the Stars Academy alongside Tom DeLonge, focusing on the study of UFOs and related phenomena. He also befriended Chris.
Chris Bledsoe's experience, probably one of the most dramatic. This is just a wonderful, wonderful man. And I believe every word he tells me and about this. And not only do I believe every word he tells me, he attracted the attention of a lot of people. DIA, NASA, CIA, other agencies. Everybody wanted to get close to him. But he also met the entities themselves, and he also met the lady. And not many people meet the lady. I will tell you that in some circles, it's taken very, very seriously.
We've been friends a long time. It was right in the middle of the drones, right? And they're asking me what I was thinking about this whole thing. Kind of funny. He's the clown with teeth, right? He's that funny clown, little guy. He's a little guy. And but he has teeth, and we joke about that. And so he's very powerful, and a lot of people are afraid of who he is.
You ended up getting one of the most VIP treatments I think any civilian will ever get. You met a gentleman by the name of Tim Taylor. Tim Taylor, otherwise known as the Dragon, is an enigmatic character, to say the least. Portrayed in Diana Pasolka's book American Cosmic as Tyler D., he was in charge of mission control at NASA, has worked for Elon Musk as an advisor. He once brought Diana and Dr. Gary Nolan blindfolded an hour in the desert to an alleged secret UFO crash site.
So he takes Gary Nolan and I. Gary is a professor at Stanford. To be blindfolded to a secret place. It's in New Mexico. It was a crash site from apparently one of the ones in the 1940s.
He's had access to the Vatican archives and claims that his biomedical patents, of which there are over 40 and have sold for hundreds of millions of dollars, came to him as future memories, as he put it, implanted by non-human intelligence. He walks around TSA when he goes to airports, and he's once told the Bledsoes that the closest thing he can describe his job to is the movie The Adjustment Bureau. Wild, to say the least. And he's apparently even briefed President Obama about the Bledsoes, sending Chris Bledsoe a text with a picture of the Camp David stamp on a napkin, something you can only get from the president's personal retreat. Tim's an interesting guy, to say the least. You know, this guy's got 40 biomedical patents. He's worked with NASA, SpaceX, and all of the above. He's been to the Vatican archives. but also not much is known about him. It makes him a little bit of an elusive character. You're probably familiar with Diana Pasulka's book as well, and she mentions Tyler. We've come to the conclusion that that is Tim Taylor. What was your relationship with him at first, and how did that relationship change over time?
Well, Tim was a ghost, right? I think it was 2013, early 2013 when we met, or late 2012. He knew where I was. I mean, these people, the intelligence world knows where I'm at all the time. So somehow he knew I was in Pennsylvania in a log cabin on the Delaware River and just shows up one afternoon. Long story short, without saying a whole lot more, we met overnight. He flew in one evening and was gone the next day. He wanted to meet and asked me if he could come to the house and meet the family. And I said, yeah. And 3 weeks later, he was at my house and had a laptop and a bag on his back full of credentials, and gave us a briefing that on the laptop that said for the Bledsoe family, and it had all the warnings and all that stuff. And so that was in the days when you couldn't talk about it. It was more secretive in the 20s, 12s and 13s and 15s, and up until about 2016 or 17 is when they first started mentioning it, loosening up. And I knew they were going to do that. In fact, that was the plan I'd heard.
Back then?
Well, I've heard plans of 2025 since I met Hal Povenmire in 2008. He told me then that they were going to have disclosure in 2025. That was the plan. There's a whole lot that I haven't talked about, such as NASA. Why was I at NASA? Why did they get me down there? How did I get into astronaut crew quarters? I got to meet the general. I got a special pin that only certain people have. And they wanted to know from me what, in other words, let's just say, they're just now talking about the plasmoid. Those are the orbs that I interact with. They're the angelic beings, because they're not just, there's an intelligence there. It's created, some force created it. They were being harassed. Their astronauts and everybody were being harassed by these orbs and stuff.
You were told that by Tim?
I knew about it way back then.
When he briefed you, when he showed up to your house, how did he introduce himself? Like, what agency did he say he was from?
Showed us all his credentials. National Reconnaissance Office. He had a necklace with badges, credentials, and they were individual.
Wow.
Air Force, CIA, NASA, DOD, Area 51, and more. He goes to Camp David and meets with the president. I introduced Tim Taylor to Diana Pasulka, and she was scared of him for the first couple of years until she actually met him. And they became friends, and then they went over to the archives, and there was a ceremony in my honor that they held, and they put my picture in the picture of the archives when they went in the basement. They actually put a picture of me between the books of Galileo and Copernicus down in the Vatican basement. So the whole thing was done as Diana was working with investigating me, and so was NASA. So it was bigger than just getting in the door.
So let's go back to this briefing. Now, this briefing was a classified briefing, I'm guessing.
I was told not to share. And there were stuff I was given or shared by email and by electronic means that I had to delete. And there were things that if I tried to email it, it would flag them. So, in fact, I shared something with my wife, a photo I got. And immediately I got a call, you're not to share that.
When he invited you to NASA, what did you feel was the sense of his importance? Did you notice that people around him sort of just opened doors for him, or what was that like?
His code name is the Dragon, and he carries a big fat dragon tattoo on his arm. And when I went on that base, he pulled out a temporary tattoo and put it on my arm, tattoo of a dragon. And there we went about as In fact, he had another guy from the NRO give us a tour, but he told us good not to go over the speed limit, not 1 mile an hour, because they would get you. As soon as we get back after the launch was over, and we go and pick him up right at the mission control, he jumps in as a driver, and I'm not joking. We went 80 miles an hour all over that base, and everybody would just wave him off. I mean, he's just in control. Does what he wants. He controls the launches. They wanted me to tell them all I could about the nature of them and why they were doing certain things, why they were shooting rockets out of the sky. And I'm like, do you have weapons on those things?
There is a famous video out there of one of these UFOs or object or whatever it is taking down one of these rockets that they were shooting up.
I've seen it.
Who showed this to you?
Taylor did.
Following one such test launch, Lieutenant Jacobs was unexpectedly told to report to the office of Major Florenz Mansman.
On the screen was the film we had shot. The nose cones separate. The chaff flew out in front of it. We saw this as obviously reflections of light rippling like that. And then we saw the dummy warhead flying along. It's going between 6,000 and 8,000 miles an hour at that point, and it's on the fringe of space. And suddenly, into that frame, an object flew in, chasing the chaff, the warhead, and so on, at the same speed. And in polar orbit, it fired a beam of light at the warhead. The beam of light struck that. The object flew up, shot another beam of light at the dummy warhead, went around, shot another beam of light at it, went down, shot a beam of light, and then flew out the same way it had come in. At which time, the dummy warhead fell out of the frame. The lights came on, and Major Mansman said to me, "Were you guys screwing around up there?" And I said, "No, sir." And he said, "What was that?" And I said, "It looks like we got a UFO." And he said, "Lieutenant Jacobs, you are never to speak of this again. It never happened."
Yeah, quite a few. Well, I saw things I don't want to talk about.
Sure. Understood. One thing is, in the book, there is mention of metamaterials.
Yep.
Can you tell us how that came to be and what happened with that?
It's well known that these orbs, and I say well known, the military knows it.
Right.
They've got video of it. Somehow or another, these orbs will often drip like molten metal. Drip, drip, drip. It looks like welders welding and, slag falling off of them. Mm-hmm. They do that. I was at a friend's house at an organized group meeting up 2 hours from here. They invited me there.
Mm-hmm.
And a group of strangers, and this orb shows up over her driveway, over the house, and dripped this metal on the driveway. So I got the metal, and
you have pictures of that as well, right?
Yeah. I got this metal. I had possession of it. I ended up with the material, and I kept it for quite a while, but some friends at NASA knew I had it, and they knew that I was connected to another guy up in Ohio that had some. Scared to tell anybody what he had, but he came home one evening and he sees a light over his house, and it took off. And when he pulled up the driveway, there's something glowing red in the grass, and he lets it cool down. He picked it up and put it in a shoebox, and there it stayed for 15 years. But he felt comfortable talking to me. I'm just the average guy, right? So he told me about it, and I let some folks at NASA know about it, and they wanted to go up. And so we flew up there and got a piece, just a little piece of it for testing. And then Tom DeLong and Lou Elizondo wanted some of it, and they called me, and I ended up letting them have 3 pieces. Well, it won't. A year later, I get a call that they said, well, news to let you know you're not getting this metal back.
Wow.
That it was classified by the military.
You got confiscated.
And you just gonna have to chalk it up for one for our country. As early as 2 years ago, I had people coming here from D.C. telling me if I could get another piece of it, it'd be worth $1 billion.
They did send you something in return, didn't they?
Well, I've got quite a few different things in return there, yeah.
All right. It was like a pin?
Well, yeah, I can't talk about that a whole lot. Right, yeah. You're talking about the triangle pin.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And there's other things too that I can't speak about, but
okay,
that pin elected me into a club of basically astronauts that have experienced the phenomena firsthand, not in a sleep or in a dream or a regression. It was there in the daylight or in front of me, and you interact with it.
Mm-hmm. So you and other astronauts have these pins?
Yep.
You're part of a small group that experienced.
Yep.
That's incredible.
Yep.
What about the Vatican?
Yeah, they've investigated.
They've investigated you?
Yeah.
They're heavily involved in the UAP issue, aren't they?
Hugely.
They have been for a long time?
Yep. From the beginning. And so is all the churches.
All the churches together?
All of them. All of them are deeply rooted into this.
And they're in regular contact with our government?
And with me. Yeah. A lot of them work for the government.
Wow.
You always hear these generals in the Pentagon, they think it's demonic. They don't ever want to tell it, right? Well,
right.
They're protecting the church.
Right.
And their belief. And a lot of these churches don't want the connection that is biblical.
There is something spiritual about this phenomenon.
100%.
You've spoken to some of the most important people in this country.
Yeah.
Some of the people that the public might not even know are important. We'll put it that way.
They have no clue.
And those people know about this phenomenon.
Yes.
And they know this is very real.
Yes.
And they know this is happening, and this has been happening.
Yeah.
So all we're seeing with this sort of disclosure stuff that's on TV, this is just like a horse and pony show right now.
Basically. Let's just say I've been to Harvard University and I've met with some scientists there. That's the first time I've ever revealed it on your show right now. And I can't tell you any more there, but I have met with scientists. I have been on their campus, and there will be more to come about that. So there are serious people around me that know it's real, that want to study this and get to the bottom.
Now, due to the overcast, we weren't able to skywatch at Chris's that night, which really isn't the reason I went there in the first place. But Ryan wanted to make it up to me and asked if I'd join him and a few friends the next night for some sky watching on the beach. And here's what happened. Okay, not even kidding. I was looking up at the sky. We were following something moving. Okay, I don't know what it was. Your guess is as good as mine. But right in front of it, this camera flash, this really bright flash, just popped out of nowhere. Stopped, didn't flash since, hasn't flashed. That was incredible.
Yeah, so I'm looking at you, you're vlogging, you're talking about stuff that you're seeing, and the video is priceless because your face is like, you know, your reaction. And someone behind you is like, what the hell is that? What is that? Look, what is that?
Hey.
The Omi.
What the hell is that? What the hell is that?
Oh my God. Oh my God, look at that. No, I missed it. What was that?
And by the time I turn around, you guys are already like, whoa, you know, you're all seeing it. I felt like I saw it last. And I was just frozen. Like my hand was in my pocket on my phone. And I was thinking, the thought that went through my mind was like, don't take your eyes off this.
That was like a trail of red. That was like fiery.
That was incredible. There, oh look, something's coming back. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
I am absolutely blown away right now at what I saw.
I've skywatched with hundreds of people in my life, and what we just saw is probably the craziest thing that I have ever seen with a crowd of people outside of my family. It was insane. It was like a long, oblong sequence of orange lights.
Yeah.
That was spectacular.
Yeah, I'm still freaking out.
I've spent my whole life, at least more than half of it, looking at the sky. That was a really big orb, you know, it was about this big, you know? So it's like you look at the moon. If you're, you know, you're so far away from the moon, but you're looking up in the sky, you hold your finger up there or a ruler, it's about an inch. This thing was that big.
Yeah, at least.
It wasn't a dot. It was like, It was a long, like on the horizon, it looked like like several inches. This thing was huge. It was one of the biggest things I've ever seen in this space, you know, and, you know, orbs and crafts and stuff. And it looked like these massive orange balls of fire, which is what my dad saw the first time.
And then it happens again.
These strangers, complete strangers, they start walking towards us on the beach. And they're like, did y'all see that? They got the Coast Guard on the phone.
No, we saw like a row of 9. You guys saw it? You guys saw that?
Yes. Yeah, we saw that. Saw what he's explaining.
Yeah, I didn't see that. You saw it. I didn't see that.
And it's spread. You guys call the police?
Yeah.
Wow.
Call the Coast Guard.
Yeah, dude, you probably did the right move.
Oh, damn right.
What if it was a UFO?
Well, then we'll pull up some aliens.
Do you guys believe in UFOs?
Hell yeah.
Man, if anybody doesn't think that we're the only people in this universe,
yeah,
as big as it is,
yep,
something wrong with it.
Yeah, there you go. So what's that one?
And what's that one? Look at that. And what's that one? Look at that. Look at that right now.
Jesus.
Did you miss that?
What's that?
A giant light right over the water.
Oh, really?
I don't know if I caught it on camera. It was like orange.
That was crazy earlier.
I can't swim out there and get them.
It went up and then it sprang. Yeah.
I didn't see that. I missed that somehow.
You saw it.
I saw that, yeah.
That might be where we better leave. I don't want to get sucked up.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough, man. You have a good night.
Have a good evening.
You too.
Get home safe.
Ryan, there was another one when they were talking.
Turned around and saw it disappearing.
Yeah. There, look.
Look.
What is that? That is not a flare. That is not a flare. And then the girl he was with, you know, tells us a story about how her father, in 1968, was with his buddies drinking.
Yeah.
And
At the same beach.
At the same beach, and 3 orbs went right over their head, and he passed out and woke up with like dots behind his knees, is what she said.
It was like hours later he woke up.
Yeah. That's crazy.
So my dad grew up here on Brighton Beach, right?
Okay.
He and a bunch of his buddies went down to Johnny Mercer's one night, and they're looking out over the ocean like we are. They see these 3 dome lights coming in, and they start running up towards the dunes, and they look over them, and there's this bright light over them. My dad blacks out, and he wakes up, and it's like missing time and everything. But he's got these 2 dots behind his knees, like he was abducted.
No coincidence.
He swears to God on this story. It might have been stabbed or something. But
You're talking to the right people. I think there's a reason we met on this beach tonight.
Right?
All of us here.
I think there really is.
Yeah. So we saw something absolutely anomalous that appeared, a row of like 9 lights.
Yeah.
This giant, what seemed like a craft. That went away. These people showed up, and lo and behold, again, multiple orbs start appearing.
Yeah, again, I fully did not expect to see it again. We saw it the first time, and it looked like the Millennium Falcon, and it was crazy, and I was like, okay, so that was awesome, but no way we'll see it again. And what, maybe 5 minutes later or so, 10 maybe, happened again when those people were here, right? They were here, right?
Yeah, they saw it.
Oh, come on.
They saw it the first time. That's why they came over. They called the Coast Guard.
And then after, there was like a fireball.
Yeah, and it was just hanging there.
It stayed in the air for like 5 seconds. It was like a rotating orange fireball.
And if it was like, I mean, because the guy at first, he thought it was like a flare, like somebody needed help out there.
Yeah.
But you would see a flare go up.
Yes, absolutely.
And then it would go down.
Yeah.
This just stayed there.
They appeared in the air.
They appeared out of thin air.
Stayed there at the same vertical.
Beautiful.
I've never seen anything.
I've never seen anything like that either. I'm having a hard time getting over it, to be honest. And to boot, we got an eclipse tonight. So not only is it a harvest moon,
and a supermoon.
And a supermoon, but that thing up there is going to be eclipsed in about 15 minutes.
I can see it starting to change shape. 944. Just barely on the left side.
Beautiful. If there's one message you want to get out to my audience that are tonight on a clear sky, they're going to look up. What's one thing you want them to know?
This phenomenon is here for us all. It's a beautiful spiritual connection. And I want to add this one thing. There's a pattern to it that you'll never hear discussed. I have thousands of people who write me that never report. And I probably have 8,000 emails I haven't even opened. There's so many people reaching out. But there's one pattern that's predominant. Now, you never hear this on TV. You never hear any experts talk about it because these patterns lead to conclusions, right? And that is that 99.9% of all people that I meet that tell me that they've had this experience or they started seeing things all tell me, because I'll ask them after they tell me their story, all right, when this happened to you, where were you at in life? Tell me what was going on. They'll all say, oh, my husband died. I had a near-death experience. My daughter died. My son
You'll never
died.
make it.
My wife
Never
died.
make it. Ever
Or,
make it. Never make it.
tragic
never
stuff.
Make it. You'll never
They're
make it,
always
ever.
suffering and
Don't you
always
see you
trauma.
can make it?
So what kind of force that can hear your thoughts, and that knows your heart, will care about you enough to come here to show itself to you and say, I'm here. We've been taught that it's evil, that it's got to be demonic. And I'm here to tell you that's not what's happened to me. And it's still here, and I've shared it with thousands of people, from my book to in person. And I see nothing but the most beautiful letters of people pouring out their hearts saying, my life has changed. I was an atheist. Now I believe, and my whole life has been transformed, and I see it every day. So go out tonight and open your heart, look up to the heavens, and know it. Have faith that something's going to respond to you, because it does. It's there. It never leaves. You don't have to go into no big ritual. It's all right in our thoughts. So accept that it's real and open your heart and love and caring for your friends and family. That type of energy coming from you is what causes it. If you walk out there skeptic, oh, blah, blah, you can take a hike. You're not going to see anything.
It's also probably why the government has a hard time seeing it.
Yeah, that's why. Right. Folks at NASA, I asked them, I said, why are you here? You've got all the scientists and all the equipment and space shuttles and spaceships and cameras and satellites. Why do you need me? Why are you here scaring my family? And the guy looked at me. He said, we see it, but it has absolutely nothing to do with us. We'll not interact or respond, but it does you, and we'd like to study that with you. So if you don't tell anybody that you're interacting with us, we'll let you on to some secrets. And that's what the first, I'm still interacting with people from there. As high up as they get.
We'll leave it at that.
Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate your time.
You're more than welcome. Anytime.
Thank you. Final thoughts. This is tough. And I want to start by saying that the more that this subject gets pulled into the light, the more we're going to be faced with conversations that are much like these. So I want to preface this segment by saying it's important to enter these conversations in the future from the most neutral point of view that you can spare. I've said this before, but this is a subject that is incredibly polarizing. Its very nature puts into question most people's core belief. And so I think it's incredibly important that we remain respectful throughout this discourse that we end up having, whether through the anonymity of our online profiles or, better yet, in person. Belief is an incredibly personal journey. It doesn't come from scripture, and it certainly also doesn't come from a redacted file being slid across the table. Belief comes from within your own personal experience here on Earth. It is ever evolving, ever changing. I believe Chris Bledsoe had an experience that was witnessed by 3 other people. I believe his son also had an experience that has obviously left him, traumatized to a certain extent. I know for a fact that he is in contact and has been visited by very important people within the government. On a personal note, I do think that some of the things he's filmed in the past have probably a prosaic explanation for. I can't be certain of that, but I know that there are thousands of satellites above our heads. And I know that every year about 1,000 pieces of space debris burns up in our atmosphere, and that includes old rockets and satellite parts. There's a lot of activity in our skies. That much I know. I'm not an expert, so I can't tell you what the difference between space debris and an orb is. And I also can't tell you to believe someone when they say it is an orb, or it is an angel, or it is space junk. I think that is up to you to do your own research and find out. Now, whether that's getting some state-of-the-art equipment and a radar and a camera and a telescope, figuring out what that is, or whether that's just going outside and sending your love out into the sky to see if you can sort of summon one of these celestial bodies. That's up to you. I think it's healthier if we continue this conversation forever, because I do think the unhealthiest thing that anyone could do is stop being curious and stop searching. Use the information that Chris and Ryan gave you in this documentary and let that help nourish some type of newborn curiosity. Or let it empower your skepticism and go get some equipment and try filming it for yourself. But I think one thing we can all agree on is Chris's message of love. I think that's something we can all get behind, and that's an important message that we should all be sharing. We've got enough people worrying about the militarization of this topic. I think it's healthy that we counterbalance that with some empathy. Thank you for watching. This has been an amazing journey, and I'm glad to have shared it with you. Let me know your thoughts below. I've left the entire uncut interview with Chris Bledsoe for free on my Patreon. You can watch it uncut. And if you want to subscribe to the Patreon and help encourage this channel, it's $5 a month. I will be adding some extra content there about this very investigation. And obviously you have access to the entire library of backlogged investigations as well. Thank you so much. And we'll see you next week for another episode of Debriefed. Peace and love.
All right, that was Area 52 featuring Chris Bledsoe. I think we have one more Chris Bledsoe episode right now. I am going to refill my water and move around. This is coming together slowly but surely. It's a little smaller than I'd hoped. I wanted to build it another size up, but it was going to be too big. So we're improvising. All right, so I will be back in just a moment. Thanks for tuning in. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. Hope we learned something here. We'll be back in just a moment. HeadshotH4rry is a zombie cat production. This stream is made possible by viewers like you.
Party time! Excellent!
Hey, welcome back, folks. Man, it's been a crazy stream if you've been listening. But we're not stopping. We're going to keep going. I'm going to update this one, the audio. The channel is Bledsoe Said So. You're going to hear more from who we just heard about, Chris Bledsoe. You can find Bledsoe Said So on YouTube, and links to all of these will be posted in the description. So without further ado, here's some more audio for us. Happy Thursday, folks.
Hey guys, this is a special episode. It's going to be a continuation of last week's. I'm sure you noticed that in episode 9 and 17, we did readings with commentary of my dad's original hypnotic regressions and their transcripts.
It's switching
now
over
we're
right
going
now.
to do a reading of the second hypnotic regression that took place in 2018, and it was focused around his experience with the lady, which was this
Just give it a second.
entity that appeared in our backyard Easter of 2012. It was a very profound experience. It means a lot to our family, and what I'm about to read means a lot to me. If you have any questions about my dad's experiences with the lady or want to know where to find information about that, this is going to be your comprehensive guide for the experience with the lady. So I'm just going to jump right into the transcript. This is the Chris Bledsoe regression with Barbara Lamb on June 5th, 2018. Barbara. Now you're getting ready to experience the whole of the experience when the lady came in 2012. What is it you're aware of? And Chris, as you're sleeping there, is your wife sleeping in the bed there with you? Chris, no, I'm alone. Barbara, do you sense yourself being in bed alone? Chris, yes, I see a door, crying. Oh Lord, I see a door. It's light, an opening. It's in the ceiling. There's a hole, an opening, and I'm being drawn up. Barbara, they are drawing you up out of the bed? Chris, yes. Barbara, in what position do you think you are if you're being drawn up? Chris, I'm being pulled up. Barbara, are you vertical or are you horizontal? Chris, I'm flat. I'm beginning to go from flat to vertical, and I see the attic in my house. Barbara, and do you stay there? Chris, no, I'm being pulled higher and higher to the light. Barbara, are you being pulled up, right up to the ceiling? Chris, towards the ceiling, I can see the rafters in the attic. I can see the attic. I can see all this stuff. Barbara, is there any light in there? Chris, just the light that's pulling me. Barbara, and is it continuing to pull you? Chris, it pulls me higher and higher and higher and higher. I see the trees. Barbara, oh, you're outside now. Chris, yes, I see the trees and being drawn up higher into this beautiful light. Barbara, is that beautiful light above you? Chris, yes, I'm being carried away. I'm being carried away. Barbara, are you being carried toward the light or in another direction? Chris, to the light, and I feel the light. I feel it. It's warm and it's loving. Crying here. Barbara, it really moves you, doesn't it? Chris, yes, the energy, it's a wonderful feeling. I can feel this beautiful presence, this wonderful presence of love. Barbara, and is it very large? Chris, it's pretty large. A door. The light is like the size of a door. That's what it looks like. A doorway. And I feel it. I feel it's a wonderful, loving feeling. And I hear these voices telling me I'll be fine. They're telling me not to be afraid, that they're here to guide me, to help me. Barbara, and as this is happening, can you see who is telling you this? Chris, I see these three figures. They're beautiful and they're glowing and they're standing in the light, crying. They're welcoming me to the light, crying. Barbara, so does it feel like you're actually going into the light? Chris, yes, I'm being pulled into the light. They're calling me, yes. They're beautiful, they're glowing, and they're very tall and glowing, loving. Barbara, and about how many are you seeing? Chris, there are 3 of them. Barbara, does it seem like you've ever seen these beings before? Chris, yes, I've seen them, I know them. They're the guardians, the angels. They're the same ones that came when I was sick, crying. Barbara, and did they help when you were sick? Chris, yes, they came when I was sick. When I was crying out, they came. They took me into the light and they're back. It's the same beautiful, loving, they're angels. Angels, they're standing above me and calling me. Beautiful and loving, their presence is so amazing and I keep their presence with me. I feel that connection. I've never forgotten that. That's how I know they're here. Barbara, so they welcomed you into the light and you're there with them now. Chris, yes, I'm in a bubble. This bubble, glowing bubble, that they're there with me. Barbara, is anyone else there with you as well? Chris, I only feel these 3 beings and they're telling me to come with them. I have to go with them. They have somewhere special to take me. Barbara, now before you go with them, can you describe what these 3 beings look like? Chris, yes, they're very lovely and tall, very tall. Much taller than I am, 7 foot maybe, and they're glowing, beautiful and radiant. They are pale in color, bluish white. They are emitting light from their being. It's light. It's like they are made of light. I can see their face barely, but they're glowing, so you have to be close to see detail. But I see their eyes are glowing, beautiful blue, and I hear the singing. This wonderful, wonderful singing, crying. A choir, a lovely choir, singing and praising love. It's vibrating from my soul. They come for me, for the mother. She wants to see me. Mother sent them for me. They're telling them the mother wants to see me. Now, did your mother die from this physical life? Chris, no. The mother, the love. I hear many voices singing praises of love and joy, and they're taking me to her. Barbara, are you doing that in a kind of floating way? Chris, we are in a bubble. A bubble. Barbara, is the bubble moving? Chris, yes, it's moving very fast. I can see through the bubble. I see the earth as it's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. As I look back, and they are there with me, I can see far away, far out at the stars and the heavens clearly. It's beautiful. It's all beautiful and love. We're traveling far away to where I don't know. But I feel that I'm bathed in a huge ball of light. It's just a loving, wonderful vibration, and my whole body is vibrating. I feel it now, and we're beginning to approach this place. I don't know where we've gone to. It seems like Egypt. It's like desert. There are these canyons, high canyons. I can see the walls that are vertical to my right and to my left. And as we gently float to the surface, I'm with them. And the sand is so warm and beautiful and dry, it looks like desert with canyon walls on either side. I can see far away, far up ahead, this light way down the canyon. It's just beautiful lights. Barbara, and does it seem to be nighttime or daytime? It's nighttime, and the light is illuminating our path, and we're being pulled to that light, and I'm walking ahead, and I can feel then their presence around me, and I can hear them. Barbara, are you actually walking with your feet on the ground? Chris, yes, this beautiful golden sand beneath my feet. It's warm and comfortable, and this light is way ahead, a long way ahead. The beings are around me, and they're taking me towards the light, and I feel the light around me. I feel the light ahead. It's drawing me, pulling me closer. And I can hear them. I can hear them plainly. I hear them talking amongst each other. Barbara, are there other beings also in that light? Chris, just the 3 that are with me that brought me to this beautiful place. They're bringing me to this light in this canyon that is way ahead. And we're making our way towards this light. And I hear them speaking to one another, but I don't hear what they're saying. I just hear this beautiful language. Gorgeous, beautiful, crying here. It's permeating my being, but I don't understand it. It's a heavenly-like language, and we're headed towards this light that is illuminating the floor of the canyon and the walls as we get closer, and it makes a turn to my left, and the light I can see is coming around that turn. It's so bright, it's illuminating our paths, and we're not seeing the light yet because it's around the bend, and we're being drawn closer. They're taking me with them or walking with me, bringing me to this beautiful light, this beautiful bluish white light. Barbara, and is there any change of temperature as you get closer to that light? Chris, it's just beautiful, warm, and lovely. My feet, I can feel this beautiful golden warm sand. It's so comfy beneath my feet. And the light's drawing me in, and I'm so curious. I'm not afraid. I only feel this love, this beautiful feeling of love. These beings are still talking. I can hear them singing this wonderful singing in a language I don't understand, but it's almost a choir. Barbara, their talking is almost a choir? Chris, yes, it's the way they talk. It sounds like it's a choir singing, but I don't understand it. Crying. I can feel this new presence that I felt before. And we're beginning to go around this curve, and I can see this light, and it's way up ahead coming from the end of the canyon. And as we turn this curve, it's a dead end and high up on the canyon walls where the lights are coming from. Beautiful shimmering light, sparkles and radiance that's causing me to tremble. And as I get closer, I can see this. It's her again. Barbara, and what do you see of her? What does she look like? Chris, it's the mother. It's the lady. She's calling me back. She's beautiful. I can't describe the beauty of this loving, most loving mother. She's high up on this niche, standing in front of a huge stone chair that's carved within the canyon walls. And she's standing in front of it, in front of this huge chair. It's much bigger than her. It's huge. It's very powerful. She's glowing, very beautiful. Barbara, what about her size? Chris, she's not very big. Barbara, is she human? Chris, she's human. She's floating. Her feet are not on the floor. She's hovering. She's above me. She's up in the niche, carved into the rock wall. And she's looking down at me, and I look back to see these beautiful glowing beings, and they bow down to her. And they're leaving me. They brought me to her. Barbara, and what did these beings look like? Do they look like the ones who were escorting you? Chris, they are the same ones, the guardians, the angels, the seraphim. They're loving, glowing, beautiful beyond words. The words can't describe. And they're leaving me with her for now. They leave me with her. I can't describe the beauty, the joy, the vibration in my soul. And she's so beautiful and loving. Makes me want to tear up and cry. Crying. She's so loving. Crying. Barbara, let yourself really feel that too. Chris, crying a lot here over and over again, crying. Barbara, feel it and really receive it, Chris. Chris is crying here. Oh God, oh Lord, words can't describe. Oh my God, I can't describe the love and the sadness she has for us all. She weeps with me. She's so beautiful. I just love her. She's beautiful, amazing. Her gown she's wearing, it's sparkly, glowing, beautiful white flowing gown. It looks like all the stars in the sky in this beautiful silky gown, dressed from her neck to her feet, and I see tears. I see tears in her eyes. She's talking to me. She's talking to me, Barbara. And Chris, what about her face? What can you see about her face? Chris, she's the most beautiful. She's love. She looks totally human. She's very young looking, 30s maybe. She doesn't look very old, youthful and beautiful and glowing this beautiful light. But she looks very sad. The most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And her love, she radiates. My body is vibrating from the energy she's emitting. This light is going through my body and causing me to tremble. I'm not afraid. It's her presence. Oh God, she's talking to me. Barbara, be really aware of what she's saying. Chris, oh Lord, she's telling me that she brought me back to put secrets there. Secrets that I would not know until the time is ready. She's telling me things that I have to stay my course, that I can never waver, crying. That my life may be short, crying, but the reward will be great, crying. Barbara, did she say your life will be short? Chris, yes, it could be short, but the reward will be great and that she will always be here for me. But I have to stay the course, but she's always with me and she'll always be there. Her and her angels will never let me out of their sight ever. And that they're guiding me and I have to trust what I know. I have to trust, and she's telling me that she'll place people within my path that were meant to be, that she's guiding them as well, and that we will come together at the right time, crying, and that all will be revealed in my lifetime, or at least my family's lifetime. Barbara, do you know what it means when she says to stay the course? Chris, I know what she means. She told me before. I doubted these beings that healed me, that she sent them for me because of suffering and because of the plan that was created. Cries here. Ahead of time, and that they'd always been with me from the beginning and before, and that this time that we're living in is the time that was written about in the book of Revelations in the Bible and in the ancient texts. The age is about to change. It's the end of time. It's the age of Pisces and the beginning of the new age and a shift in the powers. Every new age will bring in peace and the love of the mother and the divine feminine. And, crying here and trembling, there are people that don't want this out and will push back. But I have to stay the course. Never, never waver from what I know. And she will guide me, and she will place the right people to help and to protect, because a new beginning is coming. It's so beautiful. Barbara. So this is very important for you, Chris, to get this contact with her and get this reassurance. This is encouragement, Chris. Cries here very much. Chris, yes, I've been so afraid. These people, I've had a lot of people try to convince me what I've experienced is something different, and I've been threatened. And she told me back then that I would be, but to stay the course and not waver. Never, because the truth will come. The truth will come, but much trouble will come ahead. There's a lot of darkness that doesn't want the truth. The divine feminine will bring about peace and love in this new world, in this new age that's coming. It's coming, and there's nothing to stop it. It's coming. Barbara, and are you part of this change when she says you must stay the course? Are you part of what will bring about the change? Chris, yes, this message that my experience is from love. It's not from fear. But love has its own and fear has its own, and that we should love one another because things are getting out of hand and the world is in chaos. And fear is setting in, and fear will overcome us all, and the darkness will win. But eventually the light will prevail. And if I don't spread this truth, if I don't stay the course, somebody else will have to, or it may be too late. Barbara. And now you have this wonderful, important reassurance that as scary as it is with these other people who don't want this, but they will be there. They will help you. They will sustain you. Chris, they are helping me. They are. She's telling me to remember, to never forget what it is that I know. Never change, never let anyone persuade me otherwise. Barbara, it's very important, isn't it? Chris, yes, I've had so much fear that's come upon my family. Cries, people that threatened us, my children, my wife. Yes, they don't want this out. They don't want it out, this group. They want the darkness, and the mother wants us all to love one another, because if we don't, it might be too late. Too many lives might be lost that we can make a huge difference, and we have to. We have to. We have to tell the truth. We have to stick to what our principles are with love. It's all about love and not fear. Fear is the enemy. Fear is awful. It's so beautiful. Barbara, can you get a sense now for who this mother, the lady, is? Chris, yes, she's the mother of all. She's the comforter, the Holy Spirit. Cries, she's the third part of the Trinity. She's the mother. She loves us all. She loves everything, our earth, our seas, and every living creature, and she weeps at us and our destruction. But we have free will, and we have free will to choose the love or the fear. And she loves us all. She loves us. She's the most beautiful mother, the comforter. It's wonderful. She's always been here. She's been here from creation, from the beginning of all time, the universal creation of all that lives. The manifestation of the comforter, the one who truly loves us. She's here to help. She's here to help us, to guide us. Barbara, and she will always be with you, even if you don't see her, every time, and she'll be protecting you and guiding you. Chris, yes, she has been. She told me she would. She told me during Easter when she came, and she brought me back to give me these things, these words that would unfold as the time comes. She's the guide. She's guiding us all. She loves us all, everyone and every living thing. Natural. It's so beautiful. Barbara, and Chris, can you see or tell now why she has particularly chosen you to be doing this very important work? Chris, she didn't tell me why. She just told me it was a plan from the beginning, before my beginning, and that they'd always been with me. She's always been there watching, guiding, protecting for this time. This time is now, and it centers around the new beginning the new age. She's telling me that people of this planet are making this biblical scripture take place, and that they've given us the scripture through people, and that we are being guided. These people in power making this happen, some in a good way and some in not such a good way. And those who are in not such a good way to bring around the darkness, the dark force. And she is in fear of our suffering, of it being so great that she's coming out to warn us, cries, "It's here, it's now." Barbara: does it seem like the dark forces are particularly active now? Chris: yes, now more than ever, plotting and scheming to take away our love. And when we lose that, and we are living in fear, it's over. It will not be good. It will not be good. And it's coming quickly. The earth is out of balance. Our vibration is totally linked to her and to this earth and into love or fear. And as we are in fear, our vibration drops to a lower level, which throws every living thing, every tree, every plant, every creature, including this earth. Its vibration is off, and it's beginning to shake and tremble and destruct. We have to change that. We have to change this fear. We have to change it. We have to bring love into this earth, into this world, in our hearts and our minds to bring about peace. Never look at the fear. Never talk of negativity. Never bring it into our lives. Remove it from us completely to stop this negative vibration from going on. If we don't, it's going to be a major loss, because the earth is encoded, she says. The earth is encoded. It's part of its makeup to rid itself of negativity and darkness, and that it's a process that has started that only we can stop by love. And with love, we can awaken into a new love and a new world of peace, which was foretold. It's so beautiful. Barbara: so it's very important for you to do this work and to inspire others to do the work. Chris, crying very much here: yes, yes, she's bringing us together for this time. She's bringing us together. This is the plan. This is part of her plan, and I have to stay the course. I can never waver and not look at the fear. Never give in to the fear, and never change for what it is I know. To stay my course, and she will be there, her and her angels. When there are dark forces lurking about, physical and non-physical, that would be attacking me in this family, put the trust in her and the lights. This light that appears is there. It's a higher vibration, and I can never change. I know, I feel it. I feel that euphoria that I feel when I'm in her presence. Barbara: and you can go on feeling that from this point on. Chris: yes, it's so beautiful it makes me cry. So sweet. This is not from sadness, it's from joy, her joy. But I am afraid for the people, and from what they showed me, cries. The images of what could come is not good. We can change it. We have to. We have to be in love, and we can't be in fear. Never in the fear. Barbara: so do you know from her the way that you are to help? Chris: I'm helping. She's guiding the natural way. It's what they do. They guide us. They care for us and every living thing they created. They tend to it and nurture it. And these dark forces are so scary, and I have seen them, the physical and the non-physical. Barbara: so your connection with her, the mother, is going to be continuing. It has always been continuing and will continue as well. You probably have more meetings with her, do you think? Chris: yes, she's always there when I feel that feeling. It's her. Everything's a part of her that we can all feel, that if we open our heart. We have to shed all pride and greed and find that joy and humble ourselves. And we will find that we can find that higher place. It's so magical. We can walk with them. We can be like them. They want us to awaken, and we have to now before it's too late, before too many are lost. Barbara: so the project that you're doing with Lori, is that very much part of what you're supposed to be doing? Chris: absolutely. It was the mother. She created this whole thing, and she's protecting everyone involved. She's with us all, and she's with you. She's brought us all together for this information that has to be given, and very many will accept it. A lot won't, but we have to try. We have to try and spread this love and this message, that these lights, that there is other life, not just here, but everywhere. Everything is a living being with consciousness. The trees, even the grass that we walk on, has a consciousness that is pre-programmed to this world, to this earth, just as we are. We are all a part of her and her beautiful love for us, but she weeps with sadness at what may happen if we don't find that place. I keep seeing these images I was shown. I can never forget. And that's all not to scare me, but it's part of this message of love. Barbara. And while you're with her right now, can you find out what that object was that you were given to hold? That object that seemed to be living and turned prickly? Chris. Yes, it was symbolic. It was symbolic of our world, the natural world. It was the keys, the symbol of the natural world, that we are all part of nature and everything is part of nature, the forces of nature. It was nothing other than a symbol. Barbara. And it made an impression on you, didn't it? Chris. Yes, it did. I've never known, but I knew it was living, but it had no legs or no head or no tail. It was living. And she's telling me that we are basically the same way. We have no direction. We don't know which way we are going or coming. Barbara. Just like that unusual life form. Chris. Yes. Yes, it didn't know where to go, but it was alive, and that we are pretty much the same way. We are blinded in fear. It's what's blinding us, keeping us from awakening, and it's destroying this planet. This earth is alive, and it's becoming out of balance, because we are doing it. The humans are doing it through fear and negativity. We have to change that. War and rumors of war has people in fear, and the fear is growing, and the earth is becoming more and more out of balance, which is not good. I hate the fear. Oh Lord. Barbara. And can you know from her about the other beings? Who they really are? Where they are from? Chris. There are many beings, many kinds. There are those that have a very bad agenda for humanity, that preys on us, almost parasitic, and attaches itself through fear. And they come in all sorts of ways. They come from above, and there are those that live among us that we hardly recognize. There are those in the sea. These beautiful beings live in the sea, and they protect us. They're not bad, benevolent. They watch over us, but the sea is just like the sky. It's like deep space. It doesn't matter. They just stay out of sight, but they watch out over us, and they tend to every living thing that walks or crawls or swims. And there are others from other worlds, other dimensions. Spirits of our loved ones exist among us. We just have to find love, but I don't know who they are. I don't know. I've seen some. I felt the fear from some. Barbara. Some of these other beings? Chris. Yes, because they don't want this message. They don't want the love. They don't want her message out there. But the lights, these beautiful orange, the burning ones, they are the ones with the triangle. The good ones, the ones that helped create us universally and every living thing. We have to evolve. We have to awaken. They tend to us like we are in a terrarium, like a farm. And she loves us. They love us, but there are those that come that don't, and that's why the guardians will keep those at bay. But we have free will, and that's our choice. There are other things that I can't remember that she told me would come in time, at the right time. Barbara. But in the meantime, you were to be bringing the good in, the lights to counteract the dark. Is that right? Chris. Yes, that's the course I have to stay. And if we don't spread the light, the darkness will overcome. She's the mother. Barbara. So does that give you inspiration now to carry on and stay the course? Chris. Absolutely. Yes, it does, and nothing can waver that. I'm willing to go, to give what it takes to do and what I have to do. Barbara. And not buy into the fear and darkness. Chris. Never buy into the fear. Barbara. And that's quite a challenge when you and your family get threatened. Chris. Yes. Barbara. But if you keep remembering about this wonderful mother and the other beings who pledge to be with you always, that will help in dealing with the fear? Chris. Yes, she's always there, and I know they are because they come when I cry out in fear for my family or for myself. They are always there. They're always near. They hear everything we say, everything, and they direct our lives. If we allow them to, we have to allow them to, and if we don't, we're on our own. And that was what she asked of me. She didn't make me. She asked me, would I do this? That this is my burden I must bear. I'll never change. There's been so many to try and convince me from every angle, from my family to churches to friends, but I will never change. Barbara. They tried to convince you not to talk about these things? Chris. And to not believe that it's good. Dark forces come and try to tell me I'm wrong and it's bad, it's demonic, it's evil, it's negative, and threaten me at times if I don't change. But I will never change because I cannot not tell the truth, because I've made an agreement that I must stick to. It's the watchman. She gave me the scripture of the watchman. I can see beautiful images. Barbara. Do you feel like you are still there in the canyon with the lady now? Chris. I feel more that she's inside of me. Yes. Barbara. She's always with you? Chris. Yes. She's always with us all. She is with anyone that will allow her. All we have to do is seek. Barbara. And is there anything else that you need to see about this experience? Chris. No, ma'am. Barbara. Let's just go now to the very finishing of this experience where you find yourself back at home again. Chris. I'm awakening at home. Barbara. Where are you when you are waking up? Chris. Back where I was, in bed. Barbara. Is your wife there? Chris. No, she's not there. She's in the house, but she's not there. Barbara. So are you waking up the normal way you always wake up? Chris. I'm waking up with tears from what just happened. The most amazing experience. Oh God, words can't describe. Barbara. Just notice too while you were waking up. Are you in your normal sleeping clothes that you went to bed in? Chris. No, I am fully dressed and I don't know how. I don't know how I'm dressed, but I am barefooted with clothes on. That is so strange. Barbara. Just go back a little bit, just for general interest. Go back to how it was that you happened to be fully dressed, just how that occurred. Chris takes a deep breath. Barbara. Obviously you were returned. Just see how it is that it happened, but you were fully dressed. Chris. When the door opens, I hear their voices and they come in directing me to get dressed. Barbara. So they came into your room? Chris. Yes, they directed me to get dressed. Barbara. And do you know why? Chris. I don't know why. I'm just getting dressed. Barbara. You can ask them if you'd like. Chris. Because they are taking me. They want me to get dressed to go with them into the ceiling. Barbara. Oh, so the getting dressed happened before you were floated up through the ceiling, through the attic and the roof and up into the bubble? Chris. Yes, they came into the room and I crawled back into bed and that's when it pulls me up into the light. Barbara. So you are fully dressed at that point in bed? Chris. Yes, they did it. They directed it. Barbara. I see. So maybe it's very appropriate that your wife wasn't right there because that would be an unusual thing for you to do, to get fully dressed and then go back into the bed. Chris. Yes. And they knew she wasn't there. They are all-knowing. Guardians. Barbara. Is there anything else, Chris, that you have been wondering about this whole experience, about the beautiful mother or the other beings? Chris. At this moment, I can't say. I feel as if I'm on fire. Barbara. Wow. Chris. Yes, it's so hot. Barbara. And is that a disturbing kind of hot, or how would you describe that? Chris. It comes from returning to my room. That's why I'm hot. Barbara. Is the room hot? Chris. Yes, because I am dressed and the room is very hot. Barbara. That's just a natural thing from where you live? Chris. Yes. Barbara. So normally when you wake up, you'd be hot because the temperature there is hot. But you wouldn't be as hot as you are being fully dressed. Chris. Yes. Yes. Barbara. So now that answers your question as to why you were fully dressed. Chris. Yes. Barbara. And the one you have been thinking of as the lady, that is now the same one you were thinking as the mother. All the same wonderful, glorious being. Chris. Yes, for all of eternity. She cares for us and all of humanity and every living thing. But Earth is first, and Earth has a code. That code is triggered by fear from humanity. It has in it an imprinted code in controlling population and all of humanity. It was built into the foundation of this world, the nature to keep itself in balance. And as humanity grows, the fear becomes more strong, which affects the resonance of this planet. And there are plans from the Dark Force to overcome us all. It's what it wants to do, but we must overcome the fear and not give in to it. Barbara. So are you to help many other people to not give in to it and recognize it and not go into fear? Chris. Yes, and to understand that we are seeing is not evil and that it's part of love and creation. The angels and the principalities, agents of their creator or creation, they work for creation. Barbara. So have you found that the church, even the Catholic Church, is open and responsive to this kind of teaching? Chris. I think that they will be. They will be. They will want to be. And that they will accept. A good many will accept the truth. It's been hidden away. This is in biblical terms. She said the apocalypse. to reveal that which is hidden, to tell the truth because we have a choice, to live in fear and die by fear, or live in love and find happiness and peace. We have that choice, and all of humanity at this point deserves the truth. It has to be told. It has to be told. That's been mandated to be told. We have free will, so we have to. Barbara, we have free will and we can choose. Then perhaps more and more people need to be educated about the fact that we do have this choice. Chris, yes. Barbara, between the fear and the evil and the good and the light. Chris, yes, yes. Barbara, and you are very much a part of that. Chris, not that I wanted to be. Barbara, you've been very chosen for this and very assisted and accompanied in doing this. And the pledge to use that this accompaniment and this protection, this love will continue to be with you. Chris, yes, it has to. Barbara, so it's very important, isn't it, that you have revisited this today and know it more fully than you have known it before. Chris, it's so joyful, their presence. Barbara, and hopefully you can go forward from this point with your mission and with more of a sense that you were always guided and protected. Chris, yes, I know that without a doubt. I know that, and that's why they come when I call. When I'm afraid and I call, they come to reassure, and they come when others need help out of love if we ask them to. Protectors. Barbara, so the others, they really need to call to them, don't they? Chris, yes, everyone does. Barbara, so do you have the sense that there are many wonderful beings too, just willing to help and waiting to be called to? Chris, yes, many throughout this universe, throughout this creation. They created us out of love and kindness, and the dark force tries to destroy that which is created in fear and in hate, and that has to go. And this is what has to be told to make this world understand that this new knowledge can bring about peace, because too many people are dying and suffering over religions, thoughts, and teachings, and this is why it has to be told. The truth has to come out. The revealing, the truth, that we are not alone and meaningless, and that we come from nothing. That is so much a lie and not true. We are very special, and that we were created in free will to find that for our soul to journey on to a new place. We can't live in fear. We have to shed that away. Barbara, and so much of the world culture seems to be encouraging fear of all kinds of things all the time. Chris, yes, yes, and the dark forces know that, and they actually engineer, and it breeds upon itself if you let it fester and becomes more negative. But we have to tell the truth. We have to change everything to find that new place, that new beginning. And it's time. It's now. It's now. Barbara, so do you feel in you a little more energy for getting on with it and dealing with it? Chris, yes, ma'am, I do. Barbara, great. Chris, I feel guidance now and understanding of things better, but there's still much unseen that's there. This is about a disaster coming that I was shown that doesn't have to happen, and if we don't change, we are going down the wrong path. Humanity will never awaken. It will be stolen from us through fear and darkness. The truth will bring love and peace upon this world, and it will be through the mother and the love from the feminine, the mother energy that brings about the light and nourishment and love to this world, because the man energy is so rough and warlike, but it has to be moved to the side, and the women will rise up. She told me this. The women will rise up, and they are, and we've only seen the start. They will become empowered and lose that fear they carried forever. Barbara, and as this happens, they can help to balance out the energies that have been going in the wrong direction. Chris, yes, yes. The mother is love. That's what we need. Barbara, well, is there anything else that you need to think about or see or know at this point right now? Chris, not at this point. I'm in a place of processing. I keep seeing images flashing, beautiful living colors flashing in and out of things that are coming. Processing. It's amazing. I'm so grateful. Barbara, and those beings are grateful for you and what you are doing. Chris, they healed me. They came at my lowest point. They came. They set me up on solid ground, and they came because I was crying out for help. Barbara, and they will continue to do that too, Chris. Continue to be with you and come, even if you come into another really low point, and you can call out to them and they will come. They've committed to that. They made that promise to you. Chris, yes, they did, and the mother too. Barbara, and they apparently work really well together, the beings and the mother. Chris, yes, there are many beings, many, but they work for her. She's the mother of all, the comforter. She's here to warn us because I wouldn't listen, and I was so attacked she had to come herself, knowing that when she came I would not doubt any longer. Barbara. Well, you will be continuing the process as you go forward, this day and all the days ahead. And I encourage you to remember as you need to the incredible love, lights that is there for you, and the support and the guidance and the imperative nature of doing something to change the way that is lived on earth. Chris, yes, it's all about nature. It's alive, and we live within it, and there's a lot of nature we can't see, forces that are here but unseen. Barbara, but you know from your own experience that this is real and true and lasting. Chris, yes. So if you are ready now to come back to this time and this place and this situation, just know you will carry this with you now that it's become more into your awareness. It's much more full, much more something you can trust as you carry on with what you were here to do. So anytime you wish, you can just close your eyes and feel again by remembering it. Feel again that incredible light and love and caring that you experienced. It's there for you always to experience. So at any moment you can choose that. You can choose to experience that again. This will be a very big help in continuing on with the work that you are to do. You can always ask for more protection for yourself and your family and those you really care about. Even though they have said that the mother has said she and they are protecting you anyway. But if you feel like asking for it, that's fine. They will hear it. They will receive it and give you the love and protection for you and those you care about and those you might worry about. They are just there waiting, listening, and ready for you and all of us to ask for help. So I'm going to bring your attention now to this time and this place. I'm going to be counting from number 1 to number 5, and when we get to number 5, you'll be feeling more light, alert, refreshed, awake, and able to sit up and get your bearings and become more clear, more adjusted to the here now, and ready to go on with the rest of your day. 1.
What up, homies?
If you like the show and want more, check out patreon.com/Bledsoe.
That was Bledsoe Said So. Check him out on YouTube. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm hoping this just kind of works itself out. I can't see, so I'll have to look at my model here, what I'm doing. I think I'm just going to mirror the other side, because it's hard to see. I'm literally looking at my own character model as reference at this point, which isn't the best idea. But the references I have open at the moment are kind of bad at this point. Oh shit, like it's too pixelated. Excuse me. I'm gonna need a second because I'm gonna try to find a better reference. I mean, I guess I could keep using my own character model, but it's just kind of annoying. And also, I can't see the back. So I'm on my left arm. I think this should be alright. I think I could get it. I could at least finish this side and then find a reference to the back. Because I have no idea. Oh, you know what? I could just look behind my model like this. That's probably the best way to do it. Oh, wait. Oh, I gotta take off the cape. Yeah, I'll just have to do it like this. And I feel like I gotta fix the leg. No, it looks on point. Arm's looking good. I gotta fix that. I see. Does this go 4 back? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's 3 blocks wide. 1, 2, 3, all the way up. This is funny. This is exactly how I'm gonna have to do this. Just stripe, black, stripe, pink, black. Should be easy enough. What is this? This went out too far. Black, pink, black, pink. White, 2 up. Yeah, that's sick. That looks how it's supposed to. I really need to stop falling. I'm gonna kill myself. We're doing it, we're doing it. Excuse me. So I need a white right there. 2 white. I am going to put on another podcast in just a moment. I'm just trying to finish this arm real quick. And then I'll play another one. They've been really good. And again, links to these episodes will be posted down below. I'm going to take a minute, try to find another reference. We'll continue right here. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Be back in just a moment.
Party time! Excellent!
Yo, 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 welcome. Hello, welcome back. Oh, we'll put on another podcast in just a second. If you're just tuning in, hey, welcome to the stream. We've been listening to some pretty amazing stuff, the links which will be provided later on. What's good here? You know what? Let's do some James Fox.
I heard about.
I've probably played this one before, but I love this guy.
Real serious visitation.
This is Area 52 again, featuring James Fox.
Called, men in dark suits. And then I'd heard about it like a number of other times. I heard about it with the McMinnville, Oregon case. She got a visit. Then I heard about it with Rex Heflin. He had a visit with these guys in suits. With the 1966 UFO landing at Westall Primary School, science teacher named Mr. Greenwood. And then we found out he had a visit from men in suits, a General Parviz Jafari. And he told me, he was like, yeah, the next morning, like the encounter happened in the middle of the night. The next morning, a couple of men from the United States government, I don't know what agency they're from, they were there. Oh my God, here they are again. Let's see, I cover a case in Australia, Africa, South America, Chile, England, Russia, China, Canada, Alaska, across the United States. This is a global phenomenon.
Has there ever been a moment where it's just like slipped out of your hands?
The alien footage.
Of Virginia?
Yes.
You were that close?
We had a hard drive in our hands.
You had a hard drive in
our hands. See how I can talk about this. I want to talk about this without revealing the details because we're going back. When I walked up to him, I looked him in the eyes, I looked into his soul. I said, I promise you on my life, there is no camera, audio, nothing rolling. This is between you and me, right here, right now. And he looks up at Marco and I and he goes, it happened. Closed the door and off he went. I'm 99.9% sure that I looked directly into the eyes of a gentleman who drove an alien around. I actually have a letter from Spielberg that was written to Larry King about me and my movie.
Whoa.
Yeah. I don't talk about this that often.
You recently got invited into a skiff.
Yeah.
And I can say, is that the Pentagon?
This is as much as because I've been asked not to reveal exactly why I went there because it could interfere with the current investigations that are happening.
Mm-hmm.
But we're both going after the same footage. Oh, we got one more thing that's really cool.
Okay.
He said, a little factoid, something you might want to, know. I was like, what's that? He goes,
get out of
swear
town.
on my life is what he said.
And there's probably, some framework outside of the government that really knows what's going on. Like it's.
I'm told 20 people.
20. Wow.
Globally
20 people.
20.
Wow.
And that came from someone I really trust.
Who's the first guest or witness you would get in front of the camera if they were allowed to break their NDA? Yeah, I would agree with that too. I'd love to get him in the skiff. And
I have to be careful what I say here, but for reasons that I won't discuss, I believe he's a first-hand witness.
Wow. Have you seen things that if you talk about you go to jail?
No, but I could talk about things other people might go to jail.
My name's James with my girlfriend. I look up and there's a silver Tic Tac type shape. Yeah, it's like there's no markings or windows on it. I thought about pulling out my phone to take a picture or record, and I went to see where it went, and it was gone.
Skip a few weeks ago.
I know.
The day after we met.
I know. We'll get into that.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
So this is your second time in a skiff.
My second time in a skiff, yeah. But
Which one was more stressful?
This one's more welcoming because it's got my name.
That's right.
Like that.
Yeah.
I feel like,
Yeah, we like to take care of the guests that come in the skiff here, not to scare them to death. So,
cafefe, nice hats,
nice merch.
Yeah.
Appreciate the shout out.
Oh yeah. Well, so there's two reasons why I'm wearing this hat.
Mm-hmm.
One is I love it. Two is my hair is in second place today.
Yeah, same.
This hat's in first place. So I figured, you know what? Love the hat. Nobody's paying me to wear this hat. I actually really like this hat, and I'll be wearing it a lot more.
Great. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Welcome, James Fox, to the Skiff.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. It's a great pleasure of mine to have you here, and you're one of the first people to grace this studio among only a few people that have ever been here. So I'm really happy that we're actually ringing in the new year now. This is December 31st,
last day of 2024.
What a way to kick off!
It's a few hours to go.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy to have you here. Obviously you're coming off the amazing launch of the program, and you've been doing the rounds.
Yes.
You got Rogan. You did Rogan, and then did the Skiff, which the correct order.
I think Rogan was my last. Was Rogan my last interview? I think
you did Duncan.
Oh, well, I did Duncan before.
Oh, you did Duncan before Rogan.
Yeah, I did Shane, and then I did Duncan, and then I did Rogan. I was like, I might have had a couple of things after. Well, maybe not actually. Maybe one or two things. I can't remember. But basically, this is my first real sit down since Rogan.
Yeah, and your first technical. We might get a little technical here, because the ears and eyes that are watching this podcast aren't necessarily just newcomers. These are a lot of people that are in the community that have been following your work for a long time. So you're a familiar face to them. The program was incredible. It was such a much needed. How do you say? It was a culmination of so many different things. I mean, coming off the phenomenon as well, and then Moment of Contact, and the program, I felt like we needed something to really encompass the entirety of what's going on currently. It is a timepiece. It is something that will be forever cemented in time as, hey, this is what's happening now. This will be remembered. And I thought that was such an important message that you conveyed through the editing, which we talked about yesterday. I mean, you do that yourself, which still blows my mind that you even have time for that.
Oh my gosh.
But hats off to you as a creator.
Thank you.
Yeah, phenomenal job. What are your feelings now that the program is out and it's being viewed? How do you feel internally with that?
Thank you for that intro. That was lovely. I never had such a deep sense of urgency with any film I've made in the past as I've done with the program, because things are happening so quickly. We've had 3 congressional hearings in the last 3 years. I mean, that's remarkable for people out there that think things aren't happening quick enough. So I had this real sense of urgency to get the film out, because it's going to be yesterday's news. But also, the mainstream media and people that have not been paying that much of attention need to really know. I'm not trying to force anything down anyone's throats, but it's like, hey, there's something going on here. I think people should be paying attention. This is kind of a big deal.
Yep.
And it's lovely to see the bipartisan workmanship, right? Both Democrats and Republicans working on this issue together. And quite honestly, we're living in a time which is unprecedented time of a coordinated push for transparency on what, in my opinion, will turn out to be the biggest story of modern history.
And you, sir, will be on the forefront of that, by the way, which I think is very awesome.
We're all in it together.
We are in it together, that's for sure. This, by the way, is funny. I just pulled this out of my shelf yesterday. I thought it was interesting. You were born in 68?
Yes.
This was 67.
Oh, wow. This
is flying saucers and UFO reports.
So you're saying that this right here is older than me?
That is correct.
That's impossible.
What's interesting in that...
That could be framed.
Yeah.
That is so cool.
And what's interesting is they even speculate about the moon landing because it happens 2 years later. So they're like, what are we going to find on the moon? And it's a really interesting thing. But that's a gift for you. I wanted you to have that.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take, there's some really interesting cases in there, too. That, as you know, there's so many cases that, for lack of a better expression, fly under the radar.
Yeah.
There are thousands of cases out there. And if you go through, obviously, National Archive and all these other, or old books like the Lorenzens, or we're finding out about cases. You could read a new case every day for 10 years.
God, there's a young Hynek.
Yeah.
This is really cool. I got to interview Kenneth Arnold's daughter, Kim Arnold. She's in The Phenomenon.
Yeah.
And I got to spend a couple of days with her and her daughter. And it was amazing to get the backstory because, you have that phenomenal case in June of 1947, which pretty much was the beginning of the modern UFO wave. And it's where they coined the phrase flying saucer, because he described it as a saucer skipping over water. And one of the reporters was like, flying saucer. And he was catapulted into the headlines all across the nation, all across the world. I mean, the Kenneth Arnold thing was huge, right? And she, a little backstory, she's like, oh yeah, my father was really, really famous. He was recognizable walking out in the streets. Like everybody knew Kenneth Arnold. And he was going to go on just a little side story, but he was going to go on like a tour. He wrote a book and he was going to go like do all these conferences and he got a visit. And I was like, he got a visit? Really? She goes, oh yeah, he got a visit from men in suits. Came in and they made it very clear he was not going to be doing that.
No way, he got spooked.
He got majorly spooked. She said
early.
So that was my first experience hearing about these so-called, men in suits. I hate to use the word men in black because it's got so much baggage.
Disney.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So I call it men in dark suits,
Fair enough.
But it was like that really kind of started in 1947, and I report on it even recently in the program. But in any case, sort of as a side.
You think that was Blue Book? No, that was before Blue Book. That was way prior to Blue Book.
It was before I think anything really started, because you had Project Sign, which started at some point in 47 or 48. Then you had Project Grudge.
So what was that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. But he was going to go on tour, and they came and visited him, and they threatened him, according to her. And this is what she told me. It was her dad.
Wow.
Like, they threatened him. Like, this is a big desert out here, or something like that. A big wilderness area. That's what she said. And I believe she even said that on camera. I should probably go digging for that and release it out into the public.
But that's not the first time you've encountered that type of spooky behavior.
No, but that was the earliest.
That was the earliest.
47.
Since then, you've encountered quite a few stories of people being told to, keep their mouth shut. Has that ever come across your plate?
So I probably heard about these intimidators. They obfuscate, they intimidate, they're intimidating, and they come, and if there's evidence, they'll take the evidence. They'll try to take the evidence. They try to get the witnesses terrified to not talk. And I'd heard about these since probably the first time when I was investigating the Phoenix Lights case in the 90s, and I did a couple of films, covered a couple films on that whole thing. I heard about the first, visitation, real serious visitation of these so-called men in dark suits.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'd heard about it like a number of other times. I heard about it with 1950 with the McMinnville, Oregon case.
Right.
That she got a visit. It was Paul and Evelyn Trent. And Evelyn had talked about her husband was out of the town, and this guy showed up and rummaged through her hole from some unknown government agency. And that was 1950. Then I heard about it with Rex Heflin from, I think, Santa Ana, 65. He had a visit with these guys in suits, and I ignored that one, didn't report on it, didn't report on the 51, didn't report on the one from the Phoenix Lights case. And then I heard a number of other cases in the United States. Then I heard about some cases in Europe, didn't report on it.
Always American?
Always. There's an unknown government agency in the U.S. Yeah, that has the ability to reach anywhere. Like I even interviewed a General Parviz Jafari from the 1970s UFO incident over Tehran, Iran. It's a fascinating case. And he told me, I was like, the next morning, like the encounter happened in the middle of the night. The next morning, a couple of men from the United States government, I don't know what agency they're from, they were there poking around, asking questions. Wow. I was like, really? And I didn't report on that. But then I was in Brazil, probably on and off for the last, 12, 14 years. But I was in Brazil, and it was probably 2013, maybe 2014. And I was interviewing the mother of two really important witnesses that came, according to them, within 10 feet of a live creature in broad daylight. And the mother talked about these men in suits that showed up at her house. Very intimidating, very scary, and very just scary and intimidating. and they tried to persuade her to get her daughters to lie, and they didn't see what they said they saw, and all this stuff.
Money as well.
They offered a briefcase full of money, and that was it. I was like, okay, these guys exist. I've had enough hearing these stories. I'm going all in. I'm going to report on it, and I did.
That put you over the edge.
That put me over the edge.
Wow.
Yeah. Finally, after all those years, yeah.
You're like, enough of these guys.
Well, I knew it was a slippery slope, and I knew, like, reporting, like, if you look at the history of my investigations and my filmmaking, I had heard about Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Of course, I mentioned the Roswell incident, one of my first films, but in terms of, like, an alleged Close Encounter of the Third Kind, when you've got witnesses reporting entities, beings, creatures, whatever, connected to the craft, that to me was a slippery slope, and I just avoided it for over 20 years. Probably 25 years, I don't know. And it was same with the MIB. Because I just thought, like, I can't prove it. It just sounds so out there.
Yeah.
It just sounds kind of crazy.
It sounds cliche almost.
Sounds cliche, exactly. And so I finally said, oh, the hell with it. And then actually I reported on a lesser version in the phenomenon with the 1966 UFO landing at Westall Primary School.
Yeah.
Shane Ryan is very grateful for all the work he's done in that case. But that's when we got a hold of this science teacher named Mr. Greenwood, and he went silent for 50 years. In fact, when I arrived in Australia, people were, even like the long-term UFO researchers, like, don't even bother, he'll never come forward.
Wow.
And then, so we found out he had a visit from men in suits, and they scared him.
Was it Air Force?
Yeah, he wasn't sure. Like, 2 were in uniform, 1 was not in uniform, but they basically intimidated him and scared the bejesus out of him. He silenced him for 50 years.
Imagine.
Yeah. So, anyway, but enough Men in Black. We can talk about. But it is interesting that they have this sort of omnipresence globally.
That is very interesting in that it's always it always seems to be American.
Yeah.
Because I had this discussion with some friends, and we were actually on the Discord, and we were talking about, is the Men in Black thing just solely a U.S. thing? Because you hear about a lot of these cases, and people are like, why is it always the U.S.? Why is it always the U.S.? Well, they kind of have agency over everything that revolves around Crash. Everything. They show up everywhere. They showed up in Virginia. They're retrieving these crafts in Italy. They're retrieving, like all this around the world. Why wouldn't they also have feet on the ground? And then Calvine as well.
Yeah, it was amazing. That was a last-minute development in the program, because quite honestly, I'd heard about the 1990 Calvine UFO case from Nick Pope years ago.
Right.
Well over 20 years ago. Because I was like, every time we'd be having a beer together, I'd be like, Nick, come on, man, what was the best case here? And hands down, he would just like, there were these 2 guys hiking in Scotland. He never used the word Calvine. I don't believe he did when he told me, but he said these guys were hiking in Calvine, broad daylight, 5 or 6 prints of its diamond-shaped, like disc diamond-shaped craft with military. I was like, whoa, you saw that picture? He goes, yeah, man, we had a poster on the wall. So I like mildly chased after that case, because I kept saying to Nick, who was your predecessor? Like, what about people haven't retired? They wouldn't have thrown that picture away. He goes, well, at some point the poster was no longer on the wall at the MOD. I'm not sure. I said, well, they didn't throw it away. I can assure you that did not get thrown away. Somebody's got to have it. And I was pestering him for a long time. And then we cover that case, thank God, to David Clark, because David Clark was going through some redacted documents that were released through FOIA. I don't know what the British equivalent would be. And he saw this thing that said, so-and-so, the former RAF press officer, blacked out, in 1990. So, who was the press officer in 1990? Craig Lindsay. Contacts him. And he managed to keep one of those prints. But so thanks to David Clark, we had a print.
Yep.
We had the only military, I guess he would be military, Royal Air Force press officer, Craig Lindsay, who the only known person to have interviewed the witnesses. So we had him come on camera. We had the print. We had Nick Pope at the former UFO desk at the MOD talk about the case. The only thing we were missing was, like, what about the witnesses? What about the people that took the photograph? Where are they? And at the last minute, this guy came forward, Richard Greaves, who worked with them in the kitchen.
The chef, the kitchen guy.
And that's what it was like. That's when he was like, he started talking about these men that showed up in suits. I was like, oh my God, here they are again.
Yeah.
Started talking about that, and I was like.
And they had a chauffeur, which I thought was interesting.
Yes.
The chauffeur never got out of the car.
Got out of the car.
He stayed in the car, and the other guys stood in the rain as if it didn't bother them.
Hissing rain. He said it was
bizarre.
Hissing rain sat up there. But I said, oh, that's what they told you? He goes, no, mate, I was there when they rolled up. So you're a witness to that. Yes. And I love the way he describes it, because he's like, I swear to my
grandchildren.
Yes. Grandchildren, yes. So funny.
I know that was almost harder for me to decipher than the Portuguese in the other documentary.
Yeah, so funny.
Thick Scottish accent.
So one little side note that I'll share here is that am I allowed to use like
expletives?
Yes.
Yeah, go for it.
So Richard Greaves, he'd never really given I would say on camera, or like he'd done one written interview, so written only, so no voice. And they took one photograph of him, but he'd never really given a real interview like what he did with us. And he kept putting it off, and I was approaching the end of production. I mean, the film was a wrap, and I was like just putting the finishing touches on, and I kept contacting him because he agreed to do it through David Clark. And he kept putting it off, and then he just vanished. And I contacted David Clark, and I was like, God, Richard Greaves' testimony is going to be so important. Like, did I pester him? Did I upset him? Maybe I pushed him too much? Like, David's like, no, man, it took me 2 years to get a written out of him. So that's kind of his nature, And so one night he finally calls, and he'd had a couple of pints, and he was like, I'm ready. I think he was obviously clearly nervous from the whole experience. I'm ready. Well, he uses a lot of expletives, and it was a brilliant interview. I remember it was Lance Mungia, it was Donnie in the room, it was my sister, myself, and I think we had one other person. I'm trying to remember in the ed room that night. And he calls, and we get the whole thing. We just capture it on camera, and we're going through the interview, and he's like, the fucking why is a fucking ghost? And I made fucking poached eggs. They made toast, And he's like, so at the end of the interview, I called my buddy Jim Martin, who I'm working with on the film, and I said, Jim, man, this guy is a really good interview, but he kind of says fuck a lot. He goes, and Jim's like, okay, well, how many times did he say it? I was like, ooh, a lot. He's like, what, a couple times? I was like, no, more than a couple, a lot. How many fucks can we include in the movie? He goes, God, I would say a couple of fucks. I would say 2, maybe 3. I was like, in the whole movie? He goes, yeah, anything more than that, and yeah. So
he ate up your entire fuck budget for the program.
It was so funny.
So funny.
So I went into the sound engineer, this guy at Juniper Post. He's great, at Ben Zarian, and Ben's like, well, what's going on? I was like, well, you might have to beep, because I'm only really allowed just a couple of fucks, and this guy is, he's very passionate, and he's obviously been sitting on the story for a long time. And Ben's like, well, how many fucks can, are okay?
Yeah.
Like, it was like we were having this conversation, right? And it's like, well, I think 3, maybe 2, 3, 4 at the most.
He's like, I'll write a number down and slide it towards you. What do you think?
So he's like, well, okay, well, I'll just beep them out. And so he starts beeping them out, and then we listen to it. We're like, oh, man, that doesn't sound good. He goes, you know what? Let me get in there and do some microscopic surgery. I think I can just get a couple of those fucks out. So we'll only have a couple. So I said it once during the interview, and then he said it a couple times, but it was really funny. Yeah. We're having this very serious conversation about like how many fucks can we get away with in a movie?
Yeah.
I think 3 was the magic number.
Meanwhile, this guy's like, yeah, the Men in Black showed up.
Yes.
It's a perfect situation to use the F word, by the way.
Yes. Oh yeah. Yeah. He was out there. Were fucking spooks.
Yeah. Yeah. He said that.
Yes.
Very
passionate.
So, I've got a few questions here, but it does bring me to one question is, because you touched on it a little bit, but let's say you're in a situation and a witness is sitting in front of you. What do you do to gain their trust to make them open up? Like, what is that like? What is that exchange like? Because I know a lot of times, a lot of these people, like, as we mentioned, are scared, are threatened. So what is your sort of go-to tactic to get them to open up? Is it just time, or is it something else? Like, where do you go for that?
A lot of people think that, and I try not to read the comments. George and Ab always tells me don't read the comments, and sometimes I do, and it's very nice when you get people, very supportive of what you do. And some people are like, oh, people are just coming forward because they want to be in the limelight. I'm like, The better the witness, the more difficult it is to get these people to come forward. Like, I cannot overstate that. I remember this guy, James Rigney in Australia, he's like, how do you do it? How do you get these guys to come forward? I said, James, and I was serious. I said, James, I look into their soul, in their eyes. I look into their soul. He goes, you look into their soul? I said, yeah, I do. And I say, this story is so much more important than any one of us. This is something that could affect the lives of every man, woman, and child on this planet. And we have to remember that. And I look into their soul, and that's what I do. Yeah. And I remind them of that. Like, this is so much bigger. And it's really hard. And, you know, I've had people tell me, I don't care all the money in the world, I'm never coming forward. And then just spend a little time with them, and magic can happen.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That's, I'm glad you weren't like, well, I don't have to pay him off or like.
Oh, yeah. No, James Rigney is the only other person that ever asked me that question. It's a great question.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so fascinating because being someone who's getting into this and investigating a lot of this stuff as well, I find that is like the murkiest territory because facts exist, data is out there, footage, photos, but testimony is the rare stuff that we found. Like there are, I mean, obviously, you know, seeing an HD video is something else, but the next best thing is a human interaction, in my opinion, because I think that conveys much more than what you can read on a transcript. It conveys emotion, it conveys real fear or real surprise, and these are things that you can't fake. And you can put someone on a lie detector all you want, or you can do all the other extra things, but this, for me, is the most convincing part of it.
Kirk McConnell stepped down from Senate Armed Service Committee. He spent 37 years top secret clearance. He talks about what he did from 2017 to 2024 in the program, and there was one little clip that he gave that I like to take the credits and I like to spice the credits up, and I always put these little Easter eggs in the credits because when I'm editing, I like color code everything, and I'll have like purple, pink, gold, blue, and then once I color code everything and organize them, and then I'll in the timeline I'll put the video signal. I'll stack it, and stuff that's right at the top is like, it's got to go in the movie. It's purple, it's got to go to the top, or it's gold, it's golden. If it's blue, it's generally B-roll, and then I stack it. And sometimes I just don't find a place for it in the movie. It just doesn't fit, right? But I was like, this is so good. So I always like take all those little gems, I call them GMs, golden moments, and I put them off to the end of the timeline, and then I stack them all up there, and I see one, and I put them all in the same spot. And then at the end of the movie, I go to those little GMs, and I put them in, and I sprinkle the, with good music, the credits, and then I'll show another GM. And Kirk McConnell makes a really good point. He says, we sentence people to death based on eyewitness testimony. Wow. But that same logic doesn't apply to the phenomenon, right? Wow. And I thought, what a really good point. He's totally right. Like, eyewitness testimony is relevant when it comes to the phenomenon. Just because we can't explain it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
That's right.
So yeah, it's a good point. Yeah.
Was there ever a whistleblower you came across that you didn't believe? Not a whistleblower per se, but maybe someone who came forward.
Yeah, I'd rather not use that individual's name, but yes.
would you say yes, there was?
Yes.
How do you handle that situation where you just let them speak and then be like, I'm going to cut this? Like, what's that like for you? Or is that like heartbreaking? What is that like?
I remember I got contacted. There was this one individual, and this individual will remain nameless, but it was to do with the Bentwaters December 1980 UFO incursion over the joint U.S.-British Air Base, the landing. Mm-hmm. And there was one particular individual that I just found him sketchy, and we'd already interviewed him, and it was good for the movie Out of the Blue. And I got into an argument with my co-producer, but I was ultimately the director, and I got to override, even though these guys were 10 years my senior. I was like, no. And I was like, what? What? And because I just didn't get the vibe, man. I don't know. And, I struggled with that, too.
It was a gut thing.
Yeah, it was his mannerisms. It was the way he conducted himself in the interview. Mm-hmm. His eye contact just didn't quite align with me. Mm-hmm. And I really had an issue. Wow. Some of the claims were inconsistent with the other witnesses. And I don't know, man. It seemed like, I don't know. I kind of got the impression that he believed what he was saying. but I don't know. It just
you weren't buying it.
I wasn't. Yeah, and so I remember I had this argument with my buddy Tim Coleman over it. He forgave me in the end, and then I had some people contact me later on and be like, "Oh, I can't believe you didn't include that." And then like 10 years after that, they were like, "Ooh, good thing you didn't include that." It turned out to be kind of right. And sometimes people are maybe exposed to disinformation unknowingly, Some, I mean, one of the things that Deputy Base Commander Colonel Charles Halt had talked about with the Bentwaters case in 1980 was that this, again, I think it was a plane that came in from Germany, and it was some U.S. unknown government agency that stepped in and kind of took over and sanitized the whole case and subjected, according to the base commander, Deputy Base Commander Charles Halt, a lot of the witnesses to sodium pentothal and like tweaked them out and God knows whatever they else did in interrogation or
some MK Ultra stuff,
weird shit. And so maybe other memories were implanted. Who knows?
Right.
I mean, what kind of games they're playing, And I think that could happen to witnesses that have a legitimate, experience, and then get manipulated post experience, and that kind of just throws everybody off because it's like everybody's talking about a landing, and then all of a sudden, one individual's talking about contact when all these other people were there. It doesn't align with everybody else's memory. Something's off.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think that's a deliberate effort to obfuscate the whole thing.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the Holloman landing case, I'm convinced. And I think it was like probably 1964 is my guess on the date. I could be wrong, but I think it's 1964. And I was investigating a landing case in Socorro, New Mexico that also occurred in 1964. And Socorro is very close.
Very close.
To Holloman, White Sands. And I'm investigating that case, and I was reading some articles by Corral Lorenzen, and I led me to a documentary, UFOs, Past, Present, and Future, with Alan Sandler and Bob Emenegger.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, oh man, that case really happened. And then I came across some information, like there was a meeting with the president and all this other stuff, and I was like, boy, that suddenly goes sideways. Not to say that it did or didn't happen, I don't know. I certainly started to believe that the landing case happened, and all of a sudden they're talking about meeting with presidents and all this other stuff, and I kind of threw me off the case, and I was thinking to myself, was that an intentional thing to throw people off? Like you take an incident that most likely happened, and then you throw a bunch of crazy unsubstantiated stuff in there to throw people off. Who knows? But unfortunately, a guy named Paul Shartle, who worked at Norton Air Force Base
security.
Yeah, that was, early 60s. So what happened was they were doing that. They were shooting that documentary, UFOs, Past, Present, and Future, and they were having an unprecedented level of access granted to them by the government. It was quite remarkable. They were going on all these military bases, and go watch the movie. It's incredible. Colonel Coleman at the time was either press liaison for the Pentagon or press officer, but in any case, and he basically called the various bases, hey, there's a film crew coming, Alan Sandler, this guy Bob Emenegger, give them full access and show them around the base, doing an interview about UFOs. And so Paul Shartle got that message, like, hey, these guys are showing up, and they did, at Norton Air Force Base, and Paul had just processed film footage of a landing of a disc at Holloman Air Force Base. And Paul showed it. Unfortunately, Emenegger wasn't filming that day at the base, but Alan was there. So Paul pulls Alan into the screening room and shows him this footage of a landing. And Paul Shartle's convinced it's a legit landing. And so I'm investigating this whole thing, and I'm talking to Emenegger about it, and then it's revealed that Alan was shown this footage, and I have this thing, and I've talked about this before, and I did this with Fire in the Sky, Travis Walton. I remember the first time I met him, I will sometimes close my eyes and I'll get their words to create the imagery in my head. So it's like I'm almost experiencing it through their eyes. So I'll close my eyes and let the words create the imagery. So I'm watching like a film strip as opposed to like listening to words, do you know?
Yeah.
So I did that with Alan, and I said, okay, Alan, and I asked him every possible detail you could ever imagine because I wanted to see that footage as best I possibly could. So I was like, let me get this straight. Alan, you're telling me that you saw the footage of the landing at Holloman? Yes. how did you see it? He's like, well, Paul Schartle pulled it out and showed it to me. I was like, why didn't Emmenegger see it? He wasn't with me that day. Okay. So then what happened? He goes, well, he said it was like 3 discs at a high altitude, maybe 9,000 feet. And they were escorted by military jets. I don't know if he said 1 jet or multiple jets. I don't know. But the 3 discs, I know for sure. I remember that for sure. 3 discs coming in, and it's late afternoon. It's either early morning, late afternoon. I think it was late afternoon. 3 discs coming in at high altitude. They get over the base. 2 of them peel away. And then the third one in the middle oscillates down. And he goes, Alan goes, yeah, it was like it was in trouble or something. It wasn't flying that well. And I'm thinking to myself, that's how they fly when they're going slow. They do this like a leaf kind of falling. And he said the disc came down wobbling like it was in trouble. And he goes, James, it landed. And I said, okay, was it on a tripod? Yes. He goes, I think the camera was on a tripod because it wasn't handheld. It looked like they were anticipating something going down. Or maybe they were filming some other exercise. They were ready. But he goes, yeah, it was locked.
It seemed like they knew this was happening.
Or they were filming something else. I can't remember. I wish I could remember that detail, and I should remember that detail, but I don't. But in any case,
jets escorting, and it would seem that way. It seems a little too perfect.
That I don't know for sure. I wish I could. Anyway, so the disc comes down, and he goes, James, and I said, well, did it have a tripod landing? Did it have pods? Like, what did it land? He goes, James, I don't remember, but it was firmly sitting on the ground. And this is the part I remember really well. He goes, James, like in a sci-fi movie, there were no seams. Like this door just opens up and drops to the ground, and there's stairs. And 2 beings come out, and they flank either side of the staircase. And then a third one comes out, and he said it had like, and Alan was convinced that this was a real flying saucer with real technology, not a special effect, but that they took a real flying saucer and dressed people up like aliens as a staged event, which I don't believe that, but whatever, that's a side note. And Alan goes, yeah, just like in the sci-fi movie, this thing opens up. you couldn't see a door there, and it just opens and drops. Staircase, 2 guys get out, they flank the staircase, and then a third gentleman gets out, and he said he had like a tight-fitting suit on. He had a big nose, tiny mouth, not much of a chin, big eyes with vertical slits, and then he had this like headgear, almost like Egyptian headgear. And then he had and this is what Alan told me, he had like some kind of device that he assumed was supposed to be a translator device, a communication device. Didn't know for sure. And he was met by people in uniform, dressed, military officers in uniform. I was like, what happened then? He goes, well, they met this one individual, and he went over to a Jeep, got in the Jeep, and off they drove. And then the film footage ends. I said, the film footage ends with the disc just sitting there on the ground? He's like, yeah. So I find this out, and quite honestly, I was like, holy shit, because I was starting to believe that case had happened because I investigated the Socorro landing case that happened in April 24, 1964. And with a police officer named Lonnie Zamora, and I was really sticking my teeth into that case over a 5-year period. Now, Holloman's just a stone's throw from Socorro, right? By the crow, as the crow flies. Well, I absolutely believed in the landing and the close encounter of the third kind in Socorro, which is one of the most well-documented close encounters of the third kind in U.S. history. Why not have happened something similar at the base? Why not? I have to be open to that. So I'm sitting there going, wow. So then I'm talking to Emmenegger about it. I'm like, Emmenegger? Well, so I said, well, Alan, why didn't you ever tell Emmenegger? And I actually have video of a phone call that I made. I have it somewhere. I should dig it up. Where I called, I was with Alan, and I called Emmenegger, or I was with Emmenegger and I called Alan. Because I was like, why is it that you didn't tell the partner that you were doing the documentary with back in 1972 that you were shown the footage by Paul Schartle? He's like, well, some men in suits showed up.
Here we go.
Either later that day or first thing the next morning, took the footage from Paul Schartle, took it away, gone, and like, don't ever talk about this kind of thing. And so Alan didn't tell his own partner that he'd seen it until years later, but I have him on camera. So then I was talking to Emmenegger about it. And I said, well, Alan thinks it was a real flying saucer, so you had that technology in 1972, but there was a staged event with people looking like aliens. And Emenegger's like, bullshit, no. I said, why do you feel so adamant about that? He goes, because I knew Paul Shartle. I actually talked to Paul Shartle about it. I talked to the guy that processed the film footage at Norton Air Force Base. And he goes, in fact, and he dug it up, he did a search for Paul Shartle and Robert Emenegger on some TV show in the either late 70s or early 80s. And he died in a car crash, Paul Shartle with his wife. A head-on car collision, they both died. But before that happened, he gave an interview, and he talked about why he believed that was a legitimate UFO landing that was captured on film footage. In fact, I've talked to people about it within the government recently. Like, you should go after that footage. I think it exists. In fact, I can put you in touch with a guy who's seen it.
That's the Holy Grail.
That's the Holy Grail.
That's the one.
That's the one.
That answers another question, like what's the thing, and that's it. That's got to be it.
Well, in terms of the
multi-angles, I mean,
in terms of a case that happened on a military base, boy, that's pretty damn good.
It's pretty damn good, especially considering that the cameras were in focus enough and had the quality enough to notice that the seam appeared on the craft. And that's a big detail for me, because when filming something like that with these old cameras, you'd expect fuzzy, grainy. But if you can tell from that footage that the seam opened, that means you can probably see the expression on those beings' faces. Like, that's a heck of a claim.
Yeah. I know it's a remarkable case. But, Varginha is also, because it's more recent, in 96.
And that does have something to do with people's ability to believe in the story as well, right? That holds some importance.
It's the preponderance of eyewitness testimony. I mean, if you go to the town of Varginha, Brazil, which is about 4 hours north of Sao Paulo, chances are if you go down to the main square and you start talking about it, they'll either have, especially if they're older, a firsthand knowledge, or like, oh, my cousin, my brother, my mom,
That was actually a question for later coming up in the Discord by Nelson. He wanted to know. He was like, he loved Moment of Contact, and Nelson is a great friend. He's the memory champion I told you about. But he said, would James be willing to elaborate a little bit on those interactions, because he found that, like many of us, so fascinating that at the very beginning, it kind of caught you off guard how forthcoming just the local citizens were about this.
And knocking on doors.
You would just ask people, and they had answers for you. Can you elaborate on that? Like, is there a lot that you left out of those interactions?
Yeah. I mean, unfortunately, you shoot hundreds of hours of interviews, and you got to whittle it down to an hour and 40 minutes, hour and 45 minutes, maybe. That's a really tough decision, right? I mean, I call it killing your darlings. I mean, there's so many GMs in there that you just can't squeeze into a movie, and it's heartbreaking. In fact, at some point, I think I might be, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I think I might be probably sitting on the biggest archive of interviews over the last 30 years, because I've made so many documentaries, and there's so many, so much content. I was actually talking to some people the other day. I might have been talking to Jesse Michaels. Hey, if I had some resources, not financial resource, but manpower, we can go through all my various tapes and interviews over the last 3 decades and make it all available to people. Put it out there for free.
That was my next question. I was like, when are we going to see the YouTube mashup of all this? Because as a content creator, you're sitting on a pile of gold.
I'm sitting on a pile of gold. And a lot of people I got the only interviews with them before they died.
Wow.
A lot of people.
That's like Roswell stuff. And that's,
Roswell. I was there filming in 1997 in Roswell. I was getting people talking about, I remember at the time, because I was kind of new to it. I was only in it for a few years at the time. But the one distinct advantage I had going to Roswell for the 50th anniversary is, A, it was getting a lot of attention in the media, and B, if people were in their 20s during the experience, or maybe their 30s, they were in their 70s and 80s, right? So they were still around.
They're still there.
Gone. I must have talked to at least 15 people, maybe 20.
My goodness.
And a lot of them on camera. I would just get them just, this guy was like, talked about the mayor. I think it was the mayor at the time. And he said he was white as a ghost. Saw some of the stuff, and he said that they not only threatened them, I've heard this from at least 10, maybe 15 people, that they were saying they're not only going to be picking my bones out of the desert, but your family's bones. That's what they told me.
Do you think there's any credence to this? Is something I've been researching recently, but just on that you mentioned, that you touched on there, the threatening of the families and everything else, and the people who work for these legacy programs. Do you think there's any validity to recruiting out of places like BYU and like Utah?
I gotta say I don't have much concrete information on that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's something I've just been recently turned on to because of the nature of their faith.
Yeah.
They don't drink, smoke. They're straight arrows. They have large families. And there's an article put out.
Certainly makes sense.
A few years back about the FBI. There was actually, this went to court because there was a case made against the FBI that they were basically recruiting. There was discrimination for recruitment within these 3-letter agencies because they were solely pretty much recruiting Mormons.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because they got large families. They're never going to talk. They never drink. They never do drugs. And, they're all into like family and hiking and work, and that's it, So there's something really, and, when you look at Dugway, you look at all the interesting, places in Utah, it kind of makes sense, that BYU would be like this breeding ground for these, straight arrow, white male, intelligent, you know what I mean? Because that's the whole profile of these agents, it seems like.
Well, people often mistake me for being like a Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan has got a breadth of knowledge on cases far expanding, way beyond anything that I'll ever have. The cases that I know because I put boots on the ground.
Yeah.
I went to China, I went to Australia, I went to Africa, I went to South America, I went to Russia, I went to, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know those cases really well because I met the witnesses, I went to the, all those spots. I mean, case in point, Virginia, I'm still going there. I'm going to go there probably next month.
Well, let me stop you there.
Yeah.
So you said you're going to go there next month.
Yes.
Is this like a continuation, or is this a personal project, or is this like
continuation?
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're saying there might be new developments?
Oh, there's definitely new developments. Yes.
That you're aware of already?
Yes. Yeah.
How
that's
long?
Where I'm going.
Did it take?
So I got half guaranteed, which is great. So if I come back with just that, it's going to be golden.
Half the documentary.
Sorry,
project.
I got half of the secured interviews that are it's phenomenal.
I understand.
Yeah, that's like locked. Okay, that's good. Now I got the other half that
you got to go there.
It'll either happen or it won't happen. If it happens, it'll make world news. But I again, who knows? Who knows? This is a tough nut to crack. But it's like I don't just give up on things. Case in point, look at Calvine. I was chasing that down for 20 plus years. I don't let it go. And it's great too because other people like David Clark is amazing. We wouldn't be talking about Calvine if it wasn't for him. But I never took my eye off that case. And as soon as I read that first article, I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta go to Scotland. I gotta cover that because it's amazing. And new developments are constantly happening. We put in the program, if you have any information on this case, it's the same thing for Virginia. All these cases. They're, people are starting to come out of the woodwork and people are starting to feel a little safer. We're living in an unprecedented time right now. Witnesses are starting to feel a little more comfortable. It's more, mainstream, but it's more acceptable to be talking about these things. I'd like to find the pilot who was flying that Harrier jet. Duh.
Yep.
You think he got film footage of it? Yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah, he also got a visit.
He probably got a visit too, but he flew all around. And I was told that because if you look at that photograph, you got that perfect diamond or disc, right? And I was talking to Craig Lindsay, the RAF press officer, and I was like, what do those other 5 pictures look like? And he goes, James, they were so shocked. The witnesses were so scared when this thing was hovering in the air. They didn't know what the hell was going on. And they only got the courage up when the military jet came in. And what the military jet did, according to Craig Lindsay, who interviewed them and saw all the other prints, is that they took the camera up from one of the bushes and they snapped 5 or 6 pictures as the military jet did a complete pass all the way around this disc, right? So whoever was flying that Harrier jet got a really good view. Got the best view of it. Flew right towards it and then flew around it. And then went back. So where's that radar data? Where's the visual, gun cam footage? Whoa, this case is just getting going here.
That's some Independence Day stuff right there.
So let's just say that he was in his 30s, because most fighter pilots are pretty young, right? So let's just say he was let's say he was 35.
Yeah.
Okay, so what was it? How long ago was that case? 34 years? He'd
Yeah.
be 65.
Yeah.
So let's say he's probably between 65 and 75. That's a pretty comfortable. So you know what? And they're usually pretty healthy.
Still time.
So he's out there. And if you are out there and you're listening to this, please get in touch with us.
You know, it's something I'm learning from you as like a content creator, as like a pseudo documentarian myself. I'm learning the tenacity that you have is just really important for this field, because as someone who's used to in the past really churning out content and sort of like the second I press upload is the second I need to forget about it and focus on the next thing, right? So I have to reprogram myself to stick with something and not just go with the immediate thing and post it. I got to sit on things. I got to do my homework and go there and take my time. And I want to thank you for teaching me that. That's really, really valuable lesson for me.
And sometimes it's okay. Like when I did Out of the Blue, and I don't know if I told you this, but I was like, you know, when is a project ever done, right? Usually you're out of money, you're out of steam, you're exhausted. Usually it's out of money. But I remember we were probably 4 years into Out of the Blue, maybe 3, had a screening. I'm watching people fidget. That's bad. Look at their watches, checking out their phones, tying their shoelaces, you know.
At the screening, oh, yeah.
Not good. And they all left, and they kind of patted me on the shoulder. Hey, nice job, James. I knew what. Yeah, the film was not ready for prime time. So I went back at it for and I remember I fell into this really dark place, like it's so depressed. It's like, you feel like you're just climbing this mountain. It's never going to end. Like, how can I'm in a ring with a monster, and I'm trying to figure out how to win the next round, right? And I sank down into the couch after the screening, and I got really depressed, and I slept with my clothes on at my dad's house. Then I woke up the next morning, and I was like, I picked myself up at the bootstraps, and I'm going back at it. So I spent 2 more years on Out of the Blue. It was a lot better. I got it to a much better place, but it still wasn't quite where I wanted it to be. But I remember my partner, Boris, and his wife is yelling at me that he was in a fetal position crying because we were pushing each other so hard and we were broke. And she's like, "You're killing my husband." You know, she was really angry with me, looking at me like I'm the devil. You know, so I was like, okay, I better release this movie. But I released it. In the back of my mind, I was like, that movie's not done. And then I got a letter in the mail 3 years later. I sold it to NBC Universal, and they were like, Mr. Fox, just want to inform you, we decided not to renew our broadcast option. I was like, yes, I own it again. So I got it back, and then I went back at it for 2 more years, like that.
Wow.
And then it still wasn't quite what I wanted it to be, but it was a lot better. And then I tried it again with I Know What I Saw. Sold I Know What I Saw. It was a 2-hour special to the History Channel. Again, so broke I could barely even afford to pay attention when I finished that movie. I was so broke, and I remember my credit card was maxed out, and I had like a $70,000 credit card debt, and I was so like barely making that monthly payment, right? And barely making it by the skin of my teeth, and I was like 2 days late, and they jacked up my interest rate to double or triple, whatever it was. Yikes. And I called the company, and I was like, you guys, what are you doing? Are you trying to force me to like go belly up on this? I was like, default on my loan. I said, I was barely making the payment at that rate, and now you just triple, you know. So this was all going on.
Kicking you while you're down.
Yeah. Anyway, so I got kicking you while you're down, and I got the I Know What I Saw sold. In the back of my mind, I was like, it's not what I wanted it to be, you know.
You've always had that. I'm not done with this.
I was not satisfied. It just wasn't like, you know, you have a concept in your mind as something that you do, whether it's a painting or maybe a studio space or maybe just whatever project it is. You know, when you have that,
vision.
The vision, you know, and you set out to make that happen. And sometimes it aligns with the vision, and sometimes it doesn't. And in my case, it kept not. And I was like, God, I went through my 20s, and I went through my 30s, and I hit 40, and I was like, oh my gosh. I took a couple years off UFOs, and I did a film on the BP oil spill. I just just needed a break. And then when I hit 43, I was like, all right, I'm going at it one more time. And that's when I did The Phenomenon. It took me 8 years.
And that is like arguably
8 years,
possibly the best documentary out there on the subject. So it's, I mean, that's, and you know,
and that was the first time I went,
did it.
This is it. Yes.
You could feel it though.
Yes.
Watching that, like, I mean, it's perfect.
I didn't watch it for 2 years.
Ooh.
After I finished it.
Because you were just sick of seeing the footage?
Excuse me. It was so traumatic getting that film across the finishing line. And then right when I finished it, we were going to have, for the first time in my whole career, we're going to have a theatrical release, and the ink had barely dried on the contracts, and then COVID's coming, right?
Right, yeah.
And I was like, no. And I remember my sister called me, and she was kind of crying. We both were kind of crying, and she's like, it took a global pandemic to stop it.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, I'm rambling.
No, I mean, it's fascinating to hear because, we don't get to hear this normally. We get to see the final product. And, and as someone who's creative, my final product is constantly out there, and people don't really understand the work that goes behind it. And not only the work, the emotional sort of ups and downs that you have to put aside to get the work done. And that weighs heavy when the project ends, because now you have to deal with all that compartmentalized baggage that you've been putting away, and it just hits you like a truck, and then you got to somehow pick yourself up and do it again. And so it as a creator myself, it's commendable. I take my hat off to you. It's definitely something that isn't easy, and on top of traveling and everything else, and there's just so many factors that go into making such a monumental project, and it doesn't go unnoticed. I want you to know that.
My son, who you've met, he was born when Ollie was born, I didn't even have a bank account because I know what I saw. Some tax issues happened. It was horrible, and I fought it. But long story short, I remember I got a check for like $1,500, and I was so stoked. I put it in the account, and I went to go get the money the next day to pay off my phone bill and all this other stuff. And the woman, the teller, was like, "Sir, you're zero balance." I said, "Zero balance?" I said, I made a deposit last night. I got to be at zero balance. She's like, "Well, you made a withdrawal." I said, "I didn't make a withdrawal." Anyway, so there's like 3-year period where I didn't have a bank account. I remember I was making the phenomenon, and people were like, "Dude, you can't make a move. You don't have a bank account? What are you talking about? I don't have a bank
That's
account?
insane.
How do you not have a bank account? What is wrong with you?" I was like, "Look, man, it is what it is right now, okay? I'm just getting through it. I'm doing the best I can, all right?
That's
Relax."
wild.
Yeah, I swear to God.
That is.
Remember people are working with.
That's 10 years ago? Like, what is that?
A little over 10 years ago, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
Yeah.
All right, I got a few other questions here I want to get to before we get into some, like...
My favorite color is blue.
Okay.
Dark midnight blue.
I wanted to talk a little bit about we touched on this earlier, and you touched on it with the Men in Black, how you were kind of uncomfortable with the term Men in Black because it's a little cliche. Aside from that, what is one sort of mischaracterization or one misconception within the public's view of the phenomenon or of UFOs that you would like to erase? That if you could think of it, like, I'd just erase it from people's mind.
Couple. One right off the top. Why does it always happen in the desert in the United States? Let's see. I cover a case in Australia, Africa, South America, Chile, like England,
Russia,
China, Canada, Alaska, across the United States. This is a global phenomenon. That's one thing for sure. Second thing is, people think that the witnesses are just looking for a limelight. If people had a behind-the-scenes look at what it took for us to make Moment of Contact and to get those people to come forward, we worked on them for years, just to find them. And then we'd meet with them, and they're like, "How did you find me? How did you know I was involved with that? I don't care how much money you offer me. It's never going to happen. I'm never coming forward." And we'd work on them and work on them and work on them and work on them. And then some of them were like, at the end of the day, it was like, we're going to get an anonymous, get them to appear anonymously. It's the better the witness, the more compelling the case, the less likely the people are ever going to want to come forward. And that's just a fact. And that's me in the field.
Wow. Is there any, has there ever been a moment where it's just like slipped out of your hands? Where something that you were so close and it was like a big thing.
Yeah.
What's one of those things that like slipped out of your hands?
The footage, the alien footage.
Of Virginia?
Yes.
You were that close?
We had a hard drive in our hands.
You had a hard drive in
our hands.
Are you kidding me?
Not kidding you.
But you didn't see the footage?
No.
You had the footage in your hands.
Let's see how I can talk about this.
Holy.
Well, okay. So I want to talk about this without revealing the details because we're going back. we found we talked to a number of doctors face to face that saw the footage, okay, and not only saw the footage but were friends with the individual who took the footage. And this is just one in particular. That was on the medical side. That was on the doctor's side in the Humanitas Hospital. So we went after the individual. Unfortunately, the individual had died, horseback riding or something. I don't know, something happened. So we went to this was all spanning over probably a 2-year period, maybe a little longer. We went to the individual's house and talked to the wife, and the wife was somewhat dismissive initially, but then we went back with testimony from the other fellow doctors, talked about it. And the wife was talking to my partner, Marco Leal, like the room was bugged, and was like, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. And reaches down and grabs a hard drive. I don't know. I'm not sure what. No, there's nothing here. Gives the hard drive to Marco. Now he's got the hard drive.
What shape was it? Is it USB?
Just an old, like probably a 20-year-old hard drive, maybe 15, 20-year-old hard drive. But so we were like, oh my God. So, we're hours outside of Sao Paulo, and he's driving around, and I'm like, dude, you need to get to someplace secure and back that thing up immediately. And I was like, you're driving around for 4 days in the area? No, like this could be the biggest. So this is happening, and so it's encrypted, and we're trying to get it nobody could do it in that area. So we took the drive back to Sao Paulo, and we're having like high-level technicians costing a lot of money, like the salaries for a lot of people for a whole month just to do a deep dive in the drive and da-da-da-da-da. We were pretty convinced that we had it because we knew beyond a shadow of doubt that this guy is the one that shot it, according to all the other doctors that we talked to and all the other doctors that knew him and all the other doctors that saw it, that saw the footage and described it. And so we were overwhelmed with excitement, as you can imagine. Got the whole thing encrypted, and it wasn't there. So, but we thought we had it. We really did.
Mm-hmm.
We were, but that led to there are other individuals that we need to go see that live a couple of hours away from where that happened, and so that we're quite convinced.
Wow.
So we know, according to all these doctors, who shot it, who had it for sure, and then he had a heart attack and died suddenly. So that footage is somewhere. You didn't just throw that away, and we knew what format that footage. Anyway, so that was one. Then there was another individual, and I can't release the name but it's an official individual who had a photograph, and I had him describe to me what was seen in the photograph. And this is an official. This is not like a civilian. And we talked to this individual, and it was like one of the aliens was alive, one was dead, and there were a number of firemen. Firemen as well as police officers are connected to the military in Brazil. So
Wow.
if you're working for the fire department, you're actually a military personnel, right? And the same thing for like radar control officers. You're still military.
It's all linked to the
firemen,
military.
police officer, military. And so we interviewed this individual, and we talked to two people that he was friends with that he showed the photograph to, and then I spoke to the individual who allegedly has the photograph, and got this individual to describe what the photograph showed. And we thought we were going to get it that day, but we didn't. But again, this is an ongoing thing. But it said there was one dead and one alive, and that there were a number of firemen in the photograph posing where they were in the background of the which aligns with some of the research that we'd done in terms of like how, because there were a couple of captures. There was probably more than that, maybe 5 or 6, but we only really have 2 good solid leads on maybe 2 or 3 of the captures. One was with military police officer Marco Cerizzi and the guy driving the car, Eric Lopes, and then there was another capture from the fire department with a net.
With like a noose
like
almost.
catching wild animals. Yeah, they did that. And we talked to one of the individuals that was involved with that operation. And then there was another one that might have that the entity might have been shot, because we heard people in the town describe a gunshot go off and then something was carried out of the forested area. So that was like 3. I think we reported on 2, maybe we reported on 3 in Moment of Contact. But there was some evidence from some of the researchers we talked to, indirectly, this guy Uberjado Rodriguez and Peccaccini, that there were up to 5 entities that were captured. But again, I don't know. We only had a solid lead on 2 or 3 of them.
At what point?
One of them was alive.
Yeah, that is disturbing.
Oh,
At what point in the investigation or in your documentary were you close to this information? Was this towards the end, or was this like in the heart of it?
Closer to the end. So back in like 2013, and I can talk openly about this now, and I have talked about it in the past, but this is like, a lot of people wonder like what keeps you going on a 12, 13, 14-year investigation on something, right? Because let's just face it, whether you believe a UFO crash and live aliens were captured, I totally understand your ambivalence to believe that, because it's a big story. And, but I ask your audience if you can suspend judgment, imagine for a moment that it did happen. It's a very significant event, right? So, but sometimes you doubt yourself, like particularly early on. Like when I first heard about the case, I was like, there's no way that happened. There's no way live aliens walked around the town of Virginia and the whole world not know it. It's impossible.
You dismissed it.
I dismissed it for 10 years. Didn't even look into it.
Being someone who's already done documentaries on UFOs,
yes,
you dismissed it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can understand how a skeptic might.
Absolutely, yes. Oh, absolutely. So I started looking into it maybe in 2011, and in 2013 I got an interview with Marco Leal with a Air Force general by the name of Jose Carlos Pereira. Yeah, Jose Carlos Pereira, Air Force Brazilian general. Excuse me. Sat down interview, and there are a lot of cases. Colares that happened in the 70s. There's the Nights of UFOs over Brazil in 1986. Massive oversight, scrambled military jets. They had a press conference. A lot of great cases. And he's like, I could talk about this case, that case. You talk about Virginia, this interview's terminated, goodbye. And I was like, well, really? And he was very serious. Like, and I had an Brazilian Air Force guy sitting down with us. I wasn't going to jeopardize. So we didn't talk about Virginia. And then we rolled camera for how long we interviewed, an hour and a half or whatever it was. And at the end, shut all the equipment off, all the audio, and I walked up to him, I looked him in the eyes, I looked into his soul. And I was like, please. And Marco was sitting there right there with me. I said, please. I said, I promise you on my life, there is no camera, audio, nothing rolling. This is between you and me, right here, right now. Tell me about Virginia. And I'm looking him in the eyes, and he's like preparing to leave. He's got a driver waiting for him. And Marco's doing the same thing. I was practically like fucking licking the guy's boots. I mean, I'd never looked so deeply into someone's soul before. I wanted to know so badly. So he didn't say anything. He didn't respond. We followed him all the way back to the car. Marco was right there with me. He gets in the car. The door's still open in the back seat. The driver's sitting there waiting. The engine's running. And he looks up at Marco and I and he goes, it happened. Closed the door and off he went. I was like, fuck. Marco and I both were like, and I tell you, like, that kept us going. That was like that reignited our flame. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why would he say that to us?
Yeah, no reason.
No reason, man. And then he died a couple years later. But that was like, can I share that publicly? And people go, yeah, sure, whatever. It's just a rumor. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And I don't expect anyone to even believe that happened. But it happened to me and Marco, and that kept us going for another 10 years.
That's one of my next questions, actually. Have you ever come close to abandoning something, and then what kept you going? And there you go. That is like, I have this question I ask to people a lot, and I think this might be the answer to that, but I'm going to ask it anyways. But is there a moment, and not the first moment, but a moment where you tell yourself, this changes everything?
Yeah. I mean, so I did this thing on Reddit recently,
Mm-hmm.
and it was basically the first time this woman Andrea put it on. I met her at the Soul Foundation, and she's like, "Hey, I run this like community thing at Reddit, and I want to do this thing that's never been done before. I want to get all the various platforms and communities in Reddit to all coalesce and get together and put together as one event and be supportive." And she did. She goes, "Can you get a couple of people that were part of the task force, part of the government investigation?" I was like, okay. My two primary targets was Lenval Logan and this guy, Kirk McConnell.
Yep.
And Kirk McConnell investigated. Never really prior, he had 37 years experience in armed services, a number of other things. You can look him up. But he really put a laser-like focus on UFOs from 2017 to 2024. And he, I'll get to the relevance in this in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
He had the distinct opportunity to sit down with so-called first-hand witnesses. Now, everyone's talking about the fact they want first-hand witnesses, and I get it. After David Grush testified under oath that we have a crash retrieval program, we got people working on technology, we got biologics, as he put it. Everybody wants those first-handers. Well, according to McConnell, I think it was like somewhere between 8 and 12 first-hand people have testified, like had meetings in a skiff behind closed doors, right? First-handers, the ones that we all want to see in open congressional hearings.
The ones in the program.
Yes. And so we had this Reddit thing, and they were like, okay, so James, you're going to be on, and you're going to have Lenval Logan, and then we're going to have Kirk McConnell. Kirk was a very busy guy. We're probably going to just focus primarily on him for the first hour, and then we'll switch over to Lenval Logan. If Lenval Logan wants to stick with you for the second hour, great. But we're going to do Kirk, then we're going to do Lenval Logan, and then we're going to do, you. And I was like, I'm far less important. These guys should. So anyway, so we start talking, and there were people asking him questions, and then I had this little chat where they said, if something pops up during this 3-hour thing, you can message us. And so I said, hey, I got a question, because I hadn't thought about this one. And I said, you claim that you were sitting in a skiff with members of the Senate. I'm guessing Rubio and Rounds and Schumer, and that you guys met with firsthand witnesses, people that are directly involved with the program, that are working on alien technology, shit like that, right? I said, can you describe what it was like to sit in that room and like listen to someone that you believe was directly working on alien technology? Can you put me in that fucking, please? Describe the atmosphere. What was it like? Did you look in the eyes of the senators? And he was like, whoa, and then he put us in that room. It's all on tape. You can look it up on the Reddit. I've actually put it on my X as well. I highly advise.
I've seen it. I'll
go see the damn
put a clip of it here, but go watch this in its entirety.
At James C. Fox on X, formerly known as Twitter, and go watch that damn thing, because my God, that's one of those moments. Can you put us in the room and tell us what the atmosphere felt like?
It's a very it's a tough thing to get your mind around, and to be confronted with it, coming from another person whom you find credible based on their credentials and their clearances and their background and all that. It certainly it makes it hard to go to sleep at night, for a good while.
What did the senators, did they have a sort of slack-jawed appearance as well, or was it just?
No, I mean, I don't think any of us fell on the floor, in anguish or anything, but it was very serious and very sobering. And there was, just rapt attention to what was being said and trying to absorb it. They would take this information on board.
Did you get the impression that these individuals were scared?
Well, it varied. Certainly in some instances, some people, there was real fear. Yes, there was real anxiety about speaking about speaking out what they had to say. Yeah.
For their
It was
career.
very disturbing to them. Yeah.
Very disturbing to them. Yeah. Okay. And I asked him, what was it like afterwards? He was like, I had a hard time coming home and like processing, wrapping my mind around, oh my God, this changes everything. And when I was investigating the Virginia case, I swear to God, I'm 99.9% sure that I looked directly into the eyes of a gentleman who drove an alien around. I'm like, how do you process that? I was looking into his eyes for an hour and a half, okay? I could see the intensity of it all. We tracked him down. And this individual had given an on-camera statement right after it happened with a number of first-hand people that were involved with the incident as an insurance policy that if anything happened to them, and all the researchers within the area knew there were 15, 20 copies of those tapes made back in 1996, that if anything happened to those witnesses, that was going to be released to the general public. That was their insurance policy. So we'd seen that footage. I couldn't use it, but I'd seen it, and it's wow. But my point is this, is that Kirk was describing the impact that had on him. You know, that reality, it's like a distortion of reality, like everything is not as it seems, right? This changes everything. And when I would come home from a month at a time investigating, and I'm knocking on doors, meeting with witnesses, doctors, military guys, firemen, like people that drove we were digging into this damn case. I wanted to know so bad. And I'd come home and I couldn't really talk about it because as soon as I started talking about it, people just look at me like I'd lost my fucking mind, right? And I remember the last time I went, I got back and I had CNN at my house with Leslie Kane, and I'd just gotten back from my last trip. I'd shot the whole movie. Excuse me. And they were like, oh my God, you just got back from Brazil. It's incredible. Oh my gosh, tell us about your trip. What happened? I love the smoothies and the coffees over there. It's an incredible place, isn't it? Did you go to Rio? What about that Parachi, those islands off the coast? You know, and I'm sitting there going, I think I looked into the face of a guy who drove an alien around and a UFO crashed and live aliens were walking through the town and they were captured. And the Americans came in and got this stuff, you know. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm not going to talk about any of it. They were like, you have the perfect opportunity. We're doing a profile on you. And no, we'll wait till the movie comes out.
Good call.
Because you're going to look at me like I need to up the dosage of whatever medication that I'm not on right now. That's seriously like, but I guess what I'm trying to get at is that you come back from these experiences and your reality is so distorted. You're like,
it's a post-traumatic experience.
It's a post-traumatic experience, and Kirk had the same damn thing. And
wow.
Kirk and I had talked about that, comparing notes. Like, he would come back, he would try to tell certain things to his wife, and his wife's looking at him like, honey, have you lost it? Are you okay? Like, you know.
That's how profound experiences are. Because not only do they affect experiencers, they affect those who talk to experiencers. That's how profound that is. I mean, that's incredible. That it had that effect on a secondhand witness, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is insane. This is, I mean,
and
I'm getting that feeling just talking to you.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm 3 people removed from this guy now, but I'm still enthralled, and I'm like, I'm projecting my own self there, and how would I feel, and what would I do, and how do I feel about this now? And it's seismic. Yeah.
It's, you know, I remember talking to various composers I go to great lengths to I don't do canned music for my films. I spend a lot on the score. And I remember describing to a couple of different composers, Mateo and this guy, Chris Hogue, he's an amazing guy. I say, just imagine, you guys, imagine taking the cloth of reality and just tearing it right apart, right? Like, I want the audience to be where that individual was when they made face-to-face contact, allegedly, with this alien creature, right? I want it to be the most unfamiliar feeling of intensity and mystery and intrigue, and do you know what I mean? And alien, and I say alien as sort of outside of our world in the sense that it's so foreign, you don't even know what you're looking at, right? Like you don't even know how to process what you're looking at. Put me there with that score. In particular, I remember when the children had face-to-face contact, in Rua, Zimbabwe, or when the children had face-to-face contact. Like when you made eye contact with that creature, God damn it, I want to be there.
Yeah.
What did it feel like? What kind of communication took place? Did communication take place? Did time stop? Could you hear anything?
And you want the audience to feel that.
Yes, I want the audience to feel that. I want to feel that.
Yeah.
I want to be there. That experience is so profound, So I always remember, I take reality and just rip it all apart. And I want to feel so, just recreate that if you can. And it has to be with very unfamiliar sounds and things that just don't make any sense. Because that's,
Love that.
Right?
Yeah, it's unsettling.
Yeah,
It's
as it should
unfamiliar.
be. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, ma'am.
And we talked about this a little bit, but there had to have been times where there was information that was just maybe too controversial or risky to include. Did you ever encounter any of such periods of conversation that you were just like, I can't, like, or
yeah.
Oh
yeah.
How about in the program? Was there anything there that you had to leave out?
Oh, lots of stuff I had to leave out.
Like, I mean, for reasons of
classifications, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, everybody, like particularly the Intel folks, had to approve everything.
Wow.
And some even had to get, I'm trying to remember the acronym, DOPSR. But it's basically a pre-publication approval. And I believe that everybody had to do that. A lot of the people that I interviewed had to do that. And in one instance, I had to end up at the last minute, I had to delete a certain word that was mentioned in the film. And then you'll see it beeped out, And, there's also controversy.
Oh, I mean, we know what the word is, though.
Yeah. Yeah, it's Area 51.
Yeah.
But it had to be bleeped out. I had to do that.
That's so strange.
Yeah.
Well, that's a good compromise, though.
Yeah.
Like, where they're like, just bleep it out. You're like, but you don't even, but you can see him saying
Area 50.
Yeah, it's pretty much like,
I wonder what he's talking about.
Yeah, I don't even read lips, and I was like, I know exactly what he.
Oh my god!
And then you just lay the image of the Google Maps right over it. And I'm like, oh, that's cute.
Yeah, right.
That's cute that they asked him to.
So funny.
Yeah, interesting. But there has been times where, like, has it ever bummed you out where you're like, really?
So I just got some information on crash retrieval stuff recently that was like, woof. Wow.
Yeah.
And so I asked this individual that I trusted, and I went after this individual. This individual did not come to me. I'd known about this individual, and I was for a long time. No. And then finally we got, and this individual shared some fucking wow stuff with me. So I said, hey, I'm about to do this whole circuit of interviews. Every time my films come out, I'll go the rounds and do the podcast and the radio interviews. Obviously, spread the word for my movie. Can I just say I heard it somewhere? No.
Not even.
No.
Not even anecdotal.
Nope. Very adamant about that. No, they'll know.
They'll know it was him.
Yes.
Whoa.
Or her.
Or her. Yeah. I'm trying. They'll know it was them. Whoa.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
Yeah.
And it's so funny too because like
that's specific.
Yeah,
so that's an unknown
date,
piece
location,
of information.
Yeah, date, location,
I see.
Incident.
It's not like a broad sort of like, we put it up on this type of trailer.
Very specific.
It is.
Yeah, very specific with the evidence, with the bodies, the craft, everything.
Whoa.
Yes, and it really jarred me. Like and I'm very open. And I do documentaries, and I mean, I'm on this personal journey where I'm just really curious, and I keep wanting to get to the bottom of it. And the more I dig, the more crazy it all kind of gets. I feel like, I've been at it for 30 years now, and I feel like almost dumber than I was 30 years ago in the sense that I have more questions today than I've ever had, right?
That makes you wise, I think.
And I'm sitting there going, what the hell is going on? And the one thing that I've really learned just because something sounds really outlandish and really unbelievable, don't have that knee-jerk response of just quick dismissal, because I've had it my whole career. Rua Zimbabwe. I heard about Rua Zimbabwe through Steven Spielberg.
Right.
Because I was making my first doc in the 90s, UFOs 50 Years of Denial, and we had a mutual friend, this woman, Janet Yang, and I was just naive enough to think, I was in my 20s, like, I'm making a documentary on UFOs. Of course Spielberg's going to give me an interview. So I went through Janet Yang, and she goes back. She goes, well, yeah, no, he's not going to meet with you. But he said, since you're doing a doc on UFOs, you should really look into this landing that happened in Africa at the school, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, landing happened at a school in broad daylight, and the aliens got out of their little spaceships and talked to the kids, sure. And I didn't even I didn't spend 1 second looking into it. You believe that?
Wow.
And then same thing with Virginia. I'd heard about Virginia. The first time I heard about Virginia, I was mapping out of the blue. And I had this partner, Tim Coleman, British guy, very smart. And Tim's like, I was like, Bentwaters, let's look into the March 13th, Phoenix Lights. Let's look into these other various cases. Robertson Panel, 52 Capitol, and then he goes, oh, mate, this is an absolutely amazing crash case. It took place in Brazil. I don't think he used the word Virginia at the time. It was in Brazil. And these bloody aliens are walking around in the town, and I looked at them and I thought to myself, I picked the wrong partner.
Oh no!
Like this guy's a freak.
He's lost his marbles.
He's lost his marbles. Like, what was I thinking? Like, he came across as really grounded, pragmatic, intelligent, and I had a really hard time, like, even keeping him as a partner, because I was so concerned about his mental state of health, like that he wanted me to actually go investigate a case where live aliens are walking to the town. Like, this guy's clearly lost his mind. He's gone out way on the deep end. Didn't look into that case for at least 10 years. And then I remember the next time I heard about Virginia was 2011. So that would have been at least 11 years later, probably 12. And it was a guy, Jeff Sagansky, and you can look him up. Very high up in the food chain in the entertainment industry, like former head of Sony. And he's always been extremely helpful to me over the years. And there's a funny connection about that, which I could talk about in a minute. But he's like, I was going to Brazil. I got invited to go speak in Brazil at a conference. And he goes, oh, James, you're going to Brazil. Fantastic. You can look into the Virginia case. I was like, the what? The what case? With the UFO crash and the live aliens. I was like, oh, God, not this again. So I told Jeff, I said, I had a lot of respect for him, and he was very helpful for me, and I wasn't going to burn that bridge. But I was like, sure, Jeff, yeah, I'll definitely look into that while I'm over there. Yeah, sure, click. Yeah, that ain't going to happen. And then I got to Brazil, and then I ended up meeting some witnesses, whatever. What was the guy? So I asked Jeff one time, this is interesting, and you're going to have to help me get the name of this guy, because I'm trying to remember. He was in Smokey and the Bandit. He was the pool shark that played Paul Newman.
Yeah.
The guy I'm talking about. Come on, I know, right? So
famous,
very famous.
Yeah,
everyone knows, and he'll come to us in a second. Yeah. But he worked on a movie with him way back in the day, and he apparently pulled Jeff aside and said,
Jackie Gleason.
Yeah. And Jackie Gleason said to Jeff, according to Jeff, told me this, I don't care what anybody ever tells you, I know for a fact that UFOs are real, and the government has definitive proof of that. And he told him that, but he didn't give him specifics, like I was taken out by the president, or whatever. But he said that to Jeff way back. Wow. It might have been in the 70s.
Yeah, off the record.
Yeah, just off the record, like, just so you know, like, don't, no matter what anybody tells you, no, 100%, I'm telling you 100%.
Have you ever looked at a case and just felt in your gut that it was real despite the lack of evidence, like recently? Has there been anything, despite there's lack of evidence, but has anything told you, man, this feels like it might have happened? Is there anything like that recently that's come across?
Recently.
Like in the last maybe 10 years, has there ever been something that you're like, there's not a lot here, but something tells me?
O'Hare is pretty good.
Yeah, the airport sighting.
2006, I think that was.
Yeah.
That's pretty compelling. We don't have a photograph. A photograph was taken.
Yeah, apparently.
And it's out there somewhere.
There's got to be more than one, too.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. Imagine if it happened
Cameras.
nowadays.
I mean, there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, and I was actually going to go investigate that case. I was doing pickup interviews for, at the time it might have been out of the blue, but I think it eventually transitioned into I Know What I Saw. And I was in Phoenix, and it was late 2008. Late 2008. I was in Phoenix, and I was doing pickup interviews of that massive flyover. New witnesses were coming forward, willing to go on camera. Families that were on their lawn, lying on their backs, watching this boomerang-shaped craft. They said it was so big it took minutes to pass over them, moving super slowly, analyzing the compartments and the metal. And I was doing follow-up interviews for that for a film I did, I Know What I Saw. And then I was going to go to O'Hare, and I was in touch with a couple of people, United Airlines, and they were like, maybe going to consider going on camera if I disguise their, but that was all I could get on it. But I was like, wow, this is really compelling. And then I got a phone call about a mass sighting that took place at Stephenville, Texas.
Right.
Dublin, Stephenville. And so I canceled my trip to O'Hare, which would have been really cool because it only happened 2 years prior. And who knows, maybe what
FAA is like,
who knows,
close one.
Who knows what I would have come up with, right? Because I know that photograph exists. Like, who took the photograph? Where did that photograph go? I bet there's an MIB story behind that photograph. You know what I'm saying?
They probably got in there. Yeah.
So I had a whole camera crew ready to go. So we jumped on a plane and went to Stephenville, Texas. It was amazing. And that was like, I mean, the whole time they had a town hall meeting. Like the town was all there. Like it was a big deal. And the night before, so I flew my crew to Stephenville, Texas, and I flew to New York, and I went on Larry King Live. And so about that case, and of course I hadn't had boots on the ground yet, so I didn't really know what I was talking about. But I was like, did it exhibit a technology? It was massive and no air disturbance, ability to hover out of sight, the blink of an eye, blah, 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 blah. And so when I arrived, and that aired live, when I arrived like the next day or the day, it was probably the next day, 24 hours later. There's a little funny side note to that.
I love the way the scaffolding looks. It looks so good. I kind of want to keep it.
Tell you or not, but the whole town knew who I was because I was on Larry King the night before.
Wow.
So I suddenly arrived, and they were like,
Celebrity.
Oh my God, James Fox. I had access to everybody.
Oh,
right?
cool.
Everybody wanted to meet, and that's when I got to meet probably one of the best witnesses ever, and that's Ricky Sorrells. To this day, he's one of the most compelling. He didn't want to come forward. It took me 8 months to get him to finally go on camera.
Wow.
And he's
one with the gun.
He was one of the gun. He stood under the craft, and he examined the metal of the craft through his scope, and he almost pulled the trigger to see if the bullet was going to ricochet off it or something. But he said he was a metal worker, and he's like, it didn't have any rivets or welds or folds. Like it was just like a mold. And then he talked about these recessed cones. I mean, Ricky Sorrells is one of the top witnesses. I mean, how many people do you know that stood under a UFO that was so big he couldn't see the edge of it in any direction? He goes, you could have landed an airplane on that damn thing.
That's a ceiling outside.
And and when it took off, he said, had I blinked, I would have missed it. And it said it went from a hover right above his head, and it went off at an angle like this. He goes, it didn't go like this. It just went like this. And I said, well, describe the speed. He goes, had I blinked, I would have missed it. It went from here to the stars in the blink of an eye.
I seen no nuts, bolts, rivets, seams, no welds, none of this. It looked like a piece of sheet metal. It wasn't shiny. It was a dull, I don't know what you call it, matte finish maybe. And this is what I had a hard time with, was if something was to leave, in my mind, it should pivot up and go, like an airplane would. This did not do that. This stayed completely flat, and it went at a 45-degree angle away. And it took off at such a high rate of speed that the only way I can describe it is if I would have blinked, I would have thought it just disappeared.
Whoa.
Great case.
He got spooked, too.
He got very spooked. Very, very spooked.
This is a common thread here in this interview.
Big, tough Texan, armed to the teeth.
Yeah.
And he was spooked.
How did that happen?
Well, there were a number of things that were happening to him at the time, and that's probably one of the reasons why he wouldn't. He met with me And he would tell me what happened. He took me to the forest. He took me to the exact location where it happened. I was like, oh my God, this guy's testimony is golden. Like, this is so rare that you get to talk to somebody who stood under a UFO and examined it with a scope. Like, whoa, right? I mean, you don't get that many moments in your entire 30-year career. I was like, this guy's amazing. And he was like, the military was flying over they had helicopters flying over his house at all hours of the morning. He said he was running out in his underwear and his shotgun. They'd light him up like daylight, spotlight. He called the local Air Force base. He said, you guys got to stop flying your helicopters over my house. And they said, that's our airspace. We'll do what the hell we want. And we suggest you stop talking about what you saw. That's what they said to him. And I talked to the police department. I mean, that's a whole nother story. I don't know if we're going to go down that whole rabbit hole, but you can check it out. I know what I saw is out there. You can watch it. It's an amazing case. Amazing case.
That sounds incredible. Before we get into, first of all, thank you for sharing all this. This is amazing.
Oh, yeah,
I could do this all day. I do want to eventually get into some questions. So we have interns here. We call them interns at Area 52, and they pay a monthly subscription. And we take some of their questions, which we're going to ask you in a second. But before I get into that, I got two questions to get through here.
Yep.
And I really want to get through these. One is a little lighthearted, and one is something we touched on the top of this episode. But first is, just for anyone out there, what TV show or movie or like fictional made thing do you think, in your opinion, is the most closely related to the phenomenon?
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And is that because of the tie-in with Hynek?
Yes.
And, Valet and
yeah, you look at those, you look at even the description of the entities, those came directly out of Project Blue Book files.
Wow.
And Spielberg's little way of saying that is having, Hynek have a cameo appearance smoking a cigar, right? Or a pipe. I think he was smoking a pipe.
Yeah.
Yeah, during the encounter. But even down to Richard Dreyfuss' face being burned, those came right out of, Close Encounter. So you got Close Encounter of the First Kind, right? You see a UFO. Close Encounter of the Second Kind, it interacts with the environment, burns someone's face, leaves imprints to the ground, affects plant life, whatever, radar, photographs. And then you got Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Well, those came directly out of, he was a consultant, as was Jacques Vallée.
Yep.
And Jacques Vallée, his character was portrayed. And you'll talk to a lot of witnesses that go, that's what I saw. I saw that exact orb, or I saw that, So that was the most realistic, in my opinion, film, ever made. And again, those came right out of, I don't know about the chandelier, but pretty cool stuff.
Well, the chandelier I've heard of. I have someone who's had a picture of something similar, which is interesting. You say that, but it is interesting. How much do you think Spielberg knows? The guy's a fan, dude. He's been putting out consistent UFO ET docs.
No question. I actually have a letter from Spielberg that was written to Larry King about me and my movie.
Whoa.
Yeah. I'll get you. I could probably. Yeah. Excuse me. Remind me. I can get you a copy of it.
Great.
So, Larry King. I don't talk about this that often. And I talk about it now because I told Spielberg's publicist, I'll think of his name in a second, that I was planning on going public, and unless I heard from him, I'm going public with it because I sat on it for 10 years. Larry King had sent a copy, a rough cut of I Know What I Saw to Steven Spielberg, and was like, hey, this is the real life Close Encounters. You should check it out. And then a couple days later, I get a call from what was it? I got a call from an agency informing me that Steven Spielberg was going to watch my movie. It was kind of weird. Like, I just got this call from the agency. It wasn't from Larry King's office. It was actually from someone at the same agency. And they were like, Mr. Fox, just wanted to inform you this is so-and-so over at the so-and-so agency that Steven Spielberg is about to watch your movie. And it was like 10 in the morning. I was like, really? Wow. God, that's cool. So I was like, well, let me know how it goes. And I called my dad. I was like, Dad, you're not going to believe this. Steven Spielberg's watching I Know What I Saw right now. This is amazing. And my dad's like, well, come on down. Let's have tea together. So I went down to my dad's house and we had tea, and we're having tea. And I'm like, Steven Spielberg's watching my movie right now. I'm like, whoa, And then I get a phone call like 2 hours later, whatever. And Cesaria, I think her name was, at the agency. And she's like, well, Steven watched the movie. Okay, well, what happened? She's like, well, he wrote a letter to Larry King. And that was it. I said, he watched the movie, and then he wrote a letter to Larry King? She goes, yeah. I just wanted to let you know. I was like, okay, thanks. Then about a week later, I get a call. I think it was Avriel Gallagher, probably. She's like, we got something for you. I was like, it came from Steven Spielberg. I was like, oh my gosh, tell me what, we're gonna FedEx it to you. So I was like, cool, yeah. So gave her the address, and like a day later, I lived in a small town at the time, and the FedEx driver was like, James Fox, you're not gonna believe this. He came running up to my door. He goes, you got a letter from Larry King. It's a FedEx from Larry King's office. I was like, yeah, and guess what? It's a letter from Steven Spielberg about a UFO doc. He goes, can I watch you open it? I was like, yeah, so we sat there and I ripped the thing open, and there's a letter from Steven Spielberg talking about the movie, he goes, despite the fact that I've made so much attention to the phenomenon or, UFOs, the subject matter, I unfortunately have never seen a UFO, and that is so unfair. I hope that you will continue reporting, blah, 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 blah. So I had a quote from Steven Spielberg about my movie in writing. And
his handwriting, the original letter.
Yeah, I have the original letter.
Wow,
yeah,
that's so cool.
Yeah, it was typed and signed. And so so I contact his publicist. Can't believe I can't remember his name right now. I'm sorry. And I said, I could look it up. And I said, hey, I want to use it. Oh, we don't endorse movies. I said, no, that's not what I'm saying. I said, he already gave me I have the quote. You have the quote? I said, yeah. He goes, well, what do you mean you have the quote? I said, well, Larry King sent me the letter. Larry King gave you the letter? And I was like, yeah, and I'd like to use it. Could you imagine having a quote from Steven Spielberg back in the day on a UFO doc?
Insane.
Like, literally, like, I remember this guy that I was working with, he goes, dude, that's the difference between here and the stars. Like, that'll just catapult you into the... So my dad goes, well, you have the quote. Why don't you just use it? I was like, ooh, Dad, but I don't really...
You want to burn a bridge?
And so he's like, well, we would appreciate it if you didn't use that.
Wow.
So I was thinking to myself, like, all the attention, here we got this, like, fully independent, in the trenches, documentary filmmaker, like, doing the best he can, and, like, your support would just mean the world to me. And you liked the movie, and you said it. You found it really compelling. But you won't let me use it, like, publicly? So anyway, I was a little disappointed. And so, I don't know, maybe, like, 10 years went by or something like that, and I sent him a letter. I sent him an email, and we'd been corresponding a little bit. And I was like, hey, just so you know, I intend to go public with that letter. It's been 10 years. And unless I hear from you, I'll assume that that's okay. And I didn't hear from him, so I published it a lot. I mean, I put it out there. I should put it out there more recently, but I'll give it to you.
That is so cool.
Isn't that crazy?
That is amazing. And,
I know.
And good for you. I think you made the right call, not putting it out, like, ethically.
Yeah.
I think much to your point, I think he knows how much that's worth.
Yeah.
Putting his name on anything, you know what I mean? So, and had he wanted to put his name on it, I think he would have let you know. But I think that's, it sounds to me like his way of sort of saying, hey, this is a great movie without saying, hey, this is a great movie.
Yeah.
I
mean, the weight of his endorsement would have been game-changing.
Typed and signed, like, that takes effort. That's not an email. It's not a text. It's not a DM.
Yep.
So that goes a long way as an aspiring filmmaker. I'm sure that
I have it on my wall.
Yeah.
I have it framed on my wall. Yeah.
Last question before we get into the intern inquiries. Just want to make sure we're rolling here. All right. At the beginning of this episode, I welcomed you into the skiff for the second time.
Yeah.
Because you recently got invited into a skiff.
Yeah.
And I could say, is that the Pentagon?
So I went to the Pentagon initially. It was right across the street from the Pentagon.
Okay.
Like an extension on the other side. And I had to do a 48-hour background check. And so basically, let's just say this is as much as because I've been asked not to reveal exactly why I went there because it could interfere with the current investigations that are happening.
Mm-hmm.
But we're both going after the same footage. and I'm helping them acquire said footage. And I will be able to talk. I'm not trying to be sneaky or secretive. I can't jeopardize those contacts, and we're working together right now. And a lot of people think like, oh, well, now you're working with some people on the inside. Well, people are people, and there's some good people and some bad people, and some people that actually legitimately want this information out.
Yeah.
So I'm working with, there was an individual that I'm working with who's now on the outside, who was on the inside, and he pulled some strings and got me into a skiff with the current head of Arrow, John Kozlowski.
Kozlowski.
I had to do a 48-hour background check on me, and I arrived. It was like a scene out of a movie. I remember like meeting up with the gentleman of just like the kind of guy that I expected. The suit, the haircut, the jawline. Like, I mean, he was like quintessential. The guy could have been, you know, if he had a dark suit on, it could have been an MIB almost.
That's what I was going to say.
Kind of character, you know.
One day your friend, the next day a spook.
I'm sitting there walking through the halls, and we go to the security, and they're combing through everything I had because I was going to get a flight right afterwards. So I had all my bags, and oh my God, they were going through everything. And they did a background check.
How are you feeling?
I was feeling a little stressed.
This is a big deal.
Big deal for me, yeah.
For someone who's been trying to get to the center of the maze.
Yeah, but I was trying to like, so I went through the security, and I was a little stressed. I was like, shit, I don't think I have anything in my bag. But they're combing through the lint. I mean, my God, they were going through everything. I was like, I don't think I have anything in there. I was thinking to myself, like, you know. So anyway, so we go through that, and then I get this badge. And I'll show you. Yeah. So I get this badge, and then I have to go, they have these like glass tubes, maybe about this big around, and the door would open, and only one person goes through the glass tubes, and they had probably like maybe 5 or 6 all along this wall. And you'd walk up to it, and this door would open, like 2-door open. You'd step in with these 2 little feet mark, and then the other one would open, and then you go through that. And then I had to walk over to this.
What is that?
I don't know.
Are they scanning you? Is that like an airport?
I don't know. I'd already gone through the metal detector. I'd already gone through that whole thing.
Yeah, but this might be
like
I
went through that.
Whoa.
So I went through that and got to the other side of that. And then I was like, excuse me. I was like, well, can I take a picture of the two? He goes, no. Takes me over to a series of lockers where I was supposed to get rid of all my camera stuff. And, phone and electron, everything. And I was like, well, can I use the bathroom real quick? And I when you use the bathroom and I had a little special pass, and I documented that special pass.
Last second?
I had to.
Mm-hmm.
Then I came out, had to get rid of all my electronics. Then we came up just like in the movies, that big door looked like a bank vault almost.
Whoa.
And the door, he opens the door, and we walk in, and it was like kind of like an office, like offices and cubicles and hallways. And I was like, wow, I was thinking like a skiff would be more like a secured, like little room with a table.
Yeah.
But the whole area was a skiff. Like all the people that are working in Arrow are just working in a skiff. Like it's one big skiff.
Interesting. And for those who don't know, a security compartmentalized
facility,
information facility.
Yeah. There you go. Yep.
Nothing works in there, anyways, right? Like none of this, nothing. There's
no
signal
it's like lead line
entering or
cement,
exiting. Yeah.
So anyway. So this gentleman's walking through, and he's Air Force Office of Special Investigations. And so he walks me through this hallway, and when we get up to 2 doors in the hallway, there's a door on the left and a door on the right. The door on the right is closed. The door on the left is open, and there's like an oblong-shaped table and probably 2 women and 3 men in suits, nicely dressed, having a meeting. And I'm stopping. He says, "You wait right here. I'm going to get somebody else." So I'm standing there in the hallway, and I couldn't help but to look over to my left, and I'm looking over to my left, and I'm fully eavesdropping into their conversations, right? And I'm looking at them, and what else am I supposed to do, right? So I was like kind of eavesdropping, and then they looked over at me, and this guy got up quickly and abruptly and closed the door in my face. But I was like, well, how could I not look? I mean, they're having a conversation in a skiff.
Was the conversation? I'm not going to ask you what they said, but was the conversation anything pertinent, or was it just?
No, I was just I was just tuning in. Like, I was just really trying to listen, and I was, I was checking it out, and guy closed the door, and then this other guy comes up, John Kozlowski, and he's like, I got a few minutes, and we went into the skip. We went into his office. And this other guy from Air Force Office of Special Investigations, I guess he's part of the task force as well. And start talking openly about.
So this other guy was there the entire time as well.
John Kozlowski was only there.
John
for about-
Kozlowski, but the other guy was.
The other guy was there the whole time.
The whole time. So he was.
John, the Air Force Office Special Investigation guy, was there the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
John was only there for maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Interesting.
But because he, so I started talking about specific cases. I was like, where do these men in black come from? They have this omnipresence. They're global. Like, who are they? And they didn't make any comments. I was like, I was told they're Air Force Office Special Investigations, but I don't know. And then I said, I was like, well, you guys do know that, obviously the vast majority of these cases, UFO reports and UAP reports, can be explained in down-to-earth conventional terms. I mean, it's like there's a residual 15 and 20% that clearly, after exhaustive investigation, defy a conventional explanation, and those probably originate from a non-human intelligence. I mean, you guys know that, right? Like, come on, you got to know that. And John looked at me and he goes, James, I can't part my own hair without approval from the DOD, and you can quote me on that. You can say we met, and you can say that.
Whoa.
I was like, he was telling me my hands are tied.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what conclusions I draw. It was amazing.
That's so crazy. That's crazy that he allowed you.
And
to,
he said to me,
tell
I
people
didn't say, hey, can I quote you on that? He goes, you can quote, you can talk, you can say we met, and you can say I said that.
That's his way of telling you.
Yes, that was his way of getting the word across. My hands are tied. Doesn't matter what conclusions I draw. Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy.
And then I was talking about all the different cases. I was like, this case and that case, and then he had to go. And then they showed me some stuff that they were going after.
Right.
They showed me some I got to see some stuff, and I was like, ooh, that's not. I was like, you need to contact this witness before you release that, because that's not going to go down well. And I also said, you guys got to throw us a bone. We're not going anywhere. This is coming out. It was amazing. I'm still in touch with one of the individuals I texted this morning.
Do you have a? Thank you for sharing that, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
I felt like I was there for a second. That's
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, so cool. First of all, it's really nice to hear that. Part of John Kozlowski telling you that, because Arrow's got a bad rap.
Oh yeah, Sean Kirkpatrick was
exactly, and we're all kind of the same mindset that are like, oh, this is just a big psyop, big disinformation thing. They're just going to slow leak. They know the truth. They're not letting us know. Like, this is the narrative when you hear about Arrow in the community. So to hear him sort of say, hey, I get it, but I can't do anything. Just that, I feel, is such a strong message that needed to be said.
Yeah.
So that's really important. And
we got one more thing that's really cool.
Okay.
So John, the other gentleman, why am I? Anyway, doesn't matter.
I wonder.
I have it in my phone, and he said, a little factoid, something you might want to, know. I was like, what's that? He goes, your film, The Phenomenon, is mandatory viewing. If you want to work for the UAP Task Force or Arrow, you have to watch The Phenomenon first.
Get out of
Swear
town.
on my life, that's what he said to me. Isn't that cool?
Dude, that is the coolest.
I was like, wow. Yeah, I know.
That's better than a Spielberg endorsement in my book.
Pretty awesome. It was so funny, too, because I was like,
mandatory.
I'm in the belly of the beast right now.
Yeah, and you're helping to shape the narrative.
It felt so like... But then I realized, like, people are people. Like, there are good people on the inside. People that really want to get... Look, and there have been. Because people go, oh, they just think government, they think evil, they think politician, they think evil. Yeah, there's some really good people on the inside. There are. Look, we have people dating back to the 1940s that wanted this stuff to come out, right?
Yeah. Jesse Marcel.
Yeah, the guy that ran Project Blue Book during the incursion over... during the invasion, but the 2 consecutive weekends in July of 1952, the guy that was head of Blue Book at the time wrote a book about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there are people that have been on. The former head of the CIA, Roscoe Hillenkotter, in the 60s.
Major General, blanking on his name.
Well, John Stanford is the one that gave the press conference.
Yeah.
But he gave a press conference in uniform about it. But there's another gentleman that wrote a book that was head of Project Blue Book in 1952. You can look him up, and I'm just drawing a blank right now. But you've got former head of the CIA, Roscoe Hillenkotter, quote in the New York Times, who talked about, there have been people over the decades that have made an effort to tell the people. It's not like they're all decided to have this excessive secrecy. And,
Yeah.
you know, people criticize Lou Elizondo, always a deep state. It's like, okay, so everything that I've heard Lou say, for me, aligns with my field research. Like, even the fact that he testified under oath the other day about a crash retrieval program. People want to call that a big nothing burger. Actually, that's kind of a something burger. This guy worked at the UAP task force, ATIP, and probably OSAP prior to that. But in any case, and he's testifying under oath. There are consequences for lying under oath to a bipartisan group of lawmakers. That was pretty phenomenal. You were there with me.
Yep.
It was pretty phenomenal to witness.
Yep.
But I say that, like, people are people. And there are some reasons, you know, from the decades, justification potentially for some secrecy. I disagree with it now entirely. But maybe they were legitimately trying to figure out what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
You know, back in the 40s.
There was a point where that was needed.
Yeah, they might have just said, hey, let's just hold on a second. Let's not panic the public. Let's, you know, and then the deeper they dug, the more they probably were like, what the hell's going on here, right?
Yeah.
And even if you have definitive proof, bodies, crash materials, it still doesn't mean you have all the answers.
And there's probably, I mean, maybe I'll pose this question to you, but for me, I do believe that there is probably some framework outside of the government that really knows what's going on. Like
I'm told 20 people.
Yeah. Okay. 20. Wow. Globally, 20 people
have the bigger picture.
Have the bigger picture. Yeah, and they're running it.
20.
Wow.
And that came from someone I really trust. Someone I really trust. Could that be wrong? Yeah, could be. But
I mean, it
tend
sounds
to think not.
Yeah, and that's been, I think, a lot of people's suspicions is that whatever's happening, you know, there's a very few amount of people at the center of this labyrinth.
Yeah,
a very few. There's a lot of people around the center.
I heard it's a little scary too.
I bet. Yeah, what'd you hear?
I that's all I heard.
That it was a little scary.
Yeah. But I was like, hey, even if we're someone's petri dish, whatever.
Yeah.
Reality's reality,
Yeah.
right? Like, or, you know, is it a little scary that we don't have control over airspace? Well, I've known that for a while.
Sure.
If they were here to do us harm, I mean, a lot of people could argue with me and say abductions. Okay, I get it. But for the most part, all the people that I've talked to that have had face-to-face encounters or really dramatic UFO encounters, like close encounters of the second kind, third kind, first kind, if their intent was to harm us, it would have vaporized us decades ago. That's just, and again, people could contradict me and say that's not what they.
Yeah, there's different cases.
Totally, I'm just saying Colaris and one.
Sure,
but for the most part, it's fairly benign. In fact, it's really interesting, and I was like, in retrospect, I looked back on it 10 years after the fact. I did an interview with Parviz Jafari. He was an Iranian general, and he had this dramatic UFO encounter over Tehran, Iran in like 75, could have been 76, in a Phantom F4 jet, and he tried to shoot at it.
Whoa.
It's really dramatic. I feature it, and I know what I saw. It was an incredible case. And the fact that we got him out of the States at the time when George Bush had called it the axis of evil, the whole Iran, and I was like, oh God, no, he's not going to be able to get the visas to come, you know. And he was reflecting on the case years later on camera to me, and he goes, he tried to shoot it, and it didn't end well when he tried to shoot it. Like he thought he was dead. And he goes, my biggest regret was that I didn't try to make peaceful contact. I tried to shoot it. What would have happened had I tried to make peaceful contact? And he was really thinking hard about that one. And that's, anything that we can't identify, we just immediately assume is a threat. And we take that position, that position of aggression. That doesn't generally end well.
Yeah. It's kind of like the witness in Texas when he had to been a scope, and he's like,
he said
probably not a good idea.
Finger was on the trigger, and he was.
Yeah, I could start an intergalactic war right now. Like, what's going on?
Like, maybe I better not do that.
All right, we're gonna get into some questions here.
Cool.
Let me turn on this camera.
Got it. You got it.
All right, while I go set up the camera, if you've noticed, these videos aren't sponsored, and so I'm gonna take this opportunity to share with you some of the things that help support this channel, including new merch.
we've got these amazing Area 52 snapbacks with the embroidered logo on the front, as well as some brand new patches that you can add to your favorite jacket or shirt or whatever. I left a link in the description where you can pick them up, and thank you for the support. All right, back to the video.
This is so cool. Thank you so much for this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
seriously,
I've read through a bunch of it, and there's a whole bunch of really interesting, just fringe cases that you would never otherwise hear about, right? And I find that to be one of the most fascinating things.
The phenomenon.
Right there.
Right there. The phenomenon. Wow. Right?
A long time ago, too.
Yeah, 19. What is this?
60 years ago almost. Yeah.
Wow. Anyway, as you were saying.
Yeah, we'll bring in some of the questions here.
Let's do it.
So one of which you answered already, but here's one from our Discord moderator, Helsan. So it'll pop up here.
Cool.
It says, if you could travel back to any UFO event in history to witness it firsthand, which one would you choose and why?
Socorro, New Mexico, 1964, April. Because it involves a landing and two entities that got out of the spacecraft. And if I could, I've thought about that many times. If I could just put myself somewhere hidden, and have witnessed that up close, the aliens getting out of the spacecraft and walking around. Oh my gosh, that'd be incredible. I mean, I thought about Varginha, Brazil, but that involved the military and their aggression and people's lives threatened. But that encounter was very benign.
Right, it was secluded.
It was secluded. It was benign, remote.
Yeah.
And if you look at the topography of the area, they actually picked a spot that was like down in an arroyo to minimize any possibility of them being seen. They chose a really a low point where they could land and just, you know what I mean? And just be kind of hidden. It's interesting. You look at what the phenomenon does, and then you look at what the phenomenon doesn't do. And that speaks volumes.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not showing up on, the White House lawn.
Got close, though.
Yeah, but did get close.
Got
52.
close. Yeah.
But they are showing up at schools.
Yes.
All right, we got another one here. This is, this one we already, it's going to show up anyways, but we already got to, so we'll get to a different one. 1 second.
I love the colors. That's so pretty.
Got a few. Okay. This is a really good question. This is from Stan B. And Stan says, who's the first guest or witness you would get in front of the camera if they were allowed to break their NDA?
Hal Puthoff.
Yeah, I would agree with that too. I'd love to get him in the skiff. And
I have to be careful what I say here, but let's just say that I believe, and for reasons that I won't discuss, I believe he's a first-hand witness.
Wow.
I believe that.
I mean, from the interviews he even shared in the program, kind of caught me off guard, especially when he says, like, I've seen things that if I talk about, I'll go to jail.
Yeah.
Have you seen things that if you talk about, you go to jail?
No, but I could talk about things other people might go to jail.
Enough said.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a lot of weight.
It is. Yeah. I remember asking myself at one point, is my life better knowing these things? And on the one hand, it's like, be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. 30 years in the field, right? Traveling all over the damn place. Like, I must be nuts. What the hell? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially, I was telling you last night that I've been laughed at and ridiculed for most of my adult life. Can you imagine? Like, that's why when I was watching David Grush testify, I'll never forget this. I'm an already emotional kind of guy, but I was staring at my screen, and my son was trying to get my attention. He wanted to go play with me outside or something. It was in the middle of the day. I had my phone, and I was sitting on this little leather sofa, and I was staring at it, and I had tears pouring down the sides of my face, just pouring down like a river for the whole time. Because I was like, I knew it. Damn it. I knew it. And I got laughed at and ridiculed and made fun of, and I didn't believe David Grush because it was a high-level intelligence officer testifying under oath to a bipartisan group of lawmakers. I believed him because everything he said aligned with my 30 years of research in the field. That's why I believed him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the level of, I can't even describe what it felt like I just can't. It was just.
That's amazing.
Tears just pouring down my face of relief.
And then
like this weight off my shoulders.
You can recognize the courage too.
Oh, totally.
You know, of these men who've all come forward. Even in the recent one, it's like we're quick to dismiss a lot of the information as anecdotal or secondhand,
with everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Yeah, it's a lot, and their lives in jeopardy, their families.
And remind your audience, people out there, it's so easy to sit on the sidelines and criticize. And like we're all human. We try to get it right, and we have people that are making some pretty crazy allegations. And I'll be the first one to tell you, I believe, you can't just believe something because a former military officer is saying it. However, it's really hard to make the decision. It's like, do I report on it? Do I not report on it? Well, if you don't report on it, then clearly no more information is going to come out on it. You got to at some point get out there and put the hook in the water and see if there's,
Yep.
And we don't always get it right. We try to, and I certainly try to, and I would never deliberately put out anything that was disinformation. Never. No amount of money in the world would get me to do that. But I believe sometimes I'll believe something just enough to put it out there, and it's like, let's pray to God that other firsthand witnesses will come forward as a result of that. Mm-hmm. And that's a big part of what I reported. And now we're getting to the point where, we're not just dealing with unidentified objects in the sky anymore. Now we're dealing with beings on the ground and possible hardware in a lab, and biologics, as David Cross would put it.
I don't like that term.
I don't either.
Can we just say aliens?
Yes.
I don't care if they're from here. I'm still calling them aliens. They're alien to me.
We call them NHI.
Yeah, NHI. Non-human intelligence works, but you know what? A dolphin is NHI too. So.
Oh, okay. Good point.
Do you know what I mean?
Good point.
Aliens is good, and let's make UAP UFO again.
Right. Yeah, right.
This is the last question here from the interns here.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
We'll have to see.
No comment.
In a secure environment only.
We are in a secure environment.
That's right. Anything goes here. This is from Disco. It says, James, straight up question about UAP, UFO, les ovnis.
Les ovnis.
What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
Good question, and I've given this a lot of thought, and I almost called the phenomenon all of the above. That was a name that I was entertaining. I wasn't quite latched onto it, but I was like, it's something I thought about for a couple of weeks. And the reason being is I was like, God, maybe it's interdimensional, time traveler, periodic visitation, interplanetary, maybe it's just all of that, right? It's a big universe. And so I thought about that, but I would say that this is all speculation, but I would say informed speculation, that the only conclusion that I've really drawn is that, and I've said this before, there's an omnipresent intelligence that has the ability to manifest itself in a multitude of ways. Like, it's nuts and bolts, but it's also psychic. And they have a sense of humor at times. A lot of the people within the scientific community that I've met with had given me a number of instances where I was like, that's a bit of a relief. They have a sense of humor. That's kind of cool. But that it's an omnipresent, it's everywhere, right? And that it can just, because some people describe like it just appeared out of nowhere, or it just disappeared, like it almost disappeared in place. Like, maybe they're operating in a slightly different dimension, and maybe you just, like a radio, you adjust the frequency a little bit, and all of a sudden something appears. It's always there, but you have to adjust. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's time travelers. Maybe it's us coming back from the future, or maybe it's all the above. I honestly don't know, but whatever it is, it's far more complex than just interplanetary visitation. No question.
Great answer. All right. That was an amazing 2 hours.
Do you remember my favorite color?
Blue.
Yes, but it's dark blue.
Dark blue, sorry.
Yeah, I like dark blue.
This is
Midnight blue. I was looking at that. It's like a kind of a grayish,
Do you mind if I keep you for an extra 20 after this, just for the extra little interview? Okay.
Sure, let's do it.
But before we do that, if you guys want to check out anything at all, I highly encourage you to binge watch this man's just library. go down the rabbit hole. One of my personal favorite documentaries of all time is Moment of Contact. We talked about Varginha stuff. If you haven't seen that, please go watch that. Go watch The Phenomenon. Go watch The Program. Go watch everything under the sun that James Fox has ever put out. You will not be disappointed, and you will be more well-informed than anyone else. And so highly encourage you guys to check that out. I'll leave James's links below, including his X, his Instagram, all the above.
When you say my ex, you
no,
mean literally?
Yeah,
Okay.
Twitter. Yeah, I hate saying it, but I also don't want to sound like I'm not hip. Yeah, I'll leave all the links below. And if you guys want to tune in for an extra little discussion, we're gonna go deep into the skiff, and this will not be public, but it'll be available to the interns for $5 a month. You guys know the deal. You can do all that. Join the Discord, join the Patreon, join the memberships, join the conversation, and we'll see you guys on the next video. James, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me on.
All right, we can take a little break. You want to take a little break? You want to keep steam rolling through?
Let's roll.
All right, that's right. We're right here.
That was Area 52 featuring James Fox. If you haven't seen any of James Fox's documentaries, you should probably start there. For the most part, I think we are done with this piece. For the most part. I gotta fix her head a little bit. But the general size, placement, it's about 90% done. I gotta fix the head. Something's not right. But looks great. Looks cool. Can't wait to clear all these trees so we can actually see it. Yeah, let's just do that now. Let's clear all these bastard trees. These trees are like 15 years old, never touched. Feels weird. I do need to make some room though. That'll do. Because there's going to be a path. This is going to connect to go up there somehow. This is good. This is good stuff, man. Hit him with the GLaDOS.
Oh, a non-subscriber. It's a shame what happened to the last guy who didn't subscribe. You monster.
You monster. Listen to GLaDOS. Listen to GLaDOS. Well, I am reaching the end of this stream. I will be posting a link to the audio podcasts that we heard today in the comment section after this video. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Hope you learned something. I will be here tomorrow, possibly streaming some Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. So look forward to that. Different pace than here, but there you go. Look at that. We made me. I gotta fix it up a little bit, but for the most part, that's it.
Let's moralize.
Yeah. So this is the beginning. We're not quite done with this. We got more to do. This is only step 1. I'm going to add to it. I'm going to possibly put some words above it. We'll see. I got to think about what I was going to put. Maybe my name. Maybe my @ We'll see. It's pretty good placement. I kind of wish I did the double scale instead of the single, the 1-to-1. Because there's so much space above it. That block up there, that line up there's a measurement for where it would have been had I stuck with my original plan. But once I realized how many blocks it was going to take, I'm like, I'll save that for another time. Because I would have had to farm like a lot of blocks to finish it. And I'd rather have gotten this done in the time being. Here, let's go remove this scaffolding before I head out. Just so we could get a clear view. Not bad. Not bad at all. I gotta fix this corner. She looks a little beat. Kind of style points though. It almost works. I gotta fix it, but I'll do it next stream. This is pretty much done. Oh, I'm out of room. Let's put some color away. I can't fit anything else. Hey, I need that. This I don't need. Cheers. I gotta fix her dome. I think I'm gonna shave the whole last row off. Possibly. I think I went too far wide. She's got a big old dome. I kind of wanted the arms protruding from the front instead of just flat, because it would have looked weird if it was just flat, you know? I'm trying to give some 3D aspect to it, a little layering. So dangerous out here. I never quite foolproofed it. But we will now that we have a reason to go over here. Yeah. Looks great. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Thank you for watching. Tomorrow is Friday Night Frag. And I'll be here streaming some Breath of the Wild. Well, some Tears of the Kingdom. Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom. Hope to see you here. You know what? Looking at my skin, I could see where I could make some improvements. This is good. But not bad, though. Not bad. We got it for the most part. So thank you guys. We'll catch you tomorrow. Peace easy. Keep looking up to the sky.